Hanny and Tim think we may learn what we'd never otherwise know, yonder. And those Tahirians who want to come along, what might we learn from them and about them? Also, he said slowly, you would cut a couple of years off your time of service before we turn home. She straightened. Aye, that's at the core of what I wanted to speak of tonight, Skipper. The technical matters, the public matters, we've chopped them over and over and will over and over again, like making a haggis. But what it means. Nansen waited. She looked down at the snow. Not, I'd care to say, in a meeting. The words came out one by one, in small white puffs. What it means to me. He waited. She looked back at him. Her tone steadied. I'll be away half a year, or thereabouts, more or less as much time as we'll allow ourselves there. For you, 2.5 years. He nodded. Yes. And you'll send your messages to us, but they'll be almost a year old, and we won't know whether the ship that's to bear you home is safe. Whether you are. Silence shivered. Aye, 'tis much to ask, Kilburney said. I have to think about more than safety. What will this do to morale? Her smile caught the starlight afresh. You've a high-hearted crew these days, Skipper. Make them more so. Yes, he said harshly. If I let this come to a vote, we both know how the vote will go. But may I? Her reply was soft. I understand. The responsibility is on you, and we are being selfish in a way, we four. Will not be those who suffer a long span of fear for us. A long separation escaped him. She was mute for a while in the frost. When she spoke, it stumbled. Skipper, that's what I hoped to say, that it is unfair to you, Ricardo Nansen. He rallied. But you feel that forbidding it would be unfair to you. Not me. Not too much. Hanny and Tim, and yes, poor lonely Al, and those Tahirians who long to go starfaring. And perhaps the star itself, he conceded. It does offer some fantastic opportunities, almost as if God is being generous. He pulled loose from abstractions and returned to her. Breath had caught in stray locks over her brow and frozen to make starlit sparkles. You burn to go, don't you? I could stay, quite happily if... But you would always wonder what you had missed, wouldn't you, Jean? Her eyes widened when he said her first name. He hurried on. And your points about the others and what it could all mean to the mission, yes, they are valid. I can give you this gift, Jean, if I can bring myself to it. Always the man of duty, no? He couldn't tell whether she admired or reproached or tenderly mocked. On Earth he would soon have found out, but this wasn't Earth. Let me think further, he said. Meanwhile, the hour's grown late, and we're tired and cold. And you're heavy-burdened. Aye, let's go to our sleep. Chapter 27. Year 3. Envoy had been a star, hastening through night heaven to vanish in the planetary shadow, emerging to sink toward the eastern horizon. Now, it was gone. For a while, people found themselves glancing aloft before they remembered. At first, they were glad of the undertakings that kept them occupied. Later, one by one and more, they were troubled. A hurricane formed in mid-ocean. On a previous trip, the Tahirian he called Stefan had shown Rusek the energy projectors on the little moon. With animated graphics, using conventions lately developed, mutually comprehensible, and had explained that focused beams, precisely aimed, changed the courses of such storms. They veered from coastlands where they could wreak harm. Nowan and he boarded a robotic aircraft, among those that were to monitor events from within. You're really learning to read our feelings, aren't you? Rusek exulted. The teardrops sped through the stratosphere. Rusek kept his instruments going, recording whatever they were able to. Eventually, he might accumulate such a stack of information that you could make something of it, maybe even figure out how the jetless drive worked. He suspected the principle was quantum mechanical, and a starship's engineer was necessarily a jackleg quantum physicist. At least, when Dayan got back, the teardrop plunged. The weather loomed black ahead. He recalled Nansen's story about flying through stuff like this once, but that was 5,000 years and light years away. The boat slammed into the dark. Wind raved, lightning flared. Forces shoved Rushik brutally back and forth against a safety web improvised for him. "Huh!" he bawled, and wished he were the pilot. But the pilot was a machine. Its purpose was not to have fun, but to collect data and shoot them up to the moon. Harnessed nearby, Stefan stared at a crystalline ball unclutched. Glints danced in it, barely visible to the man. Another kind of instrument, he guessed, while his skull rattled, keeping track of velocities, pressures, ionizations, a barrel full of shifty rages. Why? The robot must have full direct input. Does Stefan want to follow along? Does On want to share the stress, effort, risk? Did any Tahirian do anything like this before we arrived from beyond? Stefan gestured. The fuselage went opaque. Interior lighting went out. Rusek sat tossed about in a blindness that shuddered and howled. Enjoy, he told himself, and did. Light returned. This was no place to use a parlor, but Stefan fluted notes that were perhaps apologetic while looking with N's middle eyes at Rusek, touching the globe and waving at the lightnings. Aeon needed total darkness to take a delicate reading, Rusek deduced. No, not total, just no background. We've wondered if Tahirians can see single photons. Why not? Humans almost can. A coldness crept up his spine. Yes, I think that's so. And all the chaos while they evolved. Let the science gang chew on the idea. But I think they think more naturally in quantum mechanics than we do. What does that mean for the way they understand the universe? Wind ramped. Rain and hail struck like bullets. The aircraft flew onward. It was not clear to Nansen and Yu why the Tahirian Emil asked them to come with On, or took them where Eon did. The mutual command of Cambiante was, as yet, too limited. The scope of the language was. Probably in many ways it always would be. Its creation, which was still in process, had been comparable to the great breakthroughs in physics. Without computers to generate possible approaches, try them, discard them, and generate better ones, it would doubtless have been impossible. Certainly within a lifetime, let alone a pair of years. Sonics would not do. To a Tahirian, a vocable by itself was a signal, an alarm cry, for example, but not a word. Indeed, N did not converse in what humans knew as words, but rather in mutable concepts that shaded into each other. Straightforward writing was equally insufficient. A man or woman found Tahirian ideographics hopelessly complex, while to a Tahirian any human system, even Chinese, was bafflingly rigid. The races had evolved separately. They experienced the world differently, and thus their minds were unlike. The most fundamental thing they had to work out was a mutual semantics. A parlor screen displayed three-dimensional hypertext. Changes in any part of it, especially cyclic or to and fro changes, added a fourth dimension. Learning to write this would have imposed an intolerable strain on memory, but the nanocomputer rendered what a party entered, within the logico-grammatical rules, into agreed-on symbols. With diligence and patience, one could master these. From either viewpoint, Cambiante was a restricted language, functioning best when it dealt with scientific and technological matters, poorly or not at all in poetics, faith, or philosophy. However, by now it could generally convey practical statements or questions reasonably well. As users discovered some of the cues in tones, attitudes, movements, even odors, they added to the vocabulary, both written and connotative. Whatever one person understood another to be saying would scarcely ever be quite identical with the intent. But they improved. The site was an upland, wind-swept and stony, where turf clung in crannies and the few trees were gnarled dwarfs. Seen from above, the country showed signs of former habitation, roads, levelings, excavation where communities had been, occasional rubble heaps. Yu shivered. "Bleak," she said. "I suppose, as the axis of rotation shifted, It got too uncomfortable here to be worth bothering with, Nansen suggested prosaically. Abandonment. A millennial necessity. What do they do when the obliquity becomes extreme? Well, they seem to keep the population at 500 million or less. It will never overcrowd whatever lands are suitable. They can move gradually. We know they plan ahead much further than that. Humans would never be able to. We aren't sane enough. Is it really easy for Tahirians? The laboratory where the air car set down was isolated, small, with sparse facilities. Although it and associated buildings were well maintained by robots, everything stood long unused. Such amenities as heat and running water must be restarted. The guests had been told to bring their own sanitary unit and whatever else they would need. Two who were strangers to them waited outside. With Emil, they hustled the newcomers along, barely letting them unload their baggage in a house before conducting them to the laboratory. "No time for a cup of tea?" asked Yu, only partly in jest. "Plain to see, they're in a hurry." Nansen frowned. Do they want to make sure they accomplish what they have in mind before anyone else finds out? Once inside, the two other Tahirians were straightaway busy at control boards. Emil faced the humans. "We wish to convey certain information," and spelled out. "At the present stage of communication, it is best done through graphics, using a larger screen than a parleurs." "But why just here?" Nansen muttered in Spanish. Yu trembled, mainly with eagerness. Imagery appeared, drawings and numbers, symbolizations meaningful to the watchers. A sun that exploded, blown-off gas ramming outward to shock against englobing nebulosity. The remnant dwindling and dwindling, as if downward into nothingness. Against the background of the stars, a sphere absolutely dark, save for a fiery ring of matter whirling inward. Close-up of the rim, and the sky behind it eerily distorted. A black hole, Yu breathed. A supernova greater than the one that made the pulsar. Collapse beyond the neutron stage, in past an event horizon, falling forever. The image receded in sight. A map of local star distributions replaced it. A marker ran from a dot marked with the sign for Tahir's sun, unrolling a distance scale behind it. When it stopped, Nansen read, "About 500 light-years away. That's as of today. Obviously, it was farther when the eruption happened, or this planet would have suffered badly. But what has it to do with us?" "Hush," Yu murmured. "There's more." They peered and puzzled. The characters were mostly unknown to them. "I think that's the organism radical," Yu said, pointing. "But why are those quantum physics symbols attached?" Emil trod back in front of them and fingered EOS parlor. "Life," On declared. "Intelligence." "KS?" ripped from Nansen. "No." "How?" Yu whispered. "It seems impossible. But look, the big display, something about quantum states. I can't quite understand it. I don't think Henny could either. Not yet." Emil whistled what they had come to recognize as a note of warning. "Do not reveal this until further notice," An said. Nansen steadied the parleur in his grasp. "Not to our shipmates?" "Why?" "It is dangerous." Emil paused. "If you must tell any, be sure they will let it go no further." "Someone doesn't want us to know," Nansen said. Dismay shook Yu's voice. "Factions among these people? I've been getting strong hints of it. We shall have to be careful, when we cannot now escape to the stars. I can't believe they would be violent. I won't believe it. I would rather not myself, but sometimes there are worse things than violence." Emil observed them. "You are weary and perplexed," An said. "The sun is low. Best you take refreshment, rest, and thought. We will resume tomorrow morning, early." "That means a short night's rest." Nansen chuckled a bit. "Well, I don't expect I'd sleep much in any case." "Nor I," Yu agreed. "Not when this is waiting." The walk across to their quarters was through a chill wind. They didn't feel it. Emil left them at the entrance. The dilation closed behind them. They were in a curve-walled, rosy-tinted room, bare except for his outfit, their food and drink, and a glower to warm the rations. She had taken the adjoining chamber. Eyes looked into eyes. "Don't worry," Nansen said. "Our friends must know what they're doing, whatever it is." Yu shook her head. The bobbed blue-black hair swished past the high cheekbones. "No fear. The wonder of it. Something utterly strange, I don't know what, but something we could never have foreseen if we'd stayed home. Oh, Rico, we haven't come this whole long way for nothing." "I see." Upborn together, they embraced. It became a kiss. He let go and stepped back. "Forgive me," he said unevenly. "That won't happen again. I helped it happen." Her laughter drained away into sobriety. "You are right, it had better not again. We must be careful about more than secrets." He smiled. "Agreed. Permit me only to envy Ajit Sundaram a little in my heart, as well as respect him and you." "You have a hard time ahead," she answered. "May it end happily." She hunkered down at the supply pile. "Come, let's put this in order and have that cup of tea before we eat." The island was beautiful. There could be no real knowledge of the life on a planet, unless that knowledge included the life in its seas. Once this desire had been expressed to them, some Tahirians brought Mokoena and Zed there. Robotic boats came and went from a dockside building full of investigative equipment. It was probably a monitoring station rather than a research laboratory. The civilization must have cataloged every species, but be concerned with maintaining a healthy ecology. At the end of a hard day's study, the humans felt ready for some recreation. Walking across a wooded corner of the island, they emerged on a strip of turf, beyond which a beach lay dazzling white under a clear sky and long sunbeams from the west. The air was warm but laden with fresh sea smells. The ocean rolled deeply blue. Although tides were less than Earth's, at this point the conformation of the bottom made breakers high and thunderous. Mokoena clapped her hands together. "What a surf!" she whooped. "I'm going in." "Not alone, please," Zed cautioned. "The undertow may be bad." "Well, I appoint you my lifeguard," she laughed. Her mood captured him. "Why not your partner?" Why not indeed? For an instant they hesitated, but only an instant. After all they had stripped before. Clothes fell off. They ran over the sand and into the waves. The water brawled and surged. When they plunged, it slid sensuously around them, a pulsing whole-body caress. They frisked and frolicked like seals. Still, they remembered not to get beyond their depth. A comber broke over their heads. They collided, caught at one another, found footing, and sank their toes into shifting grit. The wave rushed on past. Chest deep, Zed gazed down into Mokoena's face. Her lips were parted, her breasts thrust against him as she snatched for breath. He kissed her. She responded. Letting go, they saw the next breaker coming at them. Taller yet, a glassy cliff maned with foam. They turned about, jumped clear of the bottom, swam, caught the onslaught, and rode it in. As it receded, they scrambled to their feet and waded ashore. "Who?" Mokoena panted. "That beast tumbled me." He looked her over. "It had the right idea," he said. She stopped. He moved closer. She lifted her hands and pushed at him, not very hard. "No." Her tone wavered. "Hanny?" "She's away. For 2 years and more. I won't go behind her back. We won't. Mom, Hanny, and I are friends. We never owned each other. If we did, she would not have left. She told me again and again, as the time approached, the last night too. She told me she won't be jealous, and you are her ship sister. I don't know. When she returns, that will depend on you, ma'am. You and no one else." She quivered. "Salim, if you mean that." He pulled her to him. "A lovely setting, this, for a lovely woman. And a lovely man. A never weighs harder." They hurried to the soft sward and sank down upon it. Afterward, happily, she murmured, I wonder if our friends have us under observation. He grinned. Then they got their demonstration. Do you mind? Not too much now. Before Diane left, you had traded cabins with her so that she might be next to Sundaram's. He and she no longer slept apart. They sat in the unit that had been his, among relics and keepsakes they had mingled, sipped wine, and gravely talked about their research. It was among their highest pleasures. No, he said. I do not think we can properly call this a conservative society, like old China or old India. That is too weak a word. I think it is post-historic. It has renounced change in favor of a stable order that apparently provides universal peace, plenty, and justice. Or so they tell us, if we understand them rightly, she replied. A majestic vision in its way, like a saint reaching nirvana, or a stately hymn at the end of a Catholic mass. But how can we explain it to our shipmates? I fear several of them will find it ghastly. Really? Why? Because it may forecast what will happen to our own race. She considered. Would it be tragic, actually? Not an eternity of boredom or anything like that. The riches and beauty of the world, the treasures of the past, aren't they new to every newborn? A lifetime isn't long enough to know and savor them all. And there can still be new creations. Ancient, fixed modes, I suppose, but new poems, pictures, stories, music. Sundaram smiled ruefully. I doubt that the likes of Ricardo Nansen or Jean Kilburney will agree. For that matter, I doubt that every individual Tahirian is content with things as they are. I have an impression, almost a conviction, that some of them look at the stars with longing. She nodded. That may be one reason the race ended its starfaring. Deliberately, as a policy decision. It carried the danger of bringing in something new and troublesome. She winced. What effect are we having? Is it for good or ill? His smile warned. You have an overactive conscience, my dear. She smiled back and teased. Have you none? He went serious again. Oh, I feel my occasional qualms, but I don't have your tenderness beneath the tough competence. I am too detached. Nonsense. You are the kindest man I have ever known. And you... He leaned forward in his chair. They clasped hands. Less than 2 shipboard hours after she had gone 00, Envoy arrived at the Pulsar. Chapter 28. Year 4. 9/10 of a light year distant, the sun of Tahir stood lord among the stars. But it was another point of light that vision sought, nearly as bright as Sirius in the skies of Earth. Enhancing every other stellar image, the screen mildened this one, for it would have burned a hole in the retina of a naked eye. 1/1,000,000th solar luminosity, Diane said like a prayer to a pitiless god, shining from a body 10 kilometers in diameter. Therefore 19,000 times the intensity, and that's just in the visible spectrum. Her companions could well nigh hear the thoughts prowling through her. The core of an exploded giant sun, a mass almost half again souls, jammed down by its own gravity till it's that small, that dense, no longer atoms but sheer neutrons, except that at the center, the density may go so high that neutrons themselves fuse into something else. Hyperons, about which we know little and I lust to know more. An atmosphere a few centimeters deep, incandescent gaseous iron. What storms go rampant through it, what quakes rack the ultimate hardness beneath, and why? A spin of hundreds per second, a magnetic field that seizes the interstellar matter and whips it outward till it nears the speed of light, kindles a radio beacon with it that detectors can find across the breadth of the galaxy. O might and mystery! Out of the whirlwind, God speaks to Job. Cleland's voice trembled. How close dare we come? The ship will decide, Diane answered, her tone flat, her mind still at the star. Not very, I think. It's blazing X-rays, spitting plasma and neutrinos. Lethal. Besides, Brent put in dryly, we're at about 200 AU now. Another jump in that direction and we'd certainly fry. But we're no so far frae the planet we can, are we? Kilburney cried. We'll takes our station round it, no? And explore it, said the glance she exchanged with Cleland. Of the free Tahirians, Colin and Fernando stared as raptly at the object of the quest, and beyond it, into the cold cataract of the Milky Way. Leo stood aside, Ian's mane held stiff. The powers on Tahir, whoever they were and whatever their power meant, had required that a person whom they would pick come along to observe. The spaceboat was not intended for humans. There was no way Envoy could have carried it or any of its kind on her expedition. Not only the hull docks, but the entire control system would have had to be rebuilt, which would have caused dangerous instabilities elsewhere in the robotic complex that she was. Improvised facilities for security, sanitation, nourishment, sleep enabled humans to go as passengers in the boat. Lately, you and the Tahirian physicist Esther had jerry-rigged circuits that allowed a skillful human to act as pilot, temporarily, under free space conditions, with plenty of safety margin. Russick tickled the board before him. The craft leaped. Nonetheless, weight inside held steady. The moon loomed enormous in sight, a sweep of smooth fused stone studded with structures, curving sharply to a near horizon. Russick cut the drive. Zero gravity felt like an abrupt fall off a cliff. The free aboard had learned to take it as a bird does. The boat swung low around the globe on a hyperbolic hairpin and lined out for the great blue crescent of Tahir. "That will do," said Yu from aft. "Let us return." "Jarvany," grumbled Russick. "I hoped for more of this." His tone was genial, though, and a smile bent his mustache toward his brows. Harnessed beside Yu, Esther asked, "Did you record the data you need?" An quivered and fluted, sweet odors wafted from the skin. Yu nodded. "I believe so." "What's the result?" called Russick, whose back was to them. "Excellent," Yu replied. "I think once I've analyzed these readings, with Esther's help, I will know how the field drive operates." "You don't? I mean, you told me before you're sure it's a push against the vacuum." Yu sighed. "An interaction with the virtual particles of the vacuum," she corrected. "Energy and momentum are conserved, but loosely speaking, the reaction is against the mass of the entire universe and approximately uniform. What I referred to was understanding the exact, not the general principle." "Uniform? Don't they adjust the field inside a hull? Weight's the same during any boost." "In quantum increments, obviously." Yu paused. "Compared to this drive, jets are as wasteful as burning petroleum, chemical feedstock, for fuel once was on Earth. What I like is the handling qualities. How soon can you and your computer design a motor for us, Wenji?" "Not at all, I fear. Until we're home. Besides, we couldn't possibly do so radical a retrofit on Envoy, or even her boats." Yu's voice lilted. "However, I think, with Hanny's help when she gets back, we can devise a unit that will compensate for linear acceleration and keep the vector in the wheels constant." "Do you mean, when the ship's under boost, we won't have to cram like swine onto those man-hater-designed gimbal decks?" Russick waved clasped hands above his shining pate. "Huzzah!" he bellowed. Esther looked at En's friend. "Does he rejoice?" En asked. "Or so you thought," En asked. "It is no large matter," the engineer replied. "What I think we have really done, at last, is break some dams of misunderstanding. Now you and I can add a proper language of physics to Cambiante, and have it ready for Hanny Dayan when she returns. Before then, you should be able to explain some things to us." Hints of a strange, tremendous truth. Her gaze went ahead, to the planet, where spring was gusting over Terralina. Envoy rode as at anchor, circling a world of steel. Cleland and Kilburney stood before the space view on a screen. Already their shipmates were busy. Robots would flit out to place instruments in orbit, Tahirian probes with Tahirian field drives would plunge toward the pulsar, wildly accelerated, bearing other instruments. Preparations filled every waking hour and haunted many dreams. These two alone had little to contribute. Their yearnings reached elsewhere. In the light from the heavens, the globe was barely bright enough for the unaided eye to search. Its plains were like vast, murky mirrors, mottled with ice fields. Gashes broke them here and there. Mountain ranges and isolated peaks thrust raw-edged. The limb arched slightly blurred against the stars. Mass about half Earth's, diameter about 70%, given the mean density. More or less the same surface gravity. Cleland was repeating what they had both heard a dozen times, as humans will when the matter is important. Thin atmosphere, mostly neon, some hydrogen and helium retained at this temperature. Other volatiles frozen out, including water. Paradox. Paradox. What's the answer? What do you mean, Tim? Kilburney asked. It was chiefly to encourage him. She had a fairly good idea, but she hoped for thoughts he might have had since the last general discussion. God is in the details, she reflected, and so is the devil, and the truth somewhere in between. When he was into an enthusiasm, he spoke fluently. Look, we know this has to be the remnant of a bigger planet. The supernova vaporized the crust and mantle, left just the core, and maybe not all of that. The loss of star mass caused it to spiral out into this crazy orbit it's got now. Meanwhile, taking off the upper layers released pressures, expansion, eruption, all hell run loose. It hasn't stabilized yet, I suspect. What's going on? Theoretically, it should be a smooth ball, but nonlinear processes don't pay much attention to theory, and so we've got rifts, gravens, highlands. How? Where did it get the atmosphere and ice? Outgassing, cometary impacts, infall from the supernova cloud. Or what? Oh, Jean, a million questions. She gripped his hand. We'll go after the answers, she said. Yonder. No doubt Dayan, the acting captain, would object, and still more would Envoy's robotic judgment. Kilburney's thought coursed about in search of arguments, demands, ways to override opposition, anything short of mutiny. She had not come this far, leaving her true captain behind her, to sit idle in a metal shell. Summer heat lay on the settlement like a weight. Forest stood windless, listless beneath a leaden overcast. Thunder muttered afar. Windows were not opaquable, but Nansen had drawn blinds over his, and the air conditioning worked hard. In the dusk of the living room, a crystal sphere, a Tahirian viewer, shone cool white. Within it appeared the image of a being. Nansen leaned close. The form was bipedal, slanted forward, counterbalanced by a long, thick tail. From beneath a scaly garment reached claw-like hands and a hairless, lobate, greenish head. The effect was not repulsive, simply foreign. I show you this, wrote the parleur of the Tahirian he called Peter, while attitudes and odors gave overtones he was beginning to interpret, because somehow, in your company, command flows through you. Later we will talk, and then you can decide what your others shall learn. Everything, Nansen replied. I can't explain about tact, discretion, timing, especially when 4 of us are off beyond reach. Jean, what are you doing as I sit here? How do you fare? He sensed grimness. Yes, you are free with information, whatever the hazard. Most of us would have kept knowledge of the black hole from you, for fear of what reckless things you may do. Too late. Inevitable that that incident become known, I suppose. No mention of punishment, Emil and the rest go about as freely as ever. A consensus? Society? What are the sanctions? Maybe none were needed, only the slightest social pressures, until we came. The powers that be don't know how to handle us. As if An had read the thought, Peter said, Yours is the second starfaring race we have encountered. Now that communication is acceptably clear, I will tell you of the first. Nansen steadied his mind. Their nearest outpost was about 300 light-years from Tahir. Their homeworld, twice as far, Peter said. As with you, The trails of their ships inspired our scientists and called our explorers, although for us the development took much longer than yours did. Already those trails were dwindling away. By the time we arrived, the beings had ended their ventures and withdrawn to their parent planet. Nansen felt a chill in his flesh. Did you find out why? We believe we did. Communication with such alien mentalities was slow and difficult. Your resemblance to us, however tenuous, is greater by orders of magnitude. They are communal creatures, descendants, we theorize, of animals that dwelt together in burrows, in large numbers, with just a few breeders of the young-bearing sex. That experience might account for the Tahirians' eventual grasp of the roles of men and women, Nansen reflected. He also noted that Peter had not used the symbol for female. Doubtless the analogy was not exact. Their whole culture, identity itself, resides in the kin group, Peter went on. It is remarkable that they finally achieved a global civilization. We think electronic data processing and communications made it possible. Over time, starship crews and even colonies proved insufficient to maintain it. Numbers were too few for mental health. Contact with other nests too weak and sporadic for social ties. Madness ensued. Cultures twisted, destructive, evil. One lashed out across interstellar space, and a continent was laid in radioactive ruin. Finally, the sane core of the race succeeded in quelling the mad and recalling the survivors. Slowly, they settled down into the peace that still prevailed when our last expedition visited them. Peter blanked the view, as though the sight was too painful, and stood motionless. Nansen sank back in his chair, shaken. Thunder rolled closer. Tragico, the man muttered. For Cambiante had not yet found an utterance for that concept, and perhaps Tahirians had never had it. He turned to his parleur. They were unfit for starfaring. Peter's mane bristled more than was needful to convey N's feelings. In a sense, every race is. We have seen several other more distant signs of it fading. A new one has sprung up in the past 3,000 years, but we expect it will likewise prove mortal. Why? Probably always the cost becomes too great for the gain. The nature of the highest, least bearable cost may well vary from race to race. But in the end, either necessity or wisdom will call a halt, and starfaring will have been no more than an episode in the history of a planet's life. Nansen's grip tightened on his parleur. Ours will not. It should, on moral grounds alone. What we have learned of your past, the cruelty and slaughter, fills us with horror. Best for you as well as for the cosmos that you retire and study how to live with yourselves. Nansen bit his lip, but responded with the calm that this mode of discourse usually enforced. Are you afraid of us? We would never threaten you. How could we, across the gap between? Why should we? You are already a threat, by your very existence. I do not understand. You have made some among us eager to travel anew, regardless of the infinite danger. The sane wish you would go away. Nansen hesitated before asking outright, You cannot simply kill us, can you? Peter flinched. A rank smell, like acid on iron, blew from Un. That you can imagine that exemplifies the horror. Have you and those who think like you absolutely never even considered it? Peter seemed to draw on some inner source of composure. It would be counterproductive, an act almost as destabilizing as your presence. So Tahirian society isn't as perfectly balanced as it seemed, Nansen thought. Only go away, Peter said. We ask it of you, who have not treated you ill. The plea touched Nansen and eased him a little. We plan to leave in another 3 Tahirian years, you know. Will you? And what of those who may come afterward? What of your whole ruthless, willful race? We few cannot speak for all who are to live after us. Yes, that is part of what makes you terrible. Resolution rose. Peter's torso drew erect. The middle eyes speared Nansen's. It is like Providence? that wherever starfaring has begun, in a cosmically short time it has died, and said, "The causes are surely many, but through them does reality preserve itself." I cannot now say more. You would not believe me. I am not versed in the subject. First, under proper tutelage, you must learn how to read the mathematical proof. You shall. Then your voyage here will have been not for harm, but for good. You will bring a message back to your people and make them, too, call their ships home forever. Chapter 29. Optical amplifiers turn the stars into a sphere of dazzlement. Bright ones become beacons, thousands upon thousands more leaping into visibility. The Milky Way, a river of frozen fire, the Andromeda Galaxy, a glowing maelstrom. Only the pinpoint neutron star was dulled, lest it sear eyes that strayed in its direction. 10 kilometers distant, the boat Herald gleamed like a splinter off a sword. Diane and Brent gave the splendor no heed. Their attention was on the bulky nexus of a metal spiderweb, 5 kilometers wide, slowly spinning, its concavity always facing the pulsar. Spacesuited, they floated before the mass, touching a grip sole to the extended lattice whenever they needed to correct a recoil drift, plying tools and meters with hands that powered joints and tactile contractors, made as deft as if bare. Nonetheless, it was a demanding task. Each heard the breath of the other loud through radio earplugs, and recycling did not fan away. All smell of sweat. Finally, Brent nodded. Yep, what I suspected. Imbalance in the main data reducer. That program's gone a bobble. Not much, but enough. No wonder the input you were getting stopped making sense. At first I thought we might have stumbled on some wild new phenomenon. Diane laughed. No. This is better. With more mysteries pouring in on us already than we can handle. Her mirth thinned out into the light years around. How soon can we have this unit working right? The gravity waves from the starquakes, what they have to tell about the interior, haunting Summerstreet. We can replace the whole module right now. The robots keep spares of everything, don't they? The question is, will we get the same problem again soon? What mutated the program? I've been thinking about that since you first suggested the possibility. Dayon started plucking her implements from the lattice where they clung and securing them to her harness. It was a near-automatic task. Her gaze went afar, her voice meditative. We did record a partial reflection of the southern pulsar beam off something. Seemed to be a drifting molecular cloud, maybe a remnant of the eruption, and it may well have happened to strike the reducer here. That'd probably be plenty to scramble a few electronic configurations. A weird accident, sheer bad luck, but we have to expect weirdness. Ah. His look dwelt on her. The spacesuit muffled the curves of the small body. But clear within the helmet stood large eyes, curved nose, full lips, fair skin. The amplification gave just a hint of colors, but he knew the bound hair was flame red and could fall loosely down over her shoulders. So the stupid robots couldn't figure out what the trouble was, and hollered for us, he said. They're only as good as their programs, Al, and the programs are only as good as our knowledge and foresight. Yeah. Well, let's get this fixed and head home for Envoy. Every array that the expedition deployed had its machine attendants to monitor and maintain. Brent snapped an order. Waiting, there alongside the great web, among the stars, Diane regarded him for a silent while. I'm sorry if this has inconvenienced you, Al, she said. Huh? She had not before seen him taken quite so off balance. Inconvenience? Why, no. I thought you were impatient to get back. Me, I'm, happy to do anything useful. That's what I came along for. And to shorten the time for yourself till we go home. Not so. Nothing wrong with that. We all miss Earth. Well, but... He cleared his throat. Hanny, working like this, together with you, it's special. I'm almost sorry we'll soon be done. Anytime you want. A blackness crossed the Milky Way. Here comes the repair robot. Diane sounded more relieved than the event called for. The shape, octopus-like, starfish-like, machine, approached on thin, invisible jets. The human saw a flash of its optics. It passed within meters, seemed to wobble for a second or two, and moved on, shrinking into the heavens. "What the fuck?" Brent shouted. "Come back, you bastard." "Something's wrong," Diane said fast. "Its program's deranged, too. Same cause?" She grabbed a radar gun, aimed, squinted at the reading, put it aside, and took an ionoscope. It cut jets off as it came near. Safety doctrine. But then it didn't maneuver to dock. It just stayed on trajectory. It's falling free, bound for infinity. And it's got the module. I'll go after it. Brent took hold of the lattice and swung himself around. "No," Diane said. "Not safe. Too much momentum there for your suit drive to handle. I'll match vectors, lock on, decelerate." "No," I say. "You're not outfitted for any such operation. Damn it, Henny, we don't have a proper replacement for that robot. And the module it's carrying, don't you want this rig fixed?" "Not if it risks a life." Kilburney had been listening throughout. Her voice purred on the radio. "Dinna fash yersels. I'll fetch you on Runagate." "What?" Diane cried. "No, Jean. The parameters. Too high, too uncertain. You could end with the boat stove in." Kilburney's tone jubilated. "Aye, 'twould be nice to have one of those slippy, slidey Tahirian hookers, but I'll barge guide Auld Harold around handily enough. Guaranteed." "No, I forbid. Henny, aboard Envoy you're acting captain, but piloting my craft I am in command of her. You shall have your module back, to plug in by yourself, and your robot back to fix, and may Clerk Maxwell bless your science." "Colin," they heard Kilburney say to the Tahirian who had most avidly accompanied them. "Pay attention now, for the day may come when you take this helm." Probably on Cotter gist. They had become rather close. A fire streak, faint even when amplified, the plasma drive was efficient, shot Harold across the star throngs. She drew nearer, swelled in sight, a barracuda hunting. Fire. Rotate along 3 precise axes. Fire, at the end, quantum-like delicacy of pounce and drift. A cargo hatch opened. The robot glided in as if borne on a springtime breeze. The hatch closed. "We've got our fish," Kilburney called. W, well done," Dane perforce said. "Oak, 'twas not. I hope it showed what I can do. And now I ask for my reward, Hanny, that I may take Tim down onto the planet for his own work." Autumn did not flame as in remembered lands on Earth. Colors went wan, sometimes gray, oftener dun or fallow. Some leaves held fast, some died and blew away on the wind. Yet skies pulsed with migratory wings, forests rustled with migratory feet, cries resounded, and in the country where Terralina lay, the rapidly shortening days were mostly brilliant, and the chill tingled in human blood. Nansen and Hugh strode to and fro across the meadow. He had received her in his cottage, which doubled as his office, but the hoped-for report she brought had immediately made them unable to sit still. Though they were not far from the settlement, it appeared small against its backdrop of woods, beneath scudding clouds whose shadows raced over the ground. Wind whistled, rumpled their hair, laved their cheeks like a glacial river. "Yes," Hugh said through the noise, "it is quite clear. Ajit has determined the meanings beyond any further doubt." Nansen smiled down at her. "He didn't do that entirely by himself. Oh, I handled the physics, of course, but the interpretation of what goes beyond any physics we know, that was his. There is definitely life at the black hole. Intelligent life." "Hurrah!" "How?" Emil and his friends still haven't been able to convey any explanation. We are not sure whether the Tahirians themselves have more than an educated guess. They don't think in the same fashion as us. They express their science in different ways. For example, do you remember the dimensions they use? In what sense of dimensions? The basic quantities of their dynamics are not mass, length, and time, but energy, electric charge, and space-time interval. Oh yes, That. It was one reason the texts they prepared for us were so incomprehensible, until Haney deduced what the situation must be. And that example is almost trivial. If she were here, we'd make faster progress. I can only gnaw my way ahead. He laughed. I'd call you a very effective little rodent. You've found out enough about the field drive that you can build one for us. No, please. I have explained that we can't retrofit Envoy or her boats. They are too integrated with their existing systems. I do think we can add a unit that will make us more comfortable under acceleration, but any real shipbuilding must await our return to Earth, where they may already long have had such craft. Nansen glanced at her again. Didn't I understand you to say you have also something new about the 00 drive? She nodded. It is not the happiest discovery. The Tahirians found, long ago, that there is a random possibility of quantum gate malfunction. The Bose-Einstein condensate goes unstable, and the energy from the substrate is not returned through it in full. The differential is slight, but apparently ample to cause destruction. They believe such accidents account for a number of disappearances in their starfaring days, ships that set forth and were never heard from, again. Nansen scowled. Oh, the probability is minute and decreases with quantum gate capacity. Given our gamma of 5,000, the danger to us is negligible. Even lesser ships are far more at risk from the ordinary hazards of space. However, it may have helped discourage the Tahirians. I doubt that. Would we humans let it deter us? I think Ajit must be right in his opinion. The society went more and more conservative for a variety of reasons. Although, the wind shrilled. Yes? Prompted Nansen after several seconds. I don't know. He heard the trouble in her voice. Something else in the equations. What they imply, Emil says On doesn't know. It's obviously not common knowledge, at least not in this era. As if it is so terrible that none of those who do know care to speak of it. Nansen recalled the hint that Peter had refused to clarify. Something not obvious to every theoretical physicist. Something we probably wouldn't take on faith. I think we can. You and Hanny can get help, however, in working it out yourselves. I have an impression the Tahirians learned it at the black hole, perhaps from the beings there. And fled from it? We are not sure, Ajit and I. He thrust uneasiness from him. We can go and learn. Perhaps, she said with care. I think we would also need Tahirian help in dealing with them, the Tahirian feel, for quantum mechanics. Surely this, life, is a quantum-level phenomenon. Oh, we'd have Tahirians happy to sign on. Emil, Esther, Fernando, Colin, Stefan, and more. We've infected them with dreams of a new age of discovery. Nansen smote fist in palm. Dios mio. What a discovery yonder. It could change our whole perspectiva on everything. If science finds life is not purely material, oh, Wenji. He stopped in the middle of the field. She did too. He whirled about and embraced her. A shadow flew across them. It went past and the sunlight struck blindingly. He let go and stepped back. I beg your pardon and Ajit's, he said. Once again, I do. She smiled. What? Shall the captain never show his feelings? Don't freeze into that armor of yours, Ricardo Nansen. Stay ready for your own time. Seen by enhanced starlight, the planet on the ground was black, gray, white, here and there a steely blue shimmer. Cleland and Kilburney rode over a valley buried under 2 kilometers of ice, a landscape riven, pocked, often tilted up in great blocks. Afar reared a conical mountain. A few kilometers behind them, a murky escarpment cut off the opposite horizon. Atop it, Harold sheened tiny against the unnaturally brilliant constellations. A shelter dome had been erected nearby. Aboard the boat, scanning through its optics, Colin followed the human's progress, enviously. The pair sat on a carrier robot. Gears secured to it hid most of the long body. A balloon bobbed overhead at the end of a 300-meter cable, bearing instruments to study the ghostly atmosphere, like a grotesque moon. The thud of the robot's 6 feet, conducted through its metal, was the only sound that came to the riders. They had said little since they left camp. Cleland was occupied with his visual recorder, surveyor, gravitometer, and whatever else he could wield in the saddle, or simply with gazing around. Kilburney lacked his professional appreciation, but the country was interesting, unique, in its stark fashion. Besides, conversation had become a bit difficult. There was a certain new tension between them, unexpressed, not unfriendly, 2 people and 1 non-human alone on an entire world. Yet when at length Cleland spoke into his radio transmitter, he sounded nearly cheerful. "Whoa, Dobbin." He touched controls. The robot stopped. Twisting his neck to see her, he said, "You can get off now and stretch your legs." Whoosh! Best word I've had since breakfast's ready. Kilburney dismounted, trotted 10 or 12 meters over the rough surface, and began to do limbering exercises as well as possible in a spacesuit. Why here? Cleland had descended too. Several considerations. We don't want to go beyond sight of the boat or ready return to her. This is a promising spot to take what measurements we can. Seismic, isotopic analysis, the works, and a core down to the rock. How can you tell? He smiled shyly at her through his helmet, across the ground between under the stars and the swaying false moon. A hunch, based on experience. We may get some notion of where these volatiles came from. And, of course, what's going on in the solid body. Solid liquid, I should say. To judge by what I've been able to observe and guesstimate so far, the molten component of the core is huge. Not so huge as my thirst for beer will be when we return to camp. Aye, let's get busy. Kilburney ceased her motions and started back to assist him. The glacier rumbled, as if the sound going through it were a giant machine. A shock threw Cleland off his feet. He staggered up to see the wave of ruin rush across the valley. Ice split, sundered, spun aloft in flinders, crashed down, and shattered into dust that glittered like tiny stars. He saw it gape open at Kilburney's back. She lurched and went over the edge, out of his sight. Quake, shouldn't be. And just here, just now. "Jean," he screamed. A grinding answered. He stumbled over frozenness that still trembled, to the verge of the cleft. 6 meters wide and 50 long, it plunged into sudden gloom. He dropped on all fours and stared over. 10 meters down, he gauged in a part of his mind not lost in nightmare. 10 meters down to a bottom covered with broken chunks. In amplified light, the sides shimmered an outrageously delicate blue. Kilburney was a blot of shadow and glints. "Jean!" he yelled again. "Aye," he heard. The mass had screened off their radios. "Are you hurt, darling?" "Not badly. I didn't fall. I slid and rolled. I'm coming." He moved to crawl over the edge. "No, you gowk." Her shout knifed his eardrums. "Not both of us. Too steep. We can't climb back." Another quake growled and shuddered. It was less violent than the first, but pieces of ice cracked off and rattled into the depths. "I'll call Colin." "No. Eon's only learned to lift the boat into space. Trying to land here, he'd crash her. Go get a line and come haul me out." Numbed, he backed off. "Colin," he said idiotically. "Hang on. Tell him when Envoy comes over the horizon. Wait for me." The ground shook anew. More lumps broke free and fell. Riding the robot at full, reckless tilt, he'd take at least an hour to reach the scarp, climb it, and fetch a cable. And another hour to return. How much turmoil did the planet have left? It shouldn't have had any. A molten metallic ball should quickly have reached equilibrium and spent the next few billion years quietly cooling off. But currents in it. Differential congealing, unsettled crust. He had come here hoping to do real science. hoping to find surprises. He ran toward the robot. The glacier groaned underfoot. The balloon swung on high against darkness at the end of its tether. Yes? For a second, Clayland's vision blurred, tears of joy. No time to waste, though. He started the winch. While it reeled in the line, he got out a small ion torch. It was intended for assembling parts of the geophysical observatory he had meant to establish here. Too bad. No glorious. He thanked the god in whom he did not believe. 10 meters. Make it 20 to be sure. Don't stop to pull in anymore. The torch flared. Wire glowed white and parted. The balloon wobbled off, trailing a tail of the rest. The equipment it bore away. An offering for Jean's life, he thought. Superstition? Never mind if it works. He uncoiled what he had retrieved, slashed it free of the winch, looped it around his shoulder, and headed back. Again the valley shook, and again and again. Lumps tumbled into the crevasse. A few struck Kilburney, glancing blows that sent her asprawl. She bounded up at once, for the wreckage on the bottom was shifting about as the temblors rolled, grabbing like jaws that could bite armor and bone in two. She danced for her life upon them, across them. She. Wolf howled, half in defiance, half in glee. She was too busy for terror. But she could know that in this moment she was totally alive. Clayland fought his way to the rim. He laid the cable down, made a loop at one end for a stirrup, secured it with a quick torch blast. "Do you see me?" he called. "I'm lowering a line to you from here. Can you find it?" No response. The last quake ebbed away. He lay on his belly, helmet over the edge, and peered, frantic. A sob caught in his throat. She was there, crawling over the chaos in his direction. He paid out the cable, felt it slither along the ice walls and knock on the chumps below. She reached it and took hold. He backed a short distance off for safety's sake, rose, threw a bite over his waist, and began to haul, hand over hand. It went slowly, friction and weight allied against him. He gasped. Should he have brought the robot and its winch? He'd been in too big a hurry to stop and think, and it was too late now. His arms ached. Pain cut into his hands through the gloves. Still, he hauled. Over the top. He kept stance till she had crept well clear of the gap. Then he let go and rushed to her. Once he tripped and fell. She rose as he did. He saw that her radio antenna was gone. Doubtless the whole set bashed out of commission. But she stood there, swaying a bit, grinned at him through her helmet, and opened her arms to give him a hug. A rapid star lifted over the scarp. Cleland set for relay via Herald. "She's okay," he cried to Envoy. "Do you hear? She's all right." The ride back to the boat was not entirely silent. They exchanged some words by touching helmets together. Mainly she assured him that no bones were broken. However, she wasn't unhurt. Though a spacesuit resisted impacts, shock was transmitted. Also, she'd been thrown clown and tossed about more than once. He rigged a harness to keep her in the saddle behind him. As they rocked along, he felt her slump forward against him, asleep. The jolting climb up the cliff roused her. When they stopped at camp and he dismounted to help her off, he saw how she set her jaw against pain. Collins stood anxiously by in end-zone suit, clasping a parleur. Kilburney took it from On and wrote a message. Cleland couldn't see what it was. The Tahirian seemed to protest. Kilburney made an emphatic gesture. Colin yielded, nonplussed, and set to work unloading the robot. Kilburney tugged Cleland's arm and pointed at the shelter. She leaned on him, limping as they made their way to it. Here the ground was naked dark metal, some places jagged, some almost mirror smooth, under the fantastic stars. Harold stood upright on her jacks, a shining watchtower. Beyond lay the dome of the shelter and the adjacent squat housing of its power unit, laboratory, workshop, and home for the 3 living creatures on the world. While they waited for the airlock to exchange atmospheres, he and she felt in their faces the infrared light that baked the skins of their spacesuits, free of a cold their flesh had better not touch. They passed through to the cramped, crowded interior. Its brightness turned viewports into circles of black. 3 flimsy partitions marked off the sections where she slept, he slept, and they took care of personal hygiene. Colin's arrangements were out amidst the assorted apparatuses. Privacy was irrelevant to N here, and maybe not even a Tahirian concept. The humans took off their helmets and breathed warm, sweet-scented air. Ah, Kilburney sighed. 'Tis like coming in from the final exam for a pilot's commission to a friendly pub. Despite the jest, her voice had been ragged. How are you? Cleland stammered. Bruised, battered, thirsty, and bluety damn glad, she laughed. Also overdressed, both of us. Yes. Let me help you. She accepted, though the outfits could be donned and doffed single-handedly. Sweat plastered her skin suit to the lean body. He stared at darker stains. You're wounded, he said. Oh, Jean. Bumps and abrasions, no worse. The blue gaze speared him. Before you start beating your breast over how this is your fault, Tim Cleland, remember what a supersonic boom I trailed in my rush to come along. I thank you for my life. Now shuck your gear so you can be useful. While he scrambled free of his suit, she went to the cooler, snatched a beer, and drained it in 3 gulps. Ah ha ha! La agua verdadera de la vida. She saw him wince. But how are you, Tim? Are you hurt? No. Nothing worth mentioning, except by hearing the Spanish from her. Good. Oh, very good. Well, I do ache and twinge and creak. If we'd not have me disabled tomorrow, and we flinking well want to pick up our science again, don't we? Best treat it rich than new. First a hot shower. Meanwhile, lay out the medicines, will you? Kilburney disappeared behind the bath partition. He heard water gush from overhead tap to recycler tank. Steam eddied forth. He racked their outfits and sought the medical cabinet. Topical analgesics, Hemalite, cell repair promoter. He arranged them on the table off which they ate their meals. Mechanically, his head spinning. Over and over he read the instructions, as if he didn't know them by heart as any spacefarer must, while the water pounded and steamed. It stopped. A hot airstream brawled. She emerged. The bruises were just beginning to show. Mostly she glowed. Still damp, the brown hair clung to her head, and droplets glistened between her thighs. She laughed aloud. Oak, the look on ye. Be practical, man. I've contusions in places where I can't slather on the salves myself. You may as well do them all. Enjoy. You Kisi could have asked Colin, he said through the roar in his ears. Clumsy, explaining where and how with a parlor. She raised the tumbler of water he had filled and swallowed 2 of the internal medications. The general painkiller and, sleeping pill, he reminded her. Not yet, if at all. Numbness is so boring. Come, don't stand there like a geological specimen. He put some ointment on his palm and stroked it between her shoulder blades. Well, that's a start, she purred. Harder, though. And now here. She arched her back beneath his hand. Excellent. You're a quick learner. The injuries were actually rather few, on shins, elbows, knees, hips, arms. He was soon done. Ah, thanks. It's like little hot pads. She took his hands in hers. Now wipe the rest of the stuff off, so it doesn't get where it's not wanted. She rubbed his palms over her sides. Jean, he croaked. What I told Colin, she said, was to be a good fellow and bunk in the boat this night watch. You might have felt embarrassed. She led his hands to her breasts. The nipples stood straight. Her arms went around his neck. This brushing by death, it wakes up quite a wish for life. Jean, I'm filthy. I stink. You smell of man. Come along now. Much later, when they had told the lighting to turn off and lay on the pallets they had dragged together, she murmured in his ear, "You do understand, don't you, Tim, dear? I'm fond of you, but this is only something that happened." His even breath replied. He did not stir in his sleep. "I suppose it should keep on happening while we go around this star," she sighed into the dark. "You are such a sweet lad." Chapter 30. After an inspection tour of operations at the giant planet, Russick wanted some outdoor recreation. The woods around Terralino were too familiar, too peaceful. His Tahirian guide, whom he called Attila, a perfectly respectable Hungarian name, felt likewise, and suggested a subtropical island en nu. It sounded like Hawaii, surf and forest and mountains together. Russick happily agreed. The number of visitors at any given time was restricted, so as not to overstress the environment. Typical of this race, he grumbled to himself. However, Attila made some kind of deal with somebody who had a reservation, or what corresponded to it, and soon they could flit there. Accommodations were at the seaside, modest structures overgrown with colorful vines, scattered among trees and shrubs. Occupants prepared their own food. No shops, restaurants, or anything of the kind were on hand, merely a sort of ramada where parties could gather if they chose. A boathouse by a jetty offered watercraft, diving gear, and the like, rent-free. "The purpose is to experience the nature," Attila said. "A pretty solemn holiday," Russick remarked. He had learned that a certain ripple pattern in the main was like a chuckle. One makes liveliness for oneself, especially if one is young. Given the equipment and rations the human had to deploy, they did nothing on their day of arrival but settle into their cabin and go for a stroll at evening. Air lay warm, perfumed, stirred by the hush, hush, hush of waves. Where purple in the west shaded to sable in the east, the first stars blinked. They did not seem like furious great suns strewn through a waste of space. They were little and friendly, almost close enough to touch. Russick woke at sunrise. Breakfast could wait on a swim. Unclad, he and Attila took a footpath to the beach. Dunes stretched in a huge white air. The water tumbled and rumbled, green, streaked and maned with foam, darkening horizonward to blue and indigo. It was cool, salt, sensuously aflow. The pair frolicked for the better part of an hour. As they waded back ashore, Russick laughed. "Grand. Just one thing wrong, Beratum? You're not a beautiful woman." He must needs jape when he let himself think about that. Well, once we get back to Earth, or maybe, even, when Envoy returns, Attila wouldn't have understood without a parleur, and probably couldn't have anyway. A number of Tahirians had meanwhile come down to the beach. They seemed to be largely clam groups, 2 or 3 adults with several children ranging from half-grown to infants born on the back. Clearly, the human took them by surprise. They stared. Manes shivered, arms gestured, legs pranced, noises and odors blew about on the sea breeze. Russick stopped halfway up the strand. Some of the Tahirians were now moving slowly toward him and Attila. "Let's get acquainted with our neighbors," he proposed, though his stomach clamored. Everybody must know about the visitors from beyond, but few had actually seen a live one. These people didn't crowd in the monkey fashion of his. Emboldened, a couple of youths galloped his way. Smaller siblings merrily followed their example. They encircled Russick, manes and antennae dithering, hands held out. They buzzed, trilled, and gusted scents. Fingers touched him and retreated. He spread his arms wide. "Go ahead," he invited. "It's safe, seeing that you are not beautiful women." Elders hastened to the cluster. Voices snapped, manes erected, smells grew sharp. Attila exchanged a few sentences with them. Russick scowled, aware of the sudden tension. After a minute, obviously reluctant, the youngsters trudged off. Their parents followed. The backward glances were wary? "What the flaming hell?" Russick exclaimed. "Come on, let's go where we can talk." In their cabin, he grabbed his parleur and demanded an explanation. Attila hesitated before replying. They are not hostile to you personally. Or, so Rushek interpreted it, Cambiante was still riddled with ambiguities, and doubtless always would be. They wish to protect their children from your influence. Best we avoid contact during our stay. The man spat an oath. Then he composed a civil question. What harm in our company? Most humans would be overjoyed to meet anyone from a different world. As I was, and those who think like me. Many do not. They fear unrest, the impact upon this stability our ancestors painfully achieved. Your arrival dismayed them. I see. Russik's head nodded lead heavily. Preoccupied with investigation, and sometimes his personal difficulties, he had not thought much about the subtleties that Sundaram, Nansen, and others said they had encountered. He had supposed vaguely that a privileged class didn't want changes that could threaten its status. But if Tahir had no privileged classes, if your race got seriously interested again in starfaring, new information and new ideas would pour in, and what might become of your planetary preserve? For the last word, he wished he had a way to render paradise. The conservatives do not want to maintain things as they are merely for the sake of maintaining them, Attila answered. Life is a rare and fleeting accident in this cosmos. Civilization as fragile as blown glass. Think of what you met in the star cluster you entered. Think of the horror that starfaring brought on that other race we found. Our ancestors deemed their own gains not worth the costs and risks. Indeed, lately there go rumors of some infinitely great peril. Aunt stopped. Presently, they determined to end the spreading thin of effort and resources. Instead, they would fortify this home of ours against time. That meant creating a society which would endure, adaptable when necessary, but always true to itself. Humans couldn't, I think. Might they try? So some among you have told some among us, I hear. Forgive? My saying it. But certain Tahirians wonder if your race is basically sane. Maybe we aren't. By your standards, at least. Russik's mustache bristled. We are what we are, whatever it may be, and I'll stand by that. It is not a simple either-or matter. Did Attila's posture, tone, earthy odor signify earnestness? Individuals vary within both our species. You know how your coming has caused persons like me to look back to the stars and sense in them a future more dangerous but more rich than anything our careful planners ever imagined. Naturally, it is us with whom you have had most to do. But we are a minority. Again unpaused. Our opponents may be right. For the time being, I and those like me will continue to assume they are the ones mistaken. They don't want us touching off dreams in others. Very well, you and I will keep to ourselves here, Rushik said. Now let's make some breakfast, he added, although his appetite was not what it had been. An hour before midnight, the common room lay quiet, lighting subdued mobile adornments in stasis, air cool, but Brent had started some music, very softly. A piece that most of his fellows would not have recognized, but that would speak to the same emotions in all. La, mi darem la mano. He stood clad in a blue uniform-like tunic and trousers, hands clasped behind his back, looking out a view-screen at the stars. Dayan entered. He turned about and touched his brow, a quasi-salute. She stopped more than a meter from him and stood as if watchful. Her garb was plain to the point of drabness, which was not usual for her, but even in the dusk her hair tumbled vivid to the shoulders. Good even, Watch, she said tonelessly. Thank you, he replied, for coming here. This late. Well, you asked me to. I can sleep a bit extra in morn watch. Her slight smile faded as her glance drifted to the stars. What do our clocks matter here? I need to say something to you, Henny, in private. She looked back at him. Why not my office? Another forced smile. I am supposed to act like a captain. You might have misunderstood in that setting. She waited. Though you've probably guessed, he said. Fast. I love you, Hanny. She nodded. Yes, she answered gravely. I did expect this. And... The hazel eyes locked with his brown. Al, be honest. Is it love or lust? He reddened. Both. Sure. You're a marvelous woman. The only one available within a light year. All right, he burst out, his hands lifted, though he kept them close in. And I'm the only available man. Why not? What harm? We'll both feel better. We'll function better. Her voice stayed level. Will we really? And what when we return to Tahir? We'll worry about that then. He cleared his throat. But you don't believe Salim's spending these 2.5 years alone, do you? It was plain already before we left, him and Ma'am hot for each other. She frowned. Please, Army. And now, here aboard ship, Tim and Jean making like minks. Seeing her reaction, he lowered his hands and stood nearly at attention. Oh, I've learned self-control. I've had to my whole life. But if you would... He wrestled his pride to the deck. If you would be kind. She shook her head. I'm sorry, Al, she said, most gently. I truly am, but no. It wouldn't commit you, he argued. I won't pester you afterward if you don't want. I'd do my best to make you want, but it's your choice. We're shipmates, Hanny, a long ways from a home that's a long time gone. I'm sorry, she repeated. No. His lips writhed. You don't like me. Is that it? Wrong. I'm simply not casual. I'm not either. I said I love you. That doesn't count, huh? Not when it's me. Al, stop that. You're brave and able. You're charming when you care to be. I don't agree with some of your ideas, but as an Israeli and a soldier's daughter, I understand them better than most of our crew, and I share many of your feelings. But I'm not worth a few hours in bed, he rasped. Not like Selim Zaid, or Ricardo Nansen, if you get a chance at him. Her countenance froze. That will do. All right, he said dully. Sorry. No offense intended. None taken. She failed to conceal that was not quite true. However, once more she spoke mildly. I regret this meeting wasn't more cordial. Me too. We'd better end it on that note. It won't make any difference between us if we leave it here. He jerked a nod. Good night, Al. Dayan went out. He stood motionless till she was gone. Yeah, he muttered. A really, really good night. Through the hollow passageways he sought his cabin. Standing amidst portraits of conquerors, he called the Tahirian quarters on the intercom. Leo, he said. Brent, can you come to me? The others had learned a few English phrases. For his part, he recognized the sibilance that meant yes. He paced until the door chimed, and he let the being in. Thank you for coming, he said with his parlor. The irony impaled him. I trust I have not disturbed your rest. No, Leo replied on Ensign instrument. We have not attempted to adjust to the 24-hour cycle you keep aboard ship. Moreover, I, personally, welcome any distraction. Of course. Leo was not along to participate in the science or the adventure, but to observe it and report back to N's faction on Tahir. Brent had been tempted to think of N as a political officer or secret police agent, but realized that was nonsense. I wish I could give you refreshment. You can give me discourse. You must have a purpose. Brent gestured on to lie down and took a facing chair. His fingers marched and countermarched across the touch panel. What do you make of our activities here thus far? They disturb me profoundly. Too dangerous. Too successful. Colin and Fernando tell me that knowledge is being gathered, which is new to our race as well as yours. And you fear it will stimulate Tahirian starfaring. By itself, scarcely, said Leo in the methodical academic fashion that Cambiante tended to impose. N's tone, mane, muscles, and pungencies belied it. The information is interesting, and not in itself revolutionary. Indeed, An improved database in stellar dynamics and evolution may prove useful to our long-term planning. What I fear is that the success will cause your people to abide among us longer than you had intended, and we'd continue endangering your social order. Brett tensed. Why don't you command us to go? Why haven't you already? Why do you ask? You must know that no organization exists to make or enforce such a policy. The need was not foreseen. Uh-huh, Bren murmured. You've never thought in terms of sovereignty or military strength, have you? Our race has always possessed establishments like that, he said. It appears to be in your nature. The smell turned rank. If some of you told us to leave against our will, others would reply that we should stay. This could be disruptive. Your people are not accustomed to strong disputes. You don't have the instincts for them we do, Brent added under his breath. So you'd have a lot more trouble containing any that did break out, and just getting together some killers unthinkable. Too bad for you. You and I and associates of yours, such as Peter, have touched on these matters before, of course, he said. What I want to make clear tonight is that certain of us don't wish to stay. I want to start your side and mine thinking how to bring departure about. Never mind why I picked this exact time for it. This begins with uniting in our purpose and agreeing on what will be acceptable. Can we prevail over your dedicated scientists? I believe so. If we have important things to bring back in this ship, then lingering will become, no word for treason, an actual disservice to our race. Leo sat sphinx alert. I suspect what you have in mind. Yes, your science and technology, the mighty capabilities of your planetary engineering, the field drive, to go with the robots captured in the star cluster. Study of them had by now revealed potentialities that Brent did not discuss. It has been observed before that humans may well have developed these things for themselves. Perhaps, perhaps not. You have your own viewpoint on the universe. Besides, your desires have conditioned the research and engineering you have done. True. I have heard of superiorities you possess, notably in artificial intelligence and in lethal instrumentalities. Capabilities mean power. The main flattened. More ships of yours could seek us out. Not if a leader forbade, a leader with power. He would have better things for his followers to do. Stability, enduring purpose, does not appear to be possible to your race. We shall see. At the very least, if you get rid of us, you will have 14,000 of your years in peace. And first I could suggest defenses, safeguards to you. Brent leaned forward. I want to make liaison with your group. We'll find ways to work together. We'll bend the future to our will. Shade. A rainstorm turned evening into early night. Water dashed against windows and sluiced shimmering down them. Wind skirled. Sometimes lightning flared and thunder crashed. Interior illumination focused like an antique lamp on the desk where Sundaram studied his notes, as if he sat in a cave. It helped him concentrate. He needed the help. The door opened. He looked up. Yu stepped through, closing the door behind her while a gust tried to seize it. Sundaram sprang to his feet. Wenji, he cried gladly. Where have you been? 2 days without a word. He went to her. She stood where she was. Water dripped off the hooded poncho, down to the floor. She did not look straight at him, but beyond. With Esther. Her tone was flat. The physicist. I was becoming worried about you. He attempted geniality. Well, you were in fascinating company, I'm sure. She remained silent. He looked beneath the hood at her face. Dim though the light was, he saw that the drops along her cheekbones were not rain. What is wrong? He whispered. I have solved the equation. The equation? With Esther's help. An led me through the mathematics. I had to go through it. In mere words. Her voice broke. How could I have believed? I wouldn't dare. Esther was appalled too. She had not realized either. It is not something that is taught to students. He regarded her for a moment longer. The wind hooted. "Come, darling," he said low. "Sit down. Rest." He helped her doff the poncho, hung it up, and guided her to the table where they shared meals and played games when they were alone. Passive, she took the seat he drew back for her. He flicked a thumb at the cullinator. "I have a pot of tea there," he offered. "Or would you prefer something stronger?" Now she met his eyes. A kind of tenderness trembled in her speech. "Just you. Please come be with me." He brought his chair around beside hers and lowered himself to it. When he took her hand, it was colder than the weather outside. He cradled it. As if drawing strength from the clasp, she told him quietly, "We are a menace to creation." Seldom before had she seen him amazed. No, how? The universe? We, less than dust motes? Lightning set a window ablaze. Darkness clapped black down. Thunder went like monstrous wheels. She drew breath and now talked rapidly, as if rattling off a litany. "You recall the theory. When the universe formed, the Big Bang, that first great quantum leap was not to the lowest energy level, the ground state. It stopped higher up, like an electron falling into one of the outer possible orbits around a nucleus. The unspent energy, the substrate, we borrow from it for our 0-0 drive." Yes, he said. "But the state is metastable, isn't it?" He shaped a smile. "After all, billions of years have gone by, and we are still here. The state can change. Collapse, fall down. Spontaneously, randomly, at any time, any point." Her voice went thin. "A sphere of nothingness, expanding from that point at the speed of light, swallowing stars, galaxies, life, blotting them out, the past itself annulled, and we not only cease to be, we never were." "It hasn't happened yet," he said as soothingly as might be. "It may already have happened somewhere. It may be on its way to us. We'll never know." "Darling," he argued, desperately reasonable, "Olivares explained this 5,000 years ago. I have read that for a while there was a certain amount of hysteria about it. But the probability is so tiny. Isn't it unlikely to happen until long after the last star has burned out? Or, yes, if I remember rightly, the last proton has disintegrated?" She clenched her teeth. "We raise the chance," she said. His grip slackened. "I was afraid of that. My chatter." He sighed. "I was trying to stave the sentence off. I am a coward." Warmth surged in her. "No. You're as brave as anybody, Ajit. More than most. Brave enough to be serene. I can grow terribly afraid for you. Say on. Say on." She had become able to talk evenly. The grand basic equation of the Tahirian physicists isn't quite identical with ours, even after all the terms have been translated. And this particular solution of it is not at all obvious. It is what Hanny would call very tricky. But the result is that exchange of energy back and forth between substrate and universe, the 0-0 process, is destabilizing. "No, surely," he protested. "How many millions of star crossings have there been, in how many billions of galaxies?" Her tone grew weary. "Oh yes, the change in probabilities is minute. I haven't learned the measure of it, but I have learned that starfaring increases the danger. It's one reason the Tahirians stopped. That was so long ago, and the point is so esoteric that few today have ever heard of it, and they shun discussion of it even among themselves. It's as if they have a sense of ancestral guilt." He sat mute. Rain slashed, wind keened. "Can we take the risk on ourselves?" he wondered at last. "May we? That is the question. How certain is this?" "I don't know. I'm at the limit of my mathematics and physics. If Esther has a better idea, it's not something it can make clear to me. We'll have to wait till Hanny gets back and follows the proof herself." Bleakly, "If that isn't the voyage that triggers the downfall." "It won't," he declared. "It mustn't." She shuddered. He released her hand and laid his arm around her shoulders. "You've had a downfall of your own, dearest. he murmured, a dreadful intellectual shock. Let me get some food into you and a sedative to sleep on. Things will look brighter tomorrow. I hope so. The stars, life, beauty, love, meaning. She clutched at him. They held each other close, taking what they could, while they could. Chapter 31. Year 5. The first snow lay crisp around the landing field. It sparkled white, blue in its hollows, broken by shrubs which it dusted with diamond. Air rested cold and still. The folk at Terralina could not see Envoy as a spark in orbit through this dazzle, but they clustered at one edge of the pavement, and when another gleam appeared above them, they cheered. The Tahirian spaceboat bearing the returned explorers descended smoothly. Cleland and Kilburney could stand in a compartment, shut off from the world, hearing merely a low thrum, feeling merely a faint shiver. Well, he ventured after silence had become unendurable. Then he could not go on. He heard the sympathy. I'm sorry, Tim. I know what you mean to ask, and I have to say no. Not even a goodbye time, just once, after all these days in the D-damned gimbal dorms, crawling along on jets. I told you at the outset how it would be. His shoulders slumped. Yes, you did. Maybe I should have said it oftener. No, I was glad you didn't. I could pretend. Cleland raised his head. Well, let me thank you for what you gave me. I wish I could go on giving it. But, yes, but... After a while, she said, looking straight at him, though he kept dropping his glance and lifting it again. I should have been stronger, Tim. I should have curbed myself that first time. Or if it had to happen, I should have stopped straight away afterward. But I couldn't bear to hurt you. Now I must, and beg your forgiveness. He achieved a smile of sorts. I hope you weren't just being kind to me. She smiled back. I enjoyed it. Sober, I even wondered if something more might grow between us. But the expedition was all we shared, really. You deserve better. She took his hands. They lay passive in hers. Fare you always well. And you? He mumbled. She kissed him lightly, stepped back before he could respond, and felt the slight thud as the boat set down. Her smile flashed full. Now, my fear, she said. Let's go out and put a good face on things. You did conduct one glorious explore. I'm sure you'll do your next one likewise. Slipping out into a passage cluttered with gear and people, she grabbed her personal bags. He stayed behind, in no hurry to debark. A gangway, extruded like a tongue from an open airlock to the ground. Kilburney bounded its length and over the paving. Nansen stood ahead of his crew. Welcome home, he called. She dropped her load and dashed to him. Oh, Skipper, what you radioed to us inbound. Might we go on from here? To more discovering. We might. The sky was less blue than her eyes. You'd like that, wouldn't you? I'd love it, Skipper. And so would you. Hands linked and tightened. They stood where they were. The others held back, forgotten. Nor did anyone immediately seek Dayon when she went down the gangway. Her gaze traveled over the group and came to rest on Zaid and Mokowina, side by side. Very slowly, Mokowina nodded. Zaid seemed half abashed. Dayon waved at everybody. Thereafter Sundaram, Yu, and Rushek met her. She exchanged a hug with the engineer, handshakes with the men. Rushek took her bags. She went over to Mokowina and Zaid. A few words passed. Dayan threw an arm around either and held them for a minute. Cleland and Brent descended together. They said the greetings and received the good wishes. When all were walking toward the settlement, Brent drew Cleland aside. Tim? He muttered. We've got to talk. First chance we get at some privacy. This lunacy about the black hole. I don't know anything except what was in the captain's message to us. A minimum of life roused in Cleland. It's like a scientific miracle. If it is a miracle, Brent said, then it's the kind that could make me believe in Satan. Piece by piece during the sojourn, the dwellers in Terralina had decorated their meeting hall as they had done their common room aboard Envoy. Tonight the bright colors, Neural panels of earth scenes and kinetic figures were obscured by festoons and spangles. Music rollicked from speakers. The robots had set a table with white napery, crystal, and the noblest menu in their programs. After a time of rest, recollection, and reacquaintance, this was the reunion celebration. It became a curious mingling of festivity and formality, moodiness, not always quite concealed, mirth, not always quite restrained. There were toasts, little speeches, and the songs that had gotten to be traditional on special occasions. Although complete reports lay in the database and individuals had talked with each other, view shows followed. Zaid presented the most attractive scenery and interesting life forms encountered on Tahir. Nansen showed views from its sister planets and the engineering works upon them. Diane discussed her astrophysical findings with spectacular images of the pulsar, taken by robots that would continue to transmit for many decades. Cleland doggedly described the world he had studied. He did not dwell on the near disaster there, and made no mention of its aftermath. But, Dios misericordioso, Nansen whispered to Kilburney, seated beside him. We almost lost you, and I almost lost you, she whispered back. Things livened when the program was over. The robots had cleared away the table, and it was time to dance. The 4 women duly circulated among the 6 men. Presently Diane joined Russick. That number was the swirl for separate couples. They undulated across the floor, one hand clasping the partner's, his other on her waist and hers on his shoulder. The music sang low and easy, composed for intimacy. Aha, she murmured. I appreciate this, Lajos. You're nimble on your feet. He beamed. Kostanam Sepin. Thank you very much. His glance flickered to Cleland and Brent, with whom she had gone the previous 2 rounds. They stood at the sideboard drinking and desultorily talking. Remarks would have been tactless. He did attempt modesty. You're better, though. And, I hear the captain is an expert. She didn't deny that, but neither did she look toward Nansen and Kilburney where they dreamily circled. Her smile corked rueful. He's busy this evening. I expect he will be for some while to come. Russick chuckled. He has much lost time to make up. It took 2.5 years away from her to break down his propriety. An underlying darkness tinged her voice. Let them be happy while they can. He was not too surprised. They had seen considerable of each other since she came back. Mostly it had been in the company of 2 or 3 more, swapping accounts of experiences. But twice she had taken him off to inquire about his dealings with Tahirians and his impressions of them, and this had touched on the personal, however, indirectly. His hold on her strengthened. You're not happy yourself, are you? Nonsense. The redhead tossed. I'm fine. Magnificent immediate past. Incomparable prospects. You don't mind about Mom and Selim? Not if you don't. Well, nobody is anybody else's property. She grinned. Lajos, you're as subtle as a crashing asteroid. His steps faltered. Sajnalam, I'm sorry. She led him back into the rhythm. It's all right. In answer, no, I'm pleased, and not surprised. They were falling in love before I left. I think it's become solid. They are fine people. But you, Hanny, you you have trouble in you. Why should I? She demanded. Is it this business about the 00 drive? The danger to the universe? I doubt that is everything. They trod another measure. She regarded him, bald head, sweeping mustache, blouse open on hairy breast, a slight male odor of sweat. You're more perceptive than you let on. Is the risk to worry about? I don't know. I barely glanced at the math yet. Determination clanged. At worst, the probability is very small. It can't, even morally I'd say, keep us from going home, or from first going to the black hole. Again his steps failed. They stood halted, ignoring the music and the other couples. Do you truly want to do that? An extra 1,000 years? Something is there we thought was impossible. Ardor mounted in her, a whole new vision. She hauled at him. "Oh, Lajos, come on, let's dance." Only once as they swept onward did her look seek Nansen and his Kilburney. The last good nights rang through the frost, across the snow. Stars in their myriads gave light to see by. Dayan walked with Rushik, leaning on his arm. Much music had played, much wine had gone down. Nobody was drunk, but it was as if the sky still sang. "The wonder of it," she said. "Something utterly strange, I don't know what. Something we could never have foreseen if we'd stayed home. We haven't come this whole long way for nothing. Lajos." They stopped between two cottage walls. Shadows hid them, but overhead stood constellations unknown to Earth. Blindly impulsive, they embraced. It became a kiss, which went on while hands roved. "Hanny," Rushik said in her ear, a cold and delicate coil between cascading locks and sculptured cheekbones. "Hanny, I've wished. You're so beautiful." She laughed aloud under the stars. "It's been a long time for us both, hasn't it? Tonight we'll make free." Chapter 32. Heavy snowfall and the silence it brought laid an air of solemnity on the meeting room. Colors and ornaments seemed unreal. Nansen took stance before the semicircle of chairs. His gaze ranged briefly over his crew. He had come to know them as well as he had known parents and siblings on the Estancia, who were dust these 5,000 years. But how well does one human being ever really know another? Kilburney met the glance and joy flamed up in hers. A quieter happiness wrapped you and Sundaram like a shared cloak. Mokoena and Zaid were as content as ever. Dayan and Rushek were, well, friendly, anyhow. He perhaps more than that. Grim Brent and haggard young Cleland remained. Poor devils. Maybe things would have been simpler if two of the persons who applied and qualified for berths so long ago had chanced to be homosexual. Or maybe not. "The meeting will please come to order," Nansen said. He insisted on formal procedure at gatherings like this, for the same reason he insisted on proper attire whenever they ate supper together. Ritual was a bulwark against chaos in the spirit, and obviousness could soothe, thereby helping clear the mind to think about what might not be obvious. It may seem absurdly unnecessary. Haven't we talked and disputed enough? But I repeat what I have often said before. We must present our positions in an orderly manner, both for the record and because it is prudent. I trust those of you who wish to speak had prepared their words with care. Furthermore, some new and important information has come to my attention, which you should all hear. After our discussion, we'll take a preliminary, non-binding vote on whether to return to Earth at the end of this terrestrial year, if not a little sooner, or set our contract aside, as it provides we may, and first make an expedition to the black hole. You know I personally favor the expedition. "Cheers, Skipper," Kilburney shouted. "What have we come this weary way for, if not to explore?" Nansen frowned fondly at her. "Order, please. I'll be as impartial a chairman as I can. To begin with, for the log, let us declare our opinions, though there will be no surprises. Will those in favor of a black hole venture please raise their hands?" Kilburney's shot up. Dayan's was nearly as quick. Sundaram's came after in more deliberate fashion. Then Yu's and Rushik's rose. Reluctant, those two, Nansen understood, but loyal to their lovers. Opposed? Brent and Cleland responded at once, Mokoena and Zaid slowly. "Thank you. A well-reasoned presentation may change somebody's view. Dr. Sundaram, I believe you wish to speak. For the record, the database, the history that perhaps no historian on Earth will get to write." The linguist nodded, smiling at first, soon gaining a fervor they had rarely seen in him. "As you say, Captain, what can I say that has not been said among us a lake of times? This is an incredible opportunity. The physics of black holes is Hanny's department, and conceivably humans will have observed several in person when we return. Or, conceivably not. The apparent limitations and mortality of interstellar connection do suggest that they will not have done so. But in all events, the life, The intelligence at this one may well be unique. From it we may receive a revelation as profound as any that our species has ever been vouchsafed. I feel more than curiosity. I feel a moral obligation to learn what we can. Here, here, sang out Kilburney. Dr. Dian, you have something to add, don't you? Nansen prompted. The physicist nodded. Yes. It concerns the possibility that a zero-zero drive, borrowing substrate energy, may kick the universe out of its metastable state and set off an expanding sphere of annihilation. The probability is exceedingly small. I can't give you a number, because I'm still at work trying to acquire the theory. The Tahirians seem to have developed a concept of probability that denies it can ever be zero. There is always a minimal chance of an event, finite though tiny. I think of it as the Planck probability. Get to the point, will you? Brent grumbled. Nansen frowned, but before he could reprove, Dian continued. Well, she said, inframinuscule though the chance of any given voyage bringing on destruction is, the likelihood of a quantum gate malfunction wrecking just a single ship is immensely greater. Nevertheless, a few of you, like some Tahirians, question whether anyone should make any trips. Is our duty not to go straight home, hearing this news, and do what we can to end human starfaring too? She looked around. My word today, so far I've only told the captain, is that the Tahirian theorem doesn't feel quite right to me. I don't grasp the mathematics fully enough yet to identify a mistake, and perhaps there is none. Call this a hunch, and remember that hunches are wrong more often than not. However, the fact is that the theorem is based on things the Tahirians learned at the black hole. They did not go back there more than twice. I suspect, and Captain Nansen agrees, this was in part because they were so horrified. They never established more than rudimentary communication with the aliens. Therefore, it's possible that the math is correct, but a premise or two are false, that the Tahirians misunderstood something or obtained poor data, and the danger does not exist. We can only find out by conducting our own investigation. I may add that Colin, who's a physicist himself, is a fire to go. Dian gestured to signify that she was done. Rusek patted her back. She smiled at him and laid a hand on his thigh. Yes, they are doing well together, Nansen thought. As well, at least, as two such different souls can. Or so I suppose. Maybe the well-being is what let her go through that mathematics as fast and brilliantly as she did. However that is, the exchange of mates with moms seems to have worked for them. Outright promiscuity might help others. No, it's not in most of these natures. Certainly not in mine. I still have to resist resenting, just a little, what happened before Jean and I. He quelled that recollection and responded to Dian's speech. A number of Tahirians are. If anything, we'll have a problem choosing among them. But let us hear from the opposition. Mr. Brent? The second engineer jumped up, stepped to the front, and stood like a military officer addressing his troops. His tone, though, flowed now angry, now patient, now amiable, now rising with controlled passion. He was much the best public speaker of the 10. Oh, you've heard it. What I can't figure out is why you don't see it. Look, we found plenty here. Biology, planetology, a whole civilized race, and a lot about another. And why a civilization that spans the stars is too damn likely to decay. Plus wonderful technology, the field drive, moon-sculpting ion beams focused by a giant planet's magnetic field, geological forces put to work, and what we got at the star cluster, all those powers that our race could make such use of. Yes, maybe people at home have invented everything for themselves, but maybe they haven't, and that's my guess. Certainly they know nothing about Tahir. That knowledge might well show them how to keep their interstellar travel alive. Dr. Dian has just told us that this business about ships threatening the whole vast universe isn't proven. That's a service to humankind. Odd, begrudging his praise sounds, Nansen thought. It bears out my gut feeling. I believe that what the universe is about is not self-destruction, but destiny. However, be that as it may, I must disagree with your proposal, Dr. Dan. We can't risk losing what we've gained, everything we've got to give our race, on a crazily dangerous jaunt for no guaranteed prize whatsoever. Our duty is to bring the treasures back, including some hard-won wisdom. A point, Nansen conceded, although I think he sees himself as coming to Earth like Moses down from Mount Sinai, prophet and leader. It is full of danger. The mission, Cleland croaked. Everything we know about B black holes says so. And how much don't we know? And we're tired. We've been nearly 6 of our years gone. We're not fit to deal with it. For God's sake, let's go home. The damned black hole can wait another 10,000 years. Brent nodded approval and returned to his seat. I know why you want an end to our voyage, Tim, Nansen thought with pity. Mokoena raised her hand. He recognized her. Everybody knows Salim and I would personally prefer to start directly homeward, the biologist said. The black hole sounds fascinating, even to a physical science layman like me. The risks are real. But I think if we decide to go there, we will be able to cope. As well as God allows, Zaid murmured. And this is a fantastic chance which may well never come again. 10,000 years are insignificant cosmically, but historically it's a very long span. Yes, biologically too. Whole new species have evolved in shorter periods. Here we are. Who knows what they will be like on Earth when we tell them? What Mom means, said Zaid, is that she and I are persuadable in either direction. These are factors for us to take into account, Nansen agreed. As you are aware, but for the record, there is another. The Tahirians. We would need some of them along for their special knowledge and their intuitive grasp of quantum mechanics. It could make a critical difference. Kilburney laughed. We've already noted we'll have no dearth of volunteers. They think their world has been stagnating quite long enough. I wouldn't call it stagnant, Cleland argued. I'd call it stable. That's how most of them see it. How the reactionaries among them do, Diane snapped. Please, no swear words. You said gently. Let us call them the conservatives. Exactly, Brent declared. We shouldn't make more trouble for these people than we already have. Let's go and leave them in their peace. We're human. Starfaring is in our nature, not theirs. It's a birthright we've got to secure for our race. I wonder about that, you said. How many cultures in Earth's history ever actually bred explorers? Order, Nansen called. We're drifting from the issue. Dr. Sundaram, do I see your hand? The linguist spoke with his wonted care. The question is not irrelevant, Captain. The Tahirians face the basic problem of balancing an instinct for the hierarchy that challenge evokes against the threat to hierarchy that radical change poses. They have solved the problem by creating a remarkable combination of incentive and dynamism, especially in the arts and entertainment, with a system of negative feedbacks that keeps society, population, and global ecology in equilibrium. But although it has endured for centuries, that equilibrium is vulnerable. I think this was a strong factor in their decision to terminate interstellar travel. Certainly many of them fear that a revival of it, with all the input that will entail, may undermine this society their ancestors built. And many just don't want to be bothered with new ideas, Kilburney snapped. I'll wager that's predisposed them to suppose starships are a menace to everything. Gene, that is unfair, you said. Most are sincere, I'm sure. And we know a growing number welcome us and actually want a future that will be different from the past. Isn't this another side issue? Zaid asked. Not really, Nansen replied. I have news of my own for this meeting. We've all formed our impressions of what the Tahirian attitudes are. Probably the impressions are biased because, in the nature of the case, we've mainly been with those who are glad of our presence. I've been talking more systematically these past several weeks. Meanwhile, Tahirians have been making decisions of their own. The conservatives, let's use that word, and never mind now whether they're a majority or a minority, or such concepts mean anything to them. The conservatives demand if we go to the black hole, we take representatives of theirs, along as Envoy did to the pulsar. Yeah, I knew that, Brent said. I've been talking around, too. Your friends Colin and Fernando, my friends Leo and Peter. But we aren't going if I can help it. Can you help it, Al? Kilburney purred. Nansen lifted his palm. No bickering, please. The fact is, spokespeople for the conservatives have been quite frank with us. They won't allow us and the, adventurers of their race to set out for the black hole, unless several of them do too. They can enforce this. We do need Tahirians with us, and not even the boldest will defy the, moral suasion. This is a consensus society, after all, and they have to live in it after they return. The requirement is not unreasonable, Sundaram said. Their group is entitled to full information about events to use in arguing their case for the status quo. I didn't mean it's unreasonable, Nansen answered. I only meant it's another factor to take into account. But Jesus Christ, Cleland choked. Isn't anybody taking the extra time into account? 500 light years to there, 500 back to leave the Tahirians off. If we survive the damned escapade, another 1,000 years before we see Earth. An added 2.5 months of voyage. For us, Nansen thought. Worse is the time we'll spend at the black hole. Doubtless at least a year, probably more. All the while, Tim, you will see Jean every day, and cannot have her again. I wonder if you hate me. Kilburney was laughing. What difference does that make by now? While Zaid mused, set beside the discoveries we can hope for. Nansen foreknew what the final tally of votes would be. Chapter 33. After all the while since last they trod the decks of Envoy, to do so felt less like a homecoming to Mokawina and Zaid than like entering a house, a labyrinth, long forsaken and half forgotten. Cabins lay empty. A whisper of ventilation only deepened the silence in the passageways. Yu proceeded more matter-of-factly. Her involvement in designing an acceleration compensator had already brought her aboard several times. The biologist they called Peter trailed along, impassive in N's foreignness. A larger number of Tahirians than had gone to the pulsar would fare to the black hole. Expanding quarters and facilities for them meant more than simply clearing out another storage compartment or two. Zaid had quipped that the spaces under consideration bore no obvious relation to the stars. As for the occasional magnetic stimulation they need for comfort and long-term health, Mokawina said, I suggest that this time, instead of a special cabinet, we provide a field in their new gymnasium. Yu frowned. That great a volume. Oh, in a corner, as part of the exercise and recreation equipment. It will still take massive superconducting coils, which must not pass too near their food synthesizers, wherever we locate those, Zaid pointed out. Induction effects would interfere with the nanos. My, Mokohena laughed. This is a jigsaw puzzle, isn't it? Peter trilled. They turned to N and reached for the parleurs slung at their belts. Duibuki, Yu apologized. I'm sorry, we left you too much out. Before she could put it in cambiante, Peter's screen was flickering while N's voice growled. On an expedition as lengthy as this one may become, conditions that were tolerable for a limited time are so no longer. The reduced weight compensates to some extent for the differences in atmospheric pressure and composition, and the previous travelers grew accustomed, resigned, to the foul odors. They also adjusted to the circadian cycle. However, over a period of more than a year, the lack of weather will prove unendurable. The humans recalled wild shiftings from month to month or day to day, and the geologically swift climatic changes under which this race had evolved. Are the variations in our ship too bland? You asked. We shall certainly do something about that. What do you propose? Virtual reality programs. Your people must have had an answer in their own starfaring era. Peter's mane erected stiffly. They caught an acrid whiff. Everything would be unnecessary if you would go away. Go home. Never seek our world again. You winced. You know that won't happen until we have been to the black hole. Besides, no few among you want to accompany us. Unnatural desire. When they return, their kin will be centuries dead. That may be worse for them than for us, Mokohina murmured. No, they'll have the same society waiting for them, Zaid said as quietly. We won't. Let star travel start up again, and soon that won't be true for them either. We gave our promise to those who wish to go, you reminded Peter. And therefore some who are sane must go with them. Unspoken, abandoning our beloved forever. Because of you. Ill fortune. I almost hope the expedition will be ill-fated. Then the race can abide in its peace. You stood her ground, trying to phrase friendliness. Zaid and Mokowena moved closer together. But why me? Cleland asked, dumbfounded. I'm no engineer or machine operator, or anybody who'd be useful in this. You're handy enough with your own professional gear, Brent replied. And what counts for more, you're experienced in free space, including work on the outside of the ship. What you don't know, I'll teach you. Sunlight and a breath of forest streamed through an open window into his cabin. Cleland looked around, as if the equipment-crowded machine shop and Envoy were somehow hidden behind these walls. Well, I'll try my best, he said. But really, the compensator is Hanny's and Wenji's design, and they ought to oversee the project. Its construction and installation. Brent grimaced. They will from time to time. However, they're busy elsewhere. Mainly, they'll just keep track of us. And as for an assistant, Al, if you need a human to help you, besides the robots, well, Lajos is far better at that sort of thing than I am. He'll be busy, too, Brent snapped. They'll all be working with the Tahirians to make the orbiting observatory station. I happen to know Lajos won't be called on very much for that. Cleland flushed. Al, you aren't co-opting me for this job to give me something to do, because you feel sorry for me, are you? Brent smiled rather grimly. No. The fact is, you can handle your share of it, given some training and supervision, and I don't care to work alongside Lajos Rushek, or Hanny Dian. Cleland gaped. What? Never mind. My business. We won't say any more about it, okay? Seeing the younger man's discomfiture, Brent yielded enough to add, Look, everybody needs to keep a civil tongue in his head, or the crew will tear itself apart. I don't want to overstress my self-control. You and I, we get along fine. Well, yes, but Brent changed to his persuasive mode, though it was steely, like a commander talking to his troops on the eve of battle. And we have the same purpose. I know how you want to go home, Tim, an end to this voyage of the damned. Me, I want it so bad it's like a slow fire in my bones. All right, we are committed to the stinking black hole, and we'd better make ready to survive it. But you and I, we can think beyond. We can keep alert for any chance that comes to improve the situation, and keep the guts to grab that chance. I'm not sure what you mean. Yes, I'd rather head straight back from here. Still, the science, the discoveries, I'll make the best of it I can. Won't you? Of course. The expedition's crazy. But I do have to admit the technology we're developing for it here has potential I can barely guess at. For Earth, for our race. And maybe we'll even learn something more where we're bound. Not abstract knowledge, but something with real-life possibilities. This is the kind of information we have got to make riveted certain we bring home in a form human experts can deal with. The right experts. You don't suppose they already know, back there? I wonder if they do. We've already doubted they'd duplicate every Tahirian idea and invention. What's being created now, a joint human, Tahirian thing, it's instrumentation and control intended for absolutely freak conditions. People in Seoul's neighborhood may well never have met any such. There may not be a black hole in whatever radius they've reached, or if there is, it may be different somehow. In that case, they've had no reason to develop systems like these. Then what good will it do them? Things have a way of finding uses. Fireworks became guns and the first spacecraft. Nuclear physics showed how to make nuclear weapons in power plants. I can see applications of this stuff, especially if it's linked with robotics from the star cluster in the Tahirian engineering. Power. Brent stared before him. Power. The planet hung beautiful at quarter phase, a purple-blue scimitar flecked with rust that was land and banded with silver that was cloud, laid along the dark velvet cushion of nightside. Closer by, though toy-like at her distance, the wheels of Envoy flung sunlight back in flashes as they spun about their axle. The hull. Kilburney sat harnessed, weightless, at the pilot board of the boat Herald. The Tahirian Colin crouched in the seat beside her, clinging with spurs. Aft of them, Diane and the physicist she knew as Esther floated free at a recently rigged console. Diane flicked a switch. From a launching rack outside, also lately built, sprang a slim torpedo shape. It shot off under field drive, diminished into remoteness, became one of several sparks that flitted far scattered athwart the stars. After a while, Esther nudged her. Red hair waved as she looked about. "I, too, should practice with this model," said her colleague. Diane took her own parlor. "My regrets. I forgot. You are no more familiar with these devices than I am. Centuries have passed since my ancestors dispatched any." And into strange conditions, Diane refrained from answering, since it was needless. Special vehicles carrying uniquely special instruments. Granted, they will be directed by computers from the inner station will orbit, but we have to have knowledge of them ourselves, how they behave, what their capabilities and limitations are, as soldiers need knowledge of even their robotic weapons. Space around the black hole will be our implacable, unforeseeably treacherous enemy. She concentrated on monitor screens and data readings. Her peripheral vision traced what the flexible Tahirian fingers did. Kilburney and Colin had nothing to occupy them, meanwhile, except talk. "I wish I could practice my job the same way," she said. "You've done it in simulation," Colin pointed out. She sighed. "Virtuals. In decent ordinary space there is no proper substitute for the actual doing, let alone the region where we are bound." A crooked grin. "But for that, we will only learn to swim by jumping into the water. The simulations are as good as the ancient data allow." "Okay, aye," Kilburney said. "Nightmare good. Radiation in falling matter, electromagnetic pulses, a gravitational field that waxed monstrous as you neared, until space itself, yes, time itself, got twisted beyond recognition. Not that any living creature could come so close and remain living. But the station from which the probes would operate must be guided into orbit. And later, who knew what might be required?" She laughed. "I suppose I'm impatient," she signed. "However, I do think the simulations should include more sudden, unexpected fluctuations in things like the accretion disk and the electromagnetics. I have suggested that, and been told it would be pointless, precisely because we know little about those events. Our data leave obscure the very causes of much of what was observed to happen. I should think you Tahirians could deal with such matters more handily than us. Your sense for quantum mechanics, your instinct for coping with chaotic changes. Like you, I look forward to our effort to learn more, but I think you humans have gifts of your own. Between us, we may accomplish what neither could do unaided. We will try." Kilburney shivered in a rush of delight. "We will give it a bluety great try." Impulsively, she stuck out her hand. Colin entwined ends with it. They shook partnership. Presently, Diane called. "Enough already. I'm getting too tired. And Esther." "It has been a long session," Kilburney agreed. "Aye, we'll take a break and a night's sleep. Strap in, folks, and hang on while I retrieve our beasties." When everybody was secured, she tickled controls. The boat leaped. To and fro she jetted. "Hurroo!" the pilot cried once. Robotic arms on the rack snatched missiles on the fly. Having collected them, She whooped back to Envoy, made a contact that by rights ought not to have been as smooth as it was, and cut power. "Don't bother neatening inboard," she said. "We'd promptly make a new mess tomorrow. I'm for a cold beer and a hot shower." She led the way into the hull, through it, across to the forward wheel, and onto the rail car. As usual, Nansen waited in the common room to receive them. He was conversing with the Tahirian they named Indira. Sundaram's close collaborator had come along on this visit to study the layout. It would influence the technical arrangements by which they hoped to communicate with the dwellers yonder. The captain was not paying much attention. Perhaps for that reason, the cementician had begun to set forth elementary facts. "Do you realize how scant the earlier contact with the aliens was? We do not know if we can re-establish it on a regular basis, or at all. If we do, that will be the commencement of our true difficulties. We are ignorant of their nature." Kilburney stopped in the doorway, so as not to rudely interrupt. Dayan caught up with her. They could read Indira's screen from there, hear N's voice, and watch N's stance. "Yes," the human physicist said low. "I do believe the Tahirians of that time were afraid of what they might learn. It could overthrow the whole philosophical basis of the Eden they were building at home. That may have predisposed them to conclude that starfaring is a threat to everything." Kilburney shrugged. "Myself, I've always felt grateful to Eve that she succumbed. Eden strikes me as an unco-dull place." Nansen grew aware of them and turned on his heel. "Jean," he cried. Kilburney entered. "Dinna look so terrified, Skipper, my Joe. I was a good girl today. I flew strictly within the safety rules." He frowned. "I followed your maneuvers on the scopes before I came down here. You pushed the envelope so hard that it crackled. Well, I need practice with more than routine. Ways when we reach the black hole." His face went bleak. "Yes, what then?" "Oaksh. There I'll be Vora canny. It will make my recklessness for me. We'll have to talk about that. Richt the new." She stood before him, disheveled, sweaty, smiling her wide white smile. "A wheel, as you like. I can postpone my shower." She glanced at the others. "If you will excuse us till dinner time." Nansen reddened, harumphed, and said quickly, "We don't seem to have anything more to do till tomorrow morn watch, and I'm sure everyone would like to rest a while before we meet this evening." "Oh yes," Dayan replied, flat-voiced. Her gaze trailed the captain and the pilot as they went out, side by side. When she looked back, she saw Esther's parleur signaling. Why did those two leave abruptly? "They wish to be by themselves," Dayan said. "What is their motivation? And H's are fest from a daxing, resting non-B. Sometimes speaking with a non-human through a device made frankness all too easy. She is a desirable person. He is the best man in 5,000 light years, or maybe anywhere." Chapter 34. Once in the primeval galaxy, soon after the first burst of starbirth, a blue giant sun came to the end of its short and furious life. It exploded, the stupendous violence of a supernova. Briefly, it outshone its whole island universe. The gas it blasted out into space held elements heavier than iron, which could have formed no other way: nickel, copper, silver, tin, gold, uranium, and more. Some of this would later enter into the nascence of newer stars, together with hydrogen, carbon, nitrogen, oxygen, and around some of these would arise living creatures. The wreckage did not collapse to a neutron globe. The sun had been too great, its eruption too mighty. Any planets were vaporized. A remnant mass 10 times that of the soul that did not yet exist fell in on itself. So huge did the gravitational force become that it overwhelmed all resistance, and the mass contracted without limit. Beyond a certain point, even light could not break free. Therefore nothing could that was drawn in. The star took on the aspect of a sphere absolutely black, 85 kilometers in circumference. You could not calculate a radius from this. in the distorted space-time geometry within. As the mass approached the point-like state of a singularity, such concepts lost their familiar meanings. Nor could you have discovered what was going on inside. Whatever information the matter had borne was lost. There was only that black, slightly flattened sphere, the event horizon. The body did retain properties of angular momentum, corresponding to a wildly fast spin and magnetic field, immensely strong. It could also keep an electric charge, though slight, because ions and electrons from the interstellar medium effectively neutralized any. Through these, and the gravity of its mass, it still interacted with the outside cosmos. At the event horizon, space and time were deformed, twisted, virtually dragged along by the whirling. Now and then, one of the nuclear pairs that seethed in and out of existence in the vacuum happened to appear in just such a position that a single member was captured while the other flew off, energized. In this fashion, the black hole evaporated, radiated, but insignificantly while it was its present size. So slowly that the last red stars anywhere would burn out before it was gone. Atoms and dust sucked in from the environs kindled the real fire. Gathering velocity as they streamed inward, they began colliding near the blackness. Energy shot off as photons. The forces drew much of the plasma into an accretion disk, a maelstrom gyring about the black hole, to plunge at last down the throat of the vortex. Matter was also carried to the north and south magnetic poles, and there hurled in beams back across light years. Without a companion star to strip, this body did not appear spectacular. Its luminance, X-rays, was weaker than the X-ray band of all but the dimmer red dwarf stars. Through a telescope, the eye saw the disk as a small, flickery ring of wan blue-white. The beams were only visible to radio receivers. But the intensity of either shining would be lethal to any traveler who came within tens of thousands of kilometers. The maelstrom did not quern steadily. Waves billowed through, clashed together, flung flares like spume, great coils flamed forth, arching 1,000,000 kilometers or more until they sleeted back. Magnetic convulsions made the plasma shudder across still wider distances, and chaos, less well understood than these unforeseeables, wreaked havoc stranger yet. Envoy took orbit at 10,000,000 kilometers remove. In the launch control center, you and Emil worked silently, deftly together. The Tahirian had learned well how to operate human devices. Instruments and consoles filled the rest of the cubicle. Nansen, come to watch, stayed in the entrance. He heard nothing but breathing, felt nothing but a ventilation current on his cheek and his weight under spin. Suddenly, however, a new shape appeared among the stars in the view screen before him. Slim and sleek, faintly ashine by their light, it dwindled fast to his vision, accelerating. A second followed, a third, a fourth. "Bravo!" he exclaimed. "They're well off, no? The first scientific probes." Momentarily, as often in the recent past, he wished for more craft than these with the efficient field drive. But it had not been feasible. Except for adding the Udaon acceleration compensator, any retrofit of Envoy, the sole starship on hand, would have been an impossibly long and complex task, and what came out of it would not have been reliable. Likewise for the boats. Envoy was designed for Herald and Courier. The facilities for launching, docking, housing, and synergy with the ship could not be modified without affecting the entire integrated system. It was not even practicable to carry along a Tahirian boat secured to the outside of the hull. The Tahirian probes had been specially made to fit in the missile bays. Arrows of peace, he prayed. Well, Jean and Lehos are used to what we have anyway, Nansen thought, as I was once. He forgot about it when you turned to look at him and reply quietly, "Yes." As their gazes met, the weariness of the journey seemed to drop from them. May they go safely and make many discoveries. Emil took up N's parleur. N had learned some English, but Tahirians were nonetheless apt to say the obvious over and over to humans, evidently unsure whether a meaning had gotten across. "How much do we to them?" wondered Nansen. "This is entirely preliminary, you know," An said. The probes will simply confirm what the ancient expeditions found, and possibly report changes in conditions since then. Nansen nodded impatiently. They will also give us experience prior to the main effort, Yu reminded, to respond with an equal truism that somehow become polite as relationships developed between the races. Emil's mane stirred. Ace antennae quivered. I could almost wish I were one of the new robots we will dispatch at that time, A said. To sense these marvels directly. Aim broke off. Cambiante did not handle emotions well. What an un-Tahirian feeling, even for an astronomer, Nansen thought. Or is it? Envoy and what she does have been transforming them. He harked back to Fernando. Stefan, Attila, all who had been eager to go left behind, and grieving? But when 6 Tahirians was as many as the ship could reasonably provide for, and when the conservative faction made their demand stick that 3 of their own number be included, at what personal sacrifice to them, who hate the whole idea? How devoted they must be. Or fanatical. Well done, he said aloud. Now let's be about our other business. If only everyone aboard had some. The station that was to orbit closer in, base and proximate command center for machines more powerful and sophisticated than the probes, had arrived dismantled. Robots could take most of the parts outside and assemble them, with you or Brent keeping an eye on progress from within the ship. But the core components, brain and heart of the entirety, required joining and testing in space by physicists, Dayan and Colin. Rushek went along to assist. His former work among the asteroids of Sol qualified him uniquely. It was an exacting task. Undiffused lamplight cast deep, sharp-edged, confusing shadows. In weightlessness, any slight blunder could send objects bobbing away. Usually gloved hands must control manipulators, which had more sensitivity and precision, while a helmeted head strained against a microviewer. The humans needed frequent breaks. The Tahirians seldom did, although Rushek muttered in English that An handled himself sloppily. Dayan replied that few of that race had had much practice in space. Besides, after hours with no sense of a magnetic field, Jan was not quite comfortable. He and she agreed on a pause, one certain hour. They racked their tools and strolled off, around the curve of the hull. Boots swung to and fro, alternately in gripping contact. Safety lines unreeled, slack trailing loosely, as if rippled by some phantom wind. When the two stopped, shielded from lamps, they regained dark vision. Stars in Milky Way appeared to them like an epiphany, frosty, regal. They had posted a small telescope at this spot. A bit of amateur astronomy was relaxing. This time Rushek aimed it at the black hole. Through the eyepiece he made out a vague glimmer. No larger or brighter than a nebula, his unaided sight had found in the same part of the sky. Straightening, he sighed. I have trouble believing. That monster, is that all we can see? Dayan spread her palms. The nature of things, a radio voice answered. He grinned sardonically. Well, I've always said God has a sense of humor. Her mood was more serious. I wonder about that. As I wonder about his benevolence. Life, the universe, they can be dreadful. Practical jokes, maybe. A cry cut into their earplugs. They twisted about where they stood. Flailing, Colin's form tumbled from the hull. No line followed it. There he is, halal, Rushek roared. Damned clumsy fool. The Tahirian drifted outward, toward the whirling afterwheel. Colin, Dayan wailed. She gauged speeds and distances, crouched, sprang free, and soared. No. Rushek bawled too late. A jetpack was ready at the workplace. He hadn't time to go for it. Nor could he grab her line and haul her back. It was already out of his reach. He made his own swift estimate and leaped. Dayan neared Colin, overshot, tried to check herself and swing sideways by a tug on her line. She wobbled, and still the cable unreeled. Rushik passed an arm's length of the Tahirian. He clamped a hand on a leg. They lurched onward together. "Stop squirming, you," he grated. He had judged his vectors well. He didn't quite encounter Diane, but his free hand laid hold of her line. By now, he and Colin were on the same trajectory. He could let go and yank her tether. She jarred to a halt relative to him and rebounded back. The wheel was close, enormous. Each spoke a club that would smash a spacesuit and the body within asunder. Rushik braced himself. "Hang on to me, Colin," he ordered. Whether or not the Tahirian understood the words, An got the idea and clung to his right calf. Dayan bumped into him. He laid an arm around her. "You hang on too," he said. She had not panicked. She clutched at the bionet on his back. He gathered a bite and gave his cable the kind of tug that locked the reel at the other end. Thereafter it was to pull himself and the others along, back to the hull. "Bloody stupid safety features," he growled. "Leashes should be too short to reach a wheel. But then some jelly brain would find some different way to... Arg." They thudded against the ship. Boots clung. Colin crouched low. Dayan stood shaking. The lights that drowned out stars made the sweat sheen on her face. Rusek seized her by the shoulders. "Eyston, God damn it, you could have been killed," he choked. "Didn't you expect I'd go after this idiot here?" I'm sorry," she stammered. "It was so sudden. I didn't stop to think." "No, you did not. Idiot number 2. She straightened. He saw the abrupt chill upon her. "If you please," she said. Instantly contrite, he dropped his hands and backed away a step. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean that. I hope not. It seemed like I might lose you, Hanny," she thawed. "I did act recklessly. It won't happen again. Shall we leave it at that?" "If you want," he mumbled. She had not said that she might have lost him. He guessed that she didn't appreciate how close the brush with death had been, as quickly as she calmed. Helping Colin rise, she led the Tahirian over to their parleurs to inquire about the cause of the trouble. Rushik heard later that N's line, floating about, had gotten in the way of delicate manipulations until unsnapped it. Then, when An tried to shift a loosely secured cabinet, weightless but with inertia unchanged, and didn't take proper care about foot grip, reaction flung An free. Nansen could not give in a suitable tongue-lashing in Cambiante, but Diane got one, and the captain suspended work while further precautions were devised. At the moment, the mate struggled to regain his own equilibrium. Thereafter, he resumed the relatively unskilled task she had assigned him. "I do still have her," he thought. Free little Tahirians seemed lost in the wide, high human gymnasium. Several of the machines outbulked them. And yet to Cleland they dominated the space, filled it from end to end, and deck to overhead with their alienness. And with what they stood for, he stopped in the doorway. "I don't understand, I tell you," he protested. "Why this rush?" Hand to elbow, Brent urged him onward. "It's a chance that won't come again. The other 3 are playing in their gym. Ivan fixed that. He's a clever customer. And I've been watching, listening, made sure all our breed are elsewhere. We can talk privately. If somebody does happen to see us, it won't seem as odd as if we were crowded together in a cabin." Cleland shuffled ahead. "Doc, what about?" "What do you suppose?" Cleland stared at the trio who waited. Leo, Peter, and the social technologist, they called. Ivan gave him back his gaze out of their multiple eyes. Ripples went through their manes. Antennae trembled. He caught metal-sharp odors. Stopping in front of them, he said, Yes. The opposition. Agents of that party on Tahir which did not want a revival of starfaring to trouble their world's millennial calm." "Right," Brent replied. "Now that we know how the situation is shaking down here, we can start planning." "Planning?" Cleland asked. "Contingency plans, of course," the crisp voice told him. "Nothing certain. but we can lay out ideas, arguments, tactics, whatever might bring an early end to this dangerous misery. Hesitation yielded to bleakness. I see. Our ship does seem to have become a Flying Dutchman, doesn't she? And not even guaranteed eternal punishment. That thing out there can kill us, Tim. All right. A flick of humor twitched Cleland's mouth. The loyal opposition will please come to order. Brent remained grim. Loyalty can be misplaced. I'm thinking of, well, survival. Everybody's. Me too. I wish Nansen and his gang would. Brent unslung his parlor and addressed the Tahirians. Our common purpose is to stop this undertaking, bring you home, and ourselves turn homeward. Let us consider ways and means. Ivan responded. If no signs of intelligent beings become manifest, presumably the effort will cease before long. Peter spoke in N's body language in harshened tones. Perhaps Leo translated, perhaps uncommented. That is nothing we can count on. I have been considering how we could see to it, Ivan said. Cleland tautened, shocked. Sabotage? Sabotage? Would it be so bad a thing to do? Brent demanded. Against the scientific ethic, no doubt. But wouldn't it be better, more moral, to get us home alive, and soon, not after 5 more years in orbit around that hole into hell? The Tahirians had been conferring. Peter spoke for them. It scarcely seems feasible. I cannot think of a way, either, Brent admitted. But we can give thought to it, among other approaches. Something may occur to us. Persuasion, Cleland said. Maybe, whatever happens, we can persuade the rest. I doubt that. Christ knows we tried, back on Tahir. Conditions, events, they may make people change their minds. Maybe. Brent spoke to the Tahirians again. What about Simon? He did not use the human-bestowed name for the linguist who replaced an Indirai, too old to travel. But the Cambiante symbol set identifying on vision. Simon is only mildly in favor of this venture, Ivan said. Brent nodded. Ha, yes, I know, he muttered. That must have been real sweet politicking they did, to get on a board instead of another gung-ho dreamer. He went on as if to himself, retracing a well-worn trail. And Mom and Salim aren't much for it. Nor Lajos, though now that Hanny's got this new toy. His throat thickened. Maybe the toy will turn out not to be such fun, he spat. Damn near didn't, already. We don't know, Cleland said. We can't foretell. No, we can't. That's why I want us to think what we can do, plan for every possibility we can imagine. Cleland winced. We may find, when the reality comes along, we can't do anything about it. I am not going to take that attitude, Brent stated. Nor should you. Men, real men and women, they don't tamely whine, thy will be done. They fight back. After their many talks through the years, Cleland heard the implication. Fight? Literally? Cried Horror. Out of the question. Quiet. Brent glowered at him. I didn't mean that. I certainly hope never. But I can imagine extreme emergencies when nothing but quick action will save us. One thing we can do here and now is work out a drill for getting at the guns. You know. I agree. It'd be a desperate act. But you said it. We can't foretell. Maybe we will suddenly find ourselves desperate, with no time for arguing with fools. Survival knows no law. Cleland's fists clenched at his sides. It does. It can be too dearly bought. Brent's tone softened. The resolution within it did not. Yours, maybe. Or mine, or any individual's. But not everybody's. Nor this whole ship and the treasures in her, what they'll mean at home in the way of power. Tim, we're responsible for the future of the human race. That's far-fetched. Brent gestured for silence. Cleland glanced back at the entrance. Nansen and Kilburney passed by, hand in hand. Damn, Brent said low when they were gone. I thought they were already in bed screwing. He paused, made a thin smile, and went on in a normal voice. Well, they don't seem to have noticed us. I guess they wouldn't. Let's continue our session while we can. Cleland's face had blanched. Yes, he said. Let's. Chapter 35. The robot and its spacecraft plunged toward doomsday. At slightly less than 5,000 kilometers out, instruments perceived the black hole as a disk of total darkness, a third, again, the width of Luna above Earth. X-ray fires blazed around it, from it. To a human, the inrushing gas was only luminous from afar, seen as a whole through its entire thickness. Here he would have sensed merely the death that it dealt him. But to the robot, it was an incandescent storm, shot through with sudden savage riptides. Magnetic field lines writhed like snakes, millions of kilometers long. Gusts of plasma raged by, alive with lightning. There was no sound, but receivers heard hiss and shriek so loud that they must tune themselves down lest the noise shatter their circuits. Every protection, armor, insulation, field came under attack. Metal members began to bend. Tidal force had reached 4 Earth gravities and was mounting ever faster with every inward centimeter. The robot was seeking a stable orbit. The path it had won to was excessively eccentric. It fought to circularize at an endurable distance, flung through a circuit of 30,000 kilometers in a pair of minutes, buffeted, blinded, the orbit more and more crazily precessing and nutating. It failed. Each swing brought it nearer, and metal groaned under the stresses. Still the spacecraft transmitted, sending the data it gathered on beams that could pierce the chaos. No. Forces, gradients, energies, densities, compositions, velocities, such stuff as reality is made on. It would report until the black hole destroyed and devoured it. Abruptly, the sendings changed. Responsive no more to their computer programs, but to mind and will, electronics shuttled in new dances, weaving new signals, messages. Nansen and Kilburney lay in his cabin, pillow propped against the headboard. The bed was expanded to double width, and the bedclothes rumpled. Odors of love lingered. On the bulkhead opposite them, a screen played a view from Earth, of a summer sea rolling blue and green to lap around a great rock that Monet knew, beneath a summer sky where gulls and curlews winged. Mendelssohn's violin concerto in E minor was reaching its joyous conclusion. They had shared a beer, and lapsed into companionable silence while the restfulness flowed out of them and a new tide flowed in. As often, his thoughts wandered widely. I wish... He sighed at last. The words trailed off. Kilburney turned her head toward him. You wish what? She asked. Maybe I can oblige. Nada. Nothing. She snapped her fingers. Oh, foosh, I had hopes about your wish. I didn't mean... Shh. The narrow, vivid face laughed into his eyes. I ken vera well what ye didna mean, laddie. And truth, you've no had a reasonable time to rest yet. She snuggled close. What is it you wish? He looked away again, at the image without seeing it, a furrow between his brows. I've said it before. I wish we were home. Already? Yes, everything we knew as home is gone. But Earth, or any planet fit for human beings, even Tahir. Aye, Tahir has grand sentimental value, Kilburney murmured reminiscently. But Earth will be better. Whatever's happened meanwhile, we'll make our home there when we're ready to settle down, and, by God, make it the way we want it to be. Children, and I'm not a bad cook, Skipper. You'll find I have as good an idea of breakfast as a Scotchwoman. Not surprising, that. But I'll wean you from your miserable coffee and French roll in the morning, see if I don't. He wanted to fall in with her mood, but could not. Until then, however, you, locked in this metal shell for no one knows how long. She ruffled his hair. Locked in with you was wrong, was that? And I with you? He ended the kiss. But you are a free spirit, Jean Querida, he said unhappily. And you're too serious, Querido. I was thoughtless. I should have foreseen. Now that we are here, in this everydayness, I worry about how you'll come to feel, how much it will hurt you, being always idled and confined. His fist doubled on the sheet. Do you suppose I gave the matter no beforehand thought myself? She retorted. I knew how badly you wanted to go. Should I have wanted it? I could have swung the decision the other way. She laid her palm over his mouth. And you know how I wanted it, she finished. Who says I'll be idled? We've a whole system to explore. No planets. If a star ever had any, it lost them when it blew up. Passion leaped. The beings, the life. He bit his lip. I'm afraid the contact will be purely intellectual, if we make it. Quickly, of course you'll be as interested as everybody else, yes, and have suggestions for it. But is it enough for you, month after month, perhaps year after year? Why, there'll be missions to fly regardless, she said. You know that. What robots can do is limited. For a beginning, we'll put the command station in orbit. That will be a tricksy little devil. Her tone and glance sparkled. He sat straight and glared at her. Wait, not a job for you. She took it coolly. Indeed? Why not? He had avoided bringing the subject quite out into the open. Soon he must. He might as well start now. It's too hazardous, he said as calmly as he could. Rushik is ready, willing, and able. Me too. We can't risk both our pilots. He will take that mission. You have spoken? She purred. He nodded stiffly. I have. She smiled and fluttered her eyelashes. Aweel, 'tis sweet o' ye, if misguided. Maybe I can get ye to unspeak. Her hand went under the covers and roved shamelessly. You realize, Nansen said with difficulty, you cannot change my mind. Belike not. You're a stubborn gowk. Kilburney slid her free arm under his neck. But I can have fun trying. In a room crammed with the disorder that gathers when concentration is complete, Sundaram and Simon stared at a screen. Nothing moved there but dots and dashes, white on black. A screen alongside flickered through mutable figures as a computer program applied scheme after scheme, mathematical relationships, prime number arrays, stochastic formulas, anything that might give the binary inflow a pattern, the germ of a meaning. Sundaram heard a whistle from the Tahirian. Unwashed, disheveled, he bent his head around and read on the parlor. Undoubtedly contact. The ancient databases record signals like these. Minds have taken over Probe 3 and are calling to us. This early, the human croaked. It happened thus before, equally fragmentary. As you know, the ancestors never succeeded in extracting much intelligibility. And so at length, for that reason among others, they gave up. Sundaram thought for the 100th time. I don't believe we will. This abstract kind of communication suits the human mind better than the Tahirian. Half vision, half anguish. What might we do together, all we different thinking beings in the universe, if we could find the will to keep traveling until we have bridged the distances between, to learn from and inspire each other, to reach and achieve what none of us alone can imagine? Chill struck. But perhaps every voyage endangers existence. Too many, and the senseless random accident will happen. The cosmos and its glories lose the energy that has upheld them and fall into an oblivion that annuls the very past. Can it be the act of a providence that nowhere does starfaring go on for very long? And then, but how can I be afraid at this moment, this triumph? When Simon and I proclaim the tidings, it will be as if Envoy herself rejoices. The receiver screen blanked. The analyzer screen continued hunting. I think the probe has come too close to the black hole, as we knew it would, the Tahirian observed, calmly. Sundaram rose. Muscle by muscle, he flexed resilience back into his body. Hope blossomed. We will send more, he said in English. And once the station is ready, in orbit, we will truly begin to learn. Diane shared Rushek's cabin, but kept hers very much for herself. Nobody else was present when Kilburney came. Here, there were a few constancies, a family portrait, a picture of her parents' home, a framed cloth hand, embroidered with the Star of David, and a good journey to you, Hanny, beloved, in Hebrew. Otherwise, screens evoked images from the ship's database, changed weekly, or oftener. On this day watch, an old man in a Hiroshige drawing looked across at a dynamic color abstraction, while an electron diffraction pattern, curving white on black like a surreal galaxy, glowed on the rear bulkhead of the room. She had made tea, and its aroma tinged the air, but as talk went on, both women had become unable to sit. Kilburney paced back and forth. Diane stood warily by her desk. "You can do it, Hanny," the visitor said. "You can make him do it." The physicist frowned. "I don't like the idea," she answered, as she had already done. Kilburney halted to face her. Hands spread out in appeal. "But for my sake, would you? A birthday present for me?" "My 40th. You know what that means to a woman, Hanny." Tears trembled in the blue eyes. The voice stumbled. "Let me take that flight, and I can laugh at time." "Well? But is it fair to Lahus?" He's like a boy again, looking forward. "Oak, he'll have his chances later. You can make this up to him. He loves you. I think he never loved anybody the way he loves you." Diane stared down at her feet. "I'd not presume on our friendship," Kilburney said unevenly. "But it has been close, and if you would." After a while that lengthened, Diane looked up. "Well, since it's you, Jean." She got no opening to qualify or set conditions or say anything further at all. Immediately she was in Kilburney's arms. Thank you. The pilot half laughed, half sobbed. They flopped back into their chairs, wrung out. Diane drained her cup of now cold tea, refilled from the pot, and mused, "A gift for you on your day." Yes, he is chivalrous in his fashion. I don't like using him. Well nigh under her breath, more than I do. Louder, raising her head, "However, I'll try." "You'll succeed," Kilburney said with a flitting grin. She grew serious. "But don't you or he tell how it's for that birthday of mine. We've never celebrated such aboard." They were too reminding, more than holidays. It would be bad to start playing favorites. He can explain how he's thought the matter over, studied our two records, and decided I'm a wee bit better for this particular mission. Which is true, and will show how large-minded he is. Just in case, she had surreptitiously adjusted the personnel database. Launch date was nowhere near her birthday, and she was 2 years shy of her 40th. Nansen knew it. "The skipper can't override that," she exulted. Nansen's door chimed. He lifted his gaze from the reader on his lap. The text was Elogio della Sombra. Those austere verses gave comfort, saying that neither his wishes nor his griefs were unique, alone in space. "Enter," he said. The door slid aside for Cleland and shut again behind him. He walked not quite steadily. His face was haggard, hair unkempt, eyes red, and he didn't seem to have been out of his clothes for the past day cycle. Nansen smiled as best he was able. "Sit down," he invited. "What can I do for you?" The planetologist came over to stand above him. "You can stop your heartless lunacy," he rasped. Nansen rose. Cleland's breath stank. "What do you mean?" the captain asked, most softly. "You know niggering well what?" Nansen went expressionless. He had heard bawdiness from Cleland once in a while, but never before obscenity. The rage went on. "Sending Jean to the black hole." "And you know it wasn't my idea and is not my desire," Nansen said. When Rushik deferred, "If he's lost his nerve, Colin can pilot," Cleland yelled. "En's going anyway." "Nonsense. You know no Tahirian can handle a human craft with any real skill, and Rushek isn't afraid. This is his professional judgment, for the good of the mission. Couldn't you hear?" Couldn't you see how reluctant he was? Nansen let his mask dissolve a little. Do you suppose I'm glad? I had no choice. You do. You can order him to go. No. That would be interference for no other reason than my personal preference. Then cancel the launch. That would ruin our whole enterprise. We'll never get clear communication without the proper equipment, closer in than we or any other robots we have can go, not to mention research on the black hole itself. Orbit the damn station by remote control. Nansen continued patiently repeating common knowledge. Across 33 light seconds, into that unpredictable inferno, we'd too likely lose it altogether. Then we'd have made the voyage here for nothing. We should never have made it. Your cold craving. Cleland gulped. You don't care about her. She's been a convenience in your bed. Now she's a convenience in your boat. The boat you're too cowardly to fly. Nansen's tone sharpened. That will do, Cleland. You're exhausted, overwrought, and drunk. You know perfectly well that none but she or Rushek can cope with those conditions. And you must know. Agony broke through. If I didn't believe it was safe, reasonably safe as far as we can tell, yes, I would terminate this and order a return, rather than 9. If she comes to harm, Cleland snarled, I'll kill you. Nansen grew rigid. Enough hysterics, he said. Dismissed. You son of a she-swine, Cleland screamed. His fist swung. Nansen blocked it with a forearm. At once the captain clapped hands on the other man's tunic, wrists crossed, and pulled the fabric together. Cleland staggered in the chokehold. Nansen let go, hauled him around, yanked an arm of his around his back, and gripped it very nearly the angle to break it. Out, he said. I will keep silence about this if you conduct yourself properly from now on. If not, I will have you restrained and sequestered. Go. He released his prisoner. Cleland reeled toward the door. He sobbed and coughed. Chapter 36. At the hour of departure, all but you, Brent, and Emil were gathered at the wheel exit. Those 3 were in launch control. The humans stood mute, avoiding one another's eyes, Nansen almost at attention, Cleland apart from the rest. The Tahirians talked together in their own group, signals and attitudes, and subdued buzz or trill. Kilburney arrived last. She skipped into the bare chamber, singing, Farewell and adieu to you, fine Spanish ladies. Farewell and adieu, all you ladies of Spain. She halted, looked them over, and laughed aloud. Och, what long faces. Just bid me bon voyage, will ye know? For Barney 'twill be, and Nob, but 2-3 days. We worry, Rushek croaked. I worry. About you. She danced over to him. Nu, laddie, sign you're wise and dear enough to gives me this, dinna ever feel guilty. You're wonderful. She kissed him heartily. Cleland shut his eyes. Kilburney went about shaking hands. Cleland's lay limp in hers. When she let go, he stared dazedly at it. For Nansen, at the end, she had a kiss that went on. He kept his arms at his sides. To him, passion was a private thing. Adios, amante, she breathed. We'll do this right when I get back. She stepped from him and made for the exit, waving. Goodbye, goodbye, she called, reached the ladder and went from their sight. Her voice came down to them. Ahoy! Colin followed. After a minute, the humans made their way to their common room to watch the launch on its big screen. Such was not in Tahirian nature. For a while, the image was merely of stars. Then Harold appeared, floating away until clear of the wheels, jetting briefly to take station, at that distance a bright dart. The station lumbered into view. It seemed grotesque by contrast, a 20-meter spheroid wardy with turrets and bays, bristly with masts and webs. It moved off under field drive, at low acceleration. The boat maneuvered to match. Slowly they shrank into the screen, down to a pair of sparks in heaven, down and away, into darkness. Resume your duties, Nansen said, and left the room. When they were properly vectored, the vessels cut their drives and dropped inward on Hohmann trajectory. It would take them half a day to reach a 1,000,000-kilometer orbital radius. This part of the transit was easy, and robots could readily handle it. It fell short of the goal. Calculating from theory, old Tahirian findings, and data sent by their probes, the expedition's physicists had decided the station should circle within 250,000 kilometers. That was still too remote for relativistic and quantum mechanical effects of the black hole to be significant. But it did seem that the closer in a transmitter was, the more clearly the aliens could send. The signal-to-noise ratio increased, while the signal itself would become more than sporadic flashes. Furthermore, from there, the station could dispatch sophisticated small spacecraft deeper in, perhaps even to skim the event horizon, with a fair chance of remaining able to control them, receive from them, and retrieve a few of them. Who knew what it might discover? That last stage of the journey would be through ever-worsening savageries. They had wrecked all probes thus far. If not on the first mission, then on the second or third. Heavily shielded, heavily loaded, the station was less agile than they were. It responded slowly to its drive, you could say awkwardly. Its computers and effectors were not programmed to cope with everything they might encounter. Nobody could imagine everything, and it was the unforeseen that had slain the forerunners. A question to Envoy would be more than half a minute on the way. The response would take as long, or longer, for the black hole would be whipping the station around at well over 100 kilometers per second. Time lag could prove fatal. A command vessel must needs go along, prepared to shepherd, prepared if necessary to plunge in, lay alongside, grapple fast, and correct the course before speeding back towards safety. Kilburney steered Herald. On the half-day of the inward fall, she hovered over her instruments, hummed, sang snatches of song, looked out at the stars, raised memories in her head, and smiled at them. Colin sat for the most part wrapped in N's Tahirian thoughts. Uh-oh, we got trouble. For a moment, Kilburney's glance left the pilot console and flicked to the forward view screen, as if she could see the wrongness happening. Only stars and a restless blue-white blur that was the accretion disk, images enhanced against interior lighting and exterior night, were visible to her, there where she swung in orbit. The station had left her hours ago, boosting to its new path. "KS, what's the matter?" rapped Nansen's voice. "Radar tracking shows sudden deviation. We don't know why, but it doesn't look good." "Hang on." Data poured in. Colin toiled at N's computer. Presently on took up a parlor. Kilburney leaned around in her seat to read the writing, as well as see, hear, and smell the other components of cambiante when used by a Tahirian. A human could only supplement with sign language, though that included several facial expressions. Apparently the station passed near a large mass, Colin said. The gravity flung it off course. It will plunge much lower than we planned before rounding Periastron and receding. God! What? She reached for her own parlor. What can the mass be? A wandering planet, sucked in by sheer chance at the exact worst moment for us. Possibly. We know such objects exist in interstellar space. The radar indications were unclear, and it is now hidden on the farther side. But you may recall that we have often observed knots, temporary concentrations of plasma, form in the disk. We do not know what the mechanism is, although I have speculated about shock-wave resonance effects. They may create plasmoids in the huge flares we frequently see, reaching far beyond the disk before falling back. Such a plasmoid could be held together for a while by its self-generated magnetism, and might have the mass of a large asteroid. If it came close to the station, the event, although unfortunate, was not unbelievably improbable. However academic the statement, Colin's body shivered in N's seat. The fur stood stiff, the mane tossed like gale-blown leaves, a brimstone reek gusted out. Kilburney nodded, her neck as stiff as her mouth. Simple bad luck in the unknown which we can't ever provide against. Her fingers asked, "What is the situation, then?" The radar is collecting data. Colin returned to Ent's work. Kilburney reported to Envoy. Time wore away. She wasn't hungry, but forced herself to go aft, take a few bites of dry rations, swallow a half-liter of water. It helped more to do a set of limbering exercises. The Tahirian didn't seem to want anything but information. Shortly after she came back, and told her, "The station's new orbit has now been computed. It is highly eccentric and will rapidly decay." Well, let's get that changed. Kilburney saw no reason to put it on the parlor. This was her department. She bent herself to the task of establishing direct laser communication with the command computer yonder. The station was outward bound for the apastron of its shortened and cometary path. The maximum acceleration of which it was capable, properly applied, ought to work it into a safely broad ellipse. "And then we try again for the right one," Kilburney said with a lopsided grin. Envoy kept quiet, not to bother her and her partner. That must be hard on the skipper, she thought. My poor Joe. Computation. Result. Directive. Apply this vector 3 hours, 18 minutes, thereafter run free, standing by for further orders. Power surged in the station, sensed and followed by instruments elsewhere. Eyes still saw only stars and the distant disk fire. Shock. Why the bluity hell? The acceleration is insufficient, Collins said from N's meters and readouts. That is clear. Let us find out why. Computerized, telemetric systems operated swiftly. Within minutes, Kilburney could say, "We have damage to the station's superconductor grid." Deformation. Evidently, tidal forces warped it when it passed so near the black hole. The field drive is functioning at barely 27% of rated maximum. Can we do anything useful with that? Colin calculated. It cannot raise the apastron enough. At best, we can delay the irretrievably close approach and the subsequent engulfment by 2 orbits. That gives us a total of approximately 96 hours. Can the repair systems restore full function within this time? Kilburney shook her head. I am not familiar with the station and its machines in detail, but with what I do know, I can be sure it will take considerably longer. Have we then lost the station? The bleakness in Kilburney fled from her sudden laughter. Nay, she cried, we've a rescue to do. You think we can claim salvage rights, she explained. Our boat should be up to supplying the additional boost. Compute the parameters. Almost, Colin shrank from her. Is this advisable? Work up the numbers and find out, damn it. The figures were soon on hand. Kilburney studied them, smiled, and turned to the outercom. Herald to Envoy. I've news at last. I dare say you're almighty tired of listening in and wondering what the devil we're at. A minute went by while her words flew outward. A receiver undid Doppler effect, and Nansen's came to her. She sat weightless, admiring the heavens. Rounding the black hole in some 15 hours, the boat pointed her bow at other stars than earlier. But here all constellations were strange. Our own observations suggest what the problem is, Nansen said, carefully impersonal. Give us your details, please. Kilburney transmitted the figures while she told their meaning in English. We can handle it, she finished. If we rendezvous, grapple, and apply full thrust in coordination with what's left of the field drive, we'll free the station. In fact, we'll put it directly on trajectory for the orbit we intended, and we'll have ample delta V left for ourselves. But we have to do it on this pass, setting out in just a few minutes. Next time around, the decay will already have progressed too far, plus whatever further harm tidal stress may have done. Pause. Ventilation hummed. Colin sat quiet. She had an impression that the mint-like scent from on the tokened meditation, that is, very unsafe, Nansen said. The disk is going into an active phase. It's spitting more and more flares, and they are getting bigger. Quite possibly a plasmoid concentration did bring on the trouble. Diving closer in, you too could be caught. Abort. Return to us. Nobody will blame you or imagine you were frightened. You have no right to be reckless. I've considered it, Kilburney answered. The odds are long in our favor. If a flare reaches us, it'll hardly include another fat mass. That would be ridiculous. Anyhow, the worst a mass can do, if it doesn't actually hit us, is throw us off course, and we can recover from that. The flare itself is ions and electrons, which will be famine-thin by the time they get to where we are. Our screens and shielding will fend off the radiation. She smiled at him, unseen amidst the stars. Dinna fash yourself, Skipper. Of course we'll skyhoot for home and mother if anything truly nasty comes at us. Her tone firmed. But in my best judgment, here on the spot, we can safely do it, and our duty is to make the effort. Waiting. Duty. I must accept your judgment, Pilot Kilburney, Nansen said, word by heavy word. Take every due precaution. Proceed. Thanks, love. Kilburney blew him a kiss. I do love you, she whispered. Turning to Colin. Have you understood? I mean to go save the station, but you have your life too. Are you willing? The Tahirian lay calmed. N's middle eyes met hers. N's side eyes contemplated heaven and the vessel that they shared. Yes. It will be your task, but is for all of us, and I have confidence in you. Thanks, she said again, more moved than she had expected. Then it was to get busy. Harold jetted. Weight tugged. Stars wheeled in view for a moment, steadied, and gleamed dead ahead. Among them the disk slowly brightened. Kilburney began to see the ripples and flickers of tempests within it. The station hove in sight, ugly, lame, futureful. Kilburney lost selfhood, became one with her boat, with instruments, computers, controls, and the flame that drove them onward. Delicately as a stalking panther, she maneuvered in. Speeds were above 100 kilometers per second. It would not take much of an error to smash her. Match vectors, draw closer, extend grapnels. Guided by their sensors, the arms reached for contact. It registered. They took hold and folded. Hull met hull. The impact was gentle, but rang through Harold like a great bell. Make full linkage with the command computer in the station. Take fresh data. Recompute flight plan, enter. Apply lateral jet, slewing around a trifle till oriented just so. Now. Blast. The acceleration was low, about a quarter gravity, for the boat was helping move a mass considerably larger than her own. Still, give it time and it would be enough. It would serve. Kilburney sagged back under it, into her chair. She wiped a hand across her brow and tasted sweat, salt on her lips. Whoosh, she breathed. I want a drink. Improvident, bringing Nout along stronger than coffee. Her remark flew on the beam to Envoy. You have to stay alert, Nansen cautioned. The disk is churning and spouting, worse every minute. She touched for a view in that direction and magnified. The gas was indeed an upheaval, waves and gouts of fire, a storm in the maelstrom. She was not sure whether she could make out a point of infinite night, the black hole. We'll keep watch, Nansen went on redundantly. He had put his ship in a canted orbit for an overview through instruments more powerful than any in the boat. Be prepared to cut and run upon warning. I told you, Skipper, we should be fit to ride out whatever the thing may throw at us, Kilburney replied. But of course we're no heroes, we two. Nothing so stupid. I've plenty of living left to do, with you. She finished low. Colin had been occupied at the keyboards. I have reset the appropriate systems to monitor ambient space, unannounced. They will provide us information additional to what we obtain from the ship. Good. Kilburney's nod, smile, and brief stroking of the fur conveyed it. She and a few Tahirians, on among them, had come to that much friendship and understanding over the years. She yawned and stretched. I could do with a nap, and do and do. She had no immediate job. Boat and station steered themselves. It was a straightforward operation, applying thrust on a line gyroscopically fixed. In this region, nearing Apastron, no unusual velocity change was needed to alter orbit radically. 3 hours would bring it about. Thereafter, released, the station ought to curve away and fall into the path around the black hole that its builders wanted. This far from the monster mass, the ordinary laws of celestial mechanics kept faith. Kilburney unbuckled, went aft, secured herself on a bunk, and drifted into dreams. Colin stood watch. Perhaps On dozed a little, or the Tahirian equivalent of it. Perhaps On was too nervous to rest. It had been long since any of N's race last challenged the universe. Kilburney dreamed of flying. The bay. A yell woke her. She unsnapped her belts and tumbled to her feet. It had come from the outercom speaker. "Oh, danger!" Nansen cried. "Respond, Herald. Danger!" She leaped along the deck and vaulted into her seat. A glance at a clock showed that 2 hours had passed. Colin huddled beside her, mane erected, a harsh smell around Enfoy. She said while her hands fastened the safety harness. "What's the trouble?" "Wait." Colin gestured at the instrument displays. She could not interpret them at a glance. "A giant flare has erupted," Nansen said, now iron-cool. "The leading edge will reach you in about 15 minutes. Abandon the station and boost the hardest you can." Clear-headed, more exhilarated than alarmed, she replied with the same levelness. "Not necessarily. We couldn't outrun it in any case. And there are no clots or other special hoodoos, are there? We'll take some readings ourselves and report back." She turned to her companion. Colin raised N's parleur. "The spectrum shows an extremely energetic volume of gas, largely plasma. It is attenuating as it advances and spreads. Our screens will deflect the particles, and no more hard photons will penetrate our shielding that may perhaps cause us to take a prophylactic cell treatment at the ship." "I thought so. We stay." As is to be expected, the magnetic field is strong and fluctuant, with transients of high local intensity. I cannot obtain quantitative data. This is a chaotic phenomenon, beyond previous experience. We can cope, though. Correct? Correct. Lacking precise measurements and applicable equations, I cannot offer better than a guess. I think we can remain. I am willing. Then we do. Again she caressed Anton. To Nansen, "We can handle it, and besides, we wouldn't gain much if we fled. Don't fear for us." "Well, if this is your decision," Nansen dragged forth, "I will not pester you." "Save that for when we're together," Kilburney suggested. "Wait." "Via con Dios," said her skipper. And it was to wait, while the linked spacecraft fought their way toward freedom. The flare poured over them. Nothing showed to eyes, nothing crackled in ears or prickled in skin. View screens depicted stars gleaming changeless. Only meters told of the rage seething around. Kilburney peered unwinkingly at them. That shifting, twisting magnetism, borne outward in the electric torrent, did pose a threat to her reaction drive. It could divert the plasma stream, even start ruinous waves of resonance. The boat's collimating fields compensated. Should they be overwhelmed, they had a fail. Safe. Nevertheless. Abruptly, the sky was gone from the screen before her. White flashes blinked and staggered across blackness. Colin recoiled in N's seat. Kilburney's hands clenched her chair arms. "What's this?" she heard herself gasp. Unreadable, the pattern fairly screamed urgency. "A warning! Fray them! The aliens?" The stars reappeared. She saw needles and numbers go wild. Weight fell to a fraction of what it had been. A synthetic voice stated, "Magnetic flux was at the point of overriding the screen fields and disrupting jet control. Thrust has been stopped. No significant damage has occurred." The nightmare whirled through her. The jet forced aside, slashing at the lattice of its accelerator, perhaps with a backlash into the hull. A lethal burst of radiation, but air would already have exploded from the wound. At best, her boat crippled, an object passive in orbit, falling back to swing through the deadly disk while the tides ripped at structure and flesh. "What has happened?" Nansen called. "I'd like to know. Myself," Kilburney rejoined. "Hold on." She conferred with Colin. "All right, she said. "It's clear." She described the disaster that had been averted. "The flux has declined. We can resume thrust." "We will." "Wait," while breath and blood went in and out. "You'll cast loose first, of course," Nansen said raggedly. "And, forgive me, I can't teach you your business, but as nearly as we can tell, the flare is full of magnetic line concentrations. More will probably sweep over you. You'll have to escape by fits and starts." "That Kilburney conceded. "But no sense in forsaking the station. It's not yet at a point where it can work into any kind of survival orbit. We'll stay with it, tugging when we can till it's ready." "Wait. Abort, I say. Return to us." "No. We've too bluety much invested in this. Colin and Harold and I, we can save it." "Wait." Kilburney began running her new computation. It was elementary. She didn't need help. "Abort at once," Nansen said. "That is an order." Kilburney sighed. "You're captain where you are. I'm captain here." "Wait." Numbers and graphics arrived. She keyed a command. Weight came back as it had been, like a hand laid upon her. I beg you. Don't. Just wish us luck." "Wait." The fire disk waved and wavered. "Dios Santissimo." Stoicism clamped down. "Proceed, pilot." "Carry on, my darling." The minutes moved through the last hour. An alarm shrilled. The boat shuddered. Weight plummeted anew. A magnetic pulse of very high power seriously interfered with plasma collimation before the shutoff could respond, stated the computer. No fear was in its voice. Not being alive, it could not die. The jet deviated and burned through the sternmost coil. Maximum available thrust has been correspondingly reduced by 12%. Kilburney took her parleur to make sure Colin understood. "Now will you abort?" demanded Nansen. "We'll decide," she answered. "I think not. We're too nigh victory." She recomputed. "This adds thrust time," she said to her partner. "In 20 more minutes we can let go, if all goes well, which it may not. What do you think?" "It is a risk," the physicist replied. "I've noticed in the past, from the ship, that flares and the forces they carry reach a peak shortly before they cease. However, in my opinion, it is worth continuing." "Agreed. How I wish I had the language to say what this means and what you are, Colin. But maybe I couldn't anyhow. We humans are too often shy about speaking such things. Skipper, we are not going to quit. We'd leave our hearts behind with the station. Tahirians don't exactly have hearts, but they have spirit. Please keep quiet. We've work to do." The injured vessels struggled on together. The flare streamed invisibly around them. And, "Haru!" Kilburney shouted, the prosaic readouts before her spelled glory. "We've done it!" She inactivated and retracted the grapnels. A nudge of impulse sent the boat drifting clear of the station. It appeared in her screen, a lumpy globule, now under command of its own computer, retreating against the Milky Way. "This is wonderful," Nansen stammered. "Praise be to God." His tone steadied. "You still have to secure your escape, of course." "Of course," Kilburney caroled. "And drink and dance and be outrageous. Well, that's for back aboard Envoy." The two spacecraft were not yet completely free. They had reached a point where either one, even with a lamed motor, could assume any orbit, essentially, go anywhere. But they must go. Their present paths remained cometary. If they did not act, they would fall into the nearness of the black hole and it would wreck them. The station was boosting. Eventually it could stop and coast into the region where it belonged. Harold should linger until then, in case of further trouble. First, though, Harold had better liberate herself, climbing to a track of much lower eccentricity, much higher in the gravity well. "Gangawa, lassie," the pilot said, and wakened the jet. Weight seized. The boat sprang. The alarm shrieked. Readings and readouts went crazy. She floated in her harness, falling free and heard. An extraordinary magnetic surge has caused the destruction of coils 9 through 5 and the disablement of coil 4. The words told away into silence. "Oh, damn and damn," Kilburney said through it. "I'm sorry, Colin." "What is this?" Nansen called across space. "Your jet, your acceleration." "Hold on till I can tell you." Her fingers, running over the keyboard, and her brain, interpreting what came out, might as well have been machines themselves. She had not yet had time for feelings. "Bad news," she said flatly. "Our drive is blown. We don't have but a wisp of thrust, not near enough to break loose. If we rejoin the station, it couldn't help either. We'd simply force it to ruination with us. Whatever we tried, we're bound through the inner part of the disk. They'd already passed a pastron and were downward bound." "No," Nansen pleaded. "Russick is ready. He'll come take you off. The numbers say he can't reach us till way too late." "Wait a minute, darling dearest. I have to talk with my partner." And presently, "We're agreed. We'll know hey yon thing rattle us with radiation and pluck us apart bit by bit. We'll use what's left us to dive straight in." Kilburney swung her boat around and took aim. "Oh, Jean. Hush. I'm not glad to leave this life, but I'm glad for what it gave me. Fare ye all well, shipmates. I love ye, skipper." Kilburney switched the intercom off. She restarted the motor. The acceleration, the weight, was low and erratic. Yet if a magnetic nexus did not strike Harold again, and, really, that was unlikely, speed would mount. In about an hour, she and her friend would pass through the gate of death, too fast to sense it. They joined hands and looked forth at the stars. The station took final orbit without requiring further assistance. It began activating its systems to receive, explore, and relate. Chapter 37. Night watch laid stillness on the corridors of Envoy. When Nansen's door chimed, he looked up in surprise. He had dimmed illumination in his cabin to a twilight. A stubby candle, one of a number newly made for him by the Nanos, burned on his desk below the old crucifix. He sat gazing at the flame, no longer really seeing, though somehow it was like a small sun around which awareness circled through silence, until the door recalled him. "Come in," he said. "The captain is never free." For a moment the fluorescence outside dazzled his eyes. He saw the newcomer as a black hole in it. She stepped through, the entrance closed, and the candle cast his shadow vague over Diane. She stopped, herself half blinded until vision grew used to the dusk. He rose. "What is the matter?" he asked wearily. She caught her breath in a gulp. Her words stumbled. "I'm sorry. This is very late, and I knew you'd rather be alone. As often as possible. But I thought, at this hour we could talk. Privately." "Yes, of course. Please be seated." He resumed his chair at the desk and swiveled it around to face hers. For a while they were mute. She stared down at the hands clenched together in her lap. Finally she got out. "This is hard to say, but..." She raised her head toward him and finished in a rush. "Are you planning any kind of service? Memorial, anything for Jean? And Colin?" she added dutifully. "No," he replied. "Some of us expected you would. My fault. I should have made an announcement. We'd like to say goodbye to her." His flat tone gentled. "I understand, but don't you see there's too much emotion, too much bitterness in certain of us? It would be disruptive to meet this soon for that purpose." She regarded him. With the candle behind, his expression was hard to make out. "Do you truly think so?" "I don't know," he sighed. "I can't read the souls of people. It is my guess. For most of us, me too, a service would be comforting. But I can't very well tell those who look on me as a murderer that they mustn't come." "Oh, Rico!" She half rose from her seat, reached toward him, and sank back down. "That is my guess," he repeated. "I could be wrong, but I dare not risk it. Thank you, though, for reminding me. I'll tell them tomorrow everybody is welcome to pray for her Wake her, whatever feels right, by themselves or with their near friends. You are mourning alone, aren't you? That seems best. You are always alone. In your heart since she went away, unless you are with your God. I am not a very good believer, I fear, he said regretfully. But one can try. In haste, not to reveal more, why have you come here, Hanny? He could see how his use of her first name helped her gather courage. I have a great favor to ask of you. Maybe too great. Yes? Let me join in saying goodbye to her, in praying for her. His eyes widened with surprise. It took him a brief span to respond, most softly. May I ask why you wish this? Tears caught in eyelashes and captured faint flamelight. Her voice harshened. I am guilty, Rico. I connived with her. She got me to. Seduce Lajos into giving her the flight. She lowered face into crook-fingered hands. I wondered about that. If I hadn't. Jom. He squared his shoulders. Then probably Lajos Rushek would be dead. You could not have known. I did not. The calm broke. Over and over I tell myself I did not. She looked anew at him. And you didn't, Rico. Nor you. But what we feel, what I wish had happened, my horrible thoughts. She swallowed a breath. Having regained self-control, he gave her a wry smile. You're unjust, Hanny. Well, I've heard that Jews are too prone to self-accusation. She corrected him in a whisper. I suspect I am the last Jew, and a woman and an unbeliever, but the only vessel the heritage has left. And I am the last. He shrugged. Whatever it may be. Dayan became able to speak quietly. Jean, though, what she was, her kind of spirit, can't we hope it is still alive at home? Thank you for saying that, he gave her. Could we remember her tonight, just for a few minutes? We two? It would help me. You do me honor, he replied. The candle, dim, shadow flickery light up over crucified Christ. Nansen knelt and folded his hands in orison. She stood beside him and said Kadesh. Cluttered, devoid of any outside view, the work center seemed closed off from the stars. But as Sundaram and Yu watched what appeared on a screen before them, all reached in through metal and coursed through marrow. Already? He wondered. Those were no longer vague, short pulses. Sharp and clear, a curve undulated through changes of form while simple-looking symbols altered correspondingly, but kept the same basic array. The adjacent screen showed its computer's quick interpretations, equations rendered in Arabic numerals, Greek and Roman letters, international signs for mathematical operations. Through analytical geometry, a language was beginning to unfold. Yes, Yu said hushedly. I assumed they would need time to trace out our circuits. Now I think they can. Move electrons, alter quantum states directly, and thus use the enormous bandwidth of the station's transmitters to send pictures, and what else? Later. Intelligence speaking to us. Out of where? Out of what? Surely not from the black hole or its immediate environs. It's hell. But perhaps they draw on those extreme conditions, somehow, to make something possible. Something too strange for us to imagine. She touched his brow. We will, in time. You will. We shall want Hanny's advice, above all, at this stage, how to interpret, how to respond. Later, as we grow beyond mathematics and physics, Simon's, and at last, everyone aboard? From the ship's data hoard, Mokawena had summoned some of the music Kilburney loved. She was leaning back, eyes closed, listening to The Flowers of the Forest, and trying to understand that idiom. When Zaid entered her cabin, she heard, rose to greet him, and signaled the player for low volume. Pipes and drums became background, like wind wailing along a seacoast. You look grim, she said. Her tentative smile died before his face. I feel grim, he said. I have been talking with Al Brent. Must you? She attempted a little humor. I've learned to dodge aside when I see him coming. Yes, he is obsessive, but what he has to say, right or wrong, we cannot continue hiding from. I suppose not, she said dully. Hiding. That may be why the mess and the common room are so cheerless, with strained silences broken by intermittent conversation about meaningless matters. Then should we not bring it into the open and have done? Of course, it's only we're afraid to. The wound is too fresh. To stay here in spite of everything, or give it up and go home? A simple question. It isn't, even between you and me. This was in fact their first recent touching on it. Scientific values versus what? Survival, perhaps, and the science isn't yours or mine. She rallied from sadness. How can you be sure? Those beings, or that being, not life as we know it, but maybe we'll learn things about our own kind of life too, that we never knew. And maybe not. In either case, there'll be nothing for a chemist to do. Her eyes implored him. How can you be certain? Besides, you're more than a chemist, Salim. And as for going home, what does that mean any longer? Enough, he snapped. You're talking general principles again. We have been over that ground until it's trampled bare. But Jean's death, yes, that has changed things. Zaid began to pace, up and down before her. The music ended. Without it, his tones sounded machine-like. Doubtless this isn't logical, but people aren't. Al is right. We must meet soon and decide. I will put it to the captain. And others will, she foresaw. Pause. If it comes to a vote, will you be for leaving? Yes. And I will be for staying. She drew close to him. We mustn't let this divide us. You are too late, he said. The crew is already divided. He took her hands. Tenderness welled up. But we too, Mom. We will not let that happen, will we? In Rushek's cabin, the same disagreement took another turn. If you hadn't honeyed me into giving her the mission, he grated. I'm sorry, but how could I have known? Diane cried. They had left their scats and stood stare against stare in the middle of the room. Apart from the furnishings, it was well-nigh empty. He had few possessions. A vase of flowers she had brought was withering. With several drinks under his belt, blood flushed his cheeks, sweat sheened on the bare scalp, the mustache bristled. Sorry? Would you rather it was me dead? Her glance fled from his. No, oh no. I can't feel thankful to you. It was blind luck. Of course. Evil luck. For me also. Then why are you angry? The senselessness of it. Your God. He ignored her essay at peace. And the senselessness of hanging here. You know Nansen won't let me fly. He'll cancel the other manned explorations we planned. Mustn't risk the last boat. But the pilot can sit and rot after you get your way. Please, Lejos, no. She met his eyes afresh and spoke levelly. We will find work for you, outside observations, interior refitting. Sops, while you scientists have your fun and games. Sops, or the damned stupid virtuals know better. I spit them out, he roared. I say we go home before we lose more lives. We won't. Do you know that? Are you a witch to know that? And we will lose lives, years out of our lives, thrown away, waiting for what? Nothing worth the cost. I say go home. She braced herself, the red head high. And I say stay. He lifted a fist. She stood where she was. His arm dropped. He snarled, turned on his heel and stamped out. She remained there a few minutes before seeking her private quarters. At parade rest before his people in the common room, Nansen saw them seated apart, Sundaram, Yu, and Diane on the right, Brent, Cleland, and Ruzek on the left. Mokoena and Zaid were side by side in the middle, as if to bridge what lay between. Talk had been ragged until Yu now said, Jean Kilburney should not have died for nothing. I am sorry, Nansen told her, and meant it, but that is out of order. We stipulated beforehand that there shall be no emotional declarations at this meeting. Brent leaned forward. Then what is there to say? He flung back. Are you a man or a robot? We cannot let certain things, such as hostility, go free, Nansen replied to the assembly. They feed on themselves. If discipline, morale, and common purpose deteriorate, the black hole may quite possibly kill us. The meeting will confine itself to rational arguments. We've heard them, Rushik growled. They were old before we left to here. What's crazy is to keep going over them. And the rational thing to do is consider our feelings, Rent advanced. Most of us can't take much more. If we don't leave soon, that's what will destroy us as a crew. No, Zaid put in. I disagree. I prefer an early return, but regardless of what the decision is, we should have the brains and backbone to carry it through. Or don't you believe you have them, Al? Jod Dian. Our half-hour together seemed to calm her, Nansen thought. But something has her on edge again. That will do, he reproved. If the meeting cannot proceed in orderly fashion, I will adjourn it. What was the point of calling it? Brent demanded. To clarify our thinking. W. We know where we stand. Clayland's voice firmed. Captain, I call for a vote. This is not a voting matter, Nansen said. Please, Sundaram ventured. With respect, the articles of the expedition can be interpreted as meaning that after 5 years at the original destination, which are past, policy decisions will be made democratically. Nansen looked into the brown countenance. You want to stay, don't you? He asked. With all my heart, but I'm trying to be fair, logical, as you requested. Nansen smiled a trifle. You would, louder, a vote is futile in any event. Counting myself, we have 5 who want to stay. Plus Jean, were she here, 4 who want to go. You're forgetting the Tahirians, Clayland said. Ivan, Peter, Leo make 7. Anil is for you, I admit. But still, it's 7 against 6. Simon is neutral, Brent added. He spoke truth, they knew. Scientific curiosity was seldom a strong Tahirian motivation, at least in the one Tahirian culture still in existence. Simon had served Ent's race and clan by enlisting, with the personal sacrifice that entailed. Whatever came of it, An would be an alpha at home. 7-6, Nansen. We will not count ballots, the captain stated. Voting is not a Tahirian concept. What? Clayland yelled. They're not free, thinking beings? They are. But they never signed our articles. They agreed to take part in our expedition for its duration, which they knew was unpredictable. It was a human idea. This is a human ship, and humans will decide. Nansen raised a hand to quell protests. The poll stands at 5-4, if anyone insists on a poll. Logic and equity are the real considerations. Everyone accepted, some of us reluctantly, but we accepted that this new journey was for the purpose of carrying out research on the black hole and making contact with the intelligences. We have barely commenced. Our whole aim, our pledge to our race, who gave much to send us, has been to try to find meaning in the universe. We may be on the verge of doing so. If we cannot stay loyal to that promise, how can we cope with space, or with an Earth that will be alien to us? If we continue the work, we can depart at any time, when we have learned enough, or when it does really seem foolhardy to linger. But once we turn back, then psychologically and morally, for we do have our Tahirian shipmates to consider, that is irrevocable. Pending such a change in circumstances, we will keep station here. I expect that everyone will work in good faith for our mission and for the general well-being. The meeting is ended. He strode out. His listeners sat wordless. After a while, they began to stare at each other. Cleland could not stay seated for long at a time. In his quarters, where things lay chaotically strewn and every display screen was dark, he poured whiskey for Brent and himself and wandered around in front of his guest, talking in fragments. The engineer waited the spell out. Finally, he could say from his chair, "Yes, You and I know, Tim. The others don't. They're afraid to face the fact. Even Lajos, I think he and Diane have quarreled over this, and I've tried him, hinted, but he hangs back. Probably he hasn't yet shed his old dog grateful attitude toward Nansen, so setting things right has to start with us too. We know. The low-pitched intensity caught at Cleland. He halted and looked into eyes that smoldered up at him. What do you mean? He asked thinly. We're dealing with a madman. Cleland's hand clenched around his tumbler. A monster, at least. Doesn't give a curse about Jean. Did he ever in his life shed a tear? A madman, I say. Maybe not by clinical tests, but for all practical purposes, like Mao Zedong in his later years, lost in his fever dream of a scientific triumph, as if anything anybody could find here can ever matter to humankind, the way the knowledge and power we can bring will. He'll gamble those, and us, to chase his fantasy, down into the black hole. He did say, we can always leave if it's not working out. He lied. Brent gestured. Sit down and listen. Jerkily, Cleland obeyed. You know he lied. When will he admit it? After how many more deaths? But what can we do? That's what you and I have got to talk about, and later with Ivan, Peter, and Leo. What do you mean? Cleland begged again. Brent's voice told. Law, from when men first put to sea, and our ship's articles, and plain common sense, all say there is a right and duty to override a master whose insanity endangers his command. Cleland gasped. Mutiny? I don't believe a board of inquiry, or whatever we'll meet when we come home to Earth, will regard it that way. I think we'll be exonerated because we had no choice, and heroes, because of what we saved, brought back for humankind. But wuss. Brent's manner grew downright practical. I've given this a lot of thought. It can be done, and without loss of life. Just the two of us? Come on, Al. Once it's done, the others will accept. They'll soon see how right we are. But no, not just you and I. Also our Tahirian allies. Cleland shook his head, as if it had taken a blow. I think the whole idea of violence, it'd appall them. I tell you, we don't need violence. If we organize the operation and do it right, nobody has to get hurt. Emil wouldn't go along, Cleland protested. Nor Simon, especially if N gets fascinated. Brent nodded. That is a problem. Yes. Not only recruiting our Tahirians, but keeping it from those two. That body language of theirs makes secrecy unnatural to them. He formed a taut grin. However, people, including Tahirians, can learn things that never were in their nature. What else is civilization? And this, it'll add to the surprise, come the day. I have some ideas about how. I imagine you'll have some good ones too, Tim. I don't know. Really. My God, Brent exploded. Nansen sent Jean to her death, and you don't want to see justice done? Chapter 38. Emil looked shyly around. Humans and Tahirians seldom visited each other's quarters, and In had never been in Cleland's cabin before. The permanent pictures, his mother, the planetologist who had been his mentor, the camp at Vallis Marineris on Mars, where he did his first real work, and the screenings, currently a female nude and an abstract pattern, were as foreign to An as the chairs or the bottle of cognac, or the laundry tossed into a corner. I dare say you and I feel equally restless, frustrated, unfulfilled, Cleland said, approximately, through his parlor. You have your illusions to occupy your mind, the guest replied. That is not a Tahirian invention. I wish it were, or that your equipment for it were usable by us. It soon becomes unsatisfying. Reality is best, and remembered reality second best. That is why I invited you here. I thought we might enjoy talking about what we have experienced, screening images, sharing memories. Conversation between us is very limited. Yes, Cleland thought. From a Tahirian viewpoint, Cambiante was an impoverished language. Also, from a human viewpoint, the richness of an evolutionary history was lacking. Instincts, tastes, drives, and of one civilization, the countless factors both huge and subtle that had formed one's self, and of the other, the individual, appearance, ways, tones, gestures. How Jean cocked her head and glanced aside when something she heard roused a thought. The wide white grin, the archaic dialect she revived. However, this should at least be an interesting diversion, Emil continued. Yes, let us begin with recalling our mutual expedition to the pulsar. The small form folded legs and lay expectant on the carpet. Cleland sat down there too. It would have preferred a chair, but being at more or less the same level would make discourse easier and thus perhaps prolong it. Inwardly, he prepared himself for pain. He didn't want to dwell on memories of being with Jean, and today they'd be retrieving views of her and him together from the database. He did that only when he was alone, and had had several drinks. But if this was how Emil chose to start, he must endure. Ian couldn't read on his face or hear in his voice what it was costing him. Simon was working with Sundaram toward comprehension of the alien sendings and construction of return messages. They would doubtless be occupied for hours. Cleland's part was to keep Emil busy so that Brent could meet with the 3 Tahirians who wanted an end of all voyaging. They had not outfitted their common room like the humans. For one thing, the wheel's capacity being limited, it had to double as their gymnasium. Exercise machines of exotic design stood about, including a sort of long treadmill on which 2 persons could gallop for hours. Live turf from home, moist and springy, covered the deck, and shrubs grew in planters. Their odors mingled spicily with those that bodies gave off. Visual screenings decorated the bulkheads and provided entertainment on demand, but what they showed meant essentially nothing to humans, untrained in the artistic conventions and blind to many of the colors. Standing before Ivan, Leo, and Peter, Brent told them, "Our purpose is the same, to terminate this bad state of affairs, soon and decisively." "It is leading to fundamental new knowledge," said the biologist Peter. N's mates registered disapproval. The 3 conferred, or argued, in their own language. Manes made wave patterns. Fingers undulated, sinuous. Stances shifted. Tones twittered and shrilled. Smells gusted rank or sweet or sharp. Brent waited, sweating. Ivan addressed him. "The science is a minor consideration. We simply need to clarify our consensus in the usual Tahirian style." "You need not depart forever," Brent reminded them. "Your people live 10 times nearer the black hole than mine do. Should they wish to, they can readily come back and resume the research." "That is still a long journey, a long time to be gone from society," Leo said. Probably their dialogue in Cambiante was meant for an explanation to the man, reciting the obvious as so often before to make certain that it really was obvious. "A stable society must think far ahead," Ivan declared. "Best will it be if we return to Tahir immediately, and you then proceed to your home. If our people are to assimilate basic new information, they should first further strengthen their institutions. I doubt they'll ever elect to go after the new information if we don't bring them more than we have right now," Brent muttered. "They'll stay put forever. Your breed isn't really venturesome. On the parleur. Then we 4 agree. This expedition shall end in the near future." "How can we bring that about?" puzzled Peter. Leo's mane quivered. N's middle eyes glowed at Brent. "You have a plan?" An said. "I have come to know you." Brent nodded, from habit, though they had learned what it meant. "I do. It requires your resolute help. You shall have to obey instructions without questioning or hesitation." Ivan seemed to grow dubious. "This is like something out of the distant primitive past, when Tahir, like Earth, spawned occasional abnormal cultures, incompatible with the innate nature of the species, and horror followed. We will have need for forcefulness, yes," Brent admitted, "and we must catch the opposition unprepared, as carnivores ambush prey. Simon and Emil are of that opposition, Ivan said. A rustling sigh went among the three. Regret? Apprehension? When did their race last know serious conflict? Correct, Rent said. They might well reveal the plan to Nansen. Therefore, we will keep them ignorant of it until the thing is done. Dismay? The Tahirians parleyed again, almost frantically. Yet, shocking though the thought was, it could not have been altogether unawaited. These beings must have disputed among each other, politely, but with a bitterness underneath that perhaps grew as great as in any human. They steadied and turned back to Brent. How can we avoid their sensing that something is afoot? Ivan asked. They will inquire what it is. If we three are less than candid, or refuse outright, they will become suspicious and report their misgivings to the Nansen group. Brent shivered with a momentary thrill. I have considered this, he replied. Let me convey to them your request that they avoid you for a number of day cycles while you develop a stronger argument than hitherto in favor of aborting the mission. Over the years, he had learned enough Tahirian psychology to know that that would not appear unreasonable. The mere presence of an opponent was an emotional and semantic distraction, if nothing else, by involuntary scent emissions, which had the effect of loud heckling or even of interference that distorted the meaning of an utterance. It could rouse anger that might in time go out of control. No wonder the culture set such a high value on consensus. I can arrange new, separate quarters for them, if all 5 of you tell Nansen you desire it. Brent went on. Simon is busy with Sundaram, and Cleland, our ally, will keep Emil engaged, so neither ought to feel offended or deprived. Nansen cannot forbid you to think and speak freely under the conditions that best suit you. Besides, that idea wouldn't likely occur to the captain. Ivan made a sound and gesture that apparently corresponded to a human. An stood for a while, thoughtful, before saying, with a possible touch of humor, furthermore, settled together apart from the rest of us, they may well develop a mating urge, which would keep them still more preoccupied. Peter expressed an objection in Cambiante. No young should be born out here. Absolutely not, Leo agreed. All the more reason to hasten our return. Ivan moved a pace closer to Brent. Tell us your proposal, An said. With Sundaram and Simon already there, Diane and Nansen crowded the workroom. Ventilation overburdened, the air quickly grew thick and hot. Necks craned, eyes squinted at the enigmas on the screen. But the physicist needed to see as well as be told, and she had insisted that the captain deserved to share the revelation. As it burst upon them, discomfort fled from their awareness. Yes, you are not merely welcome on this team, Hanny. You are vital, Sundaram assured her. Communication has been progressing incredibly fast. We have reached a point where the computer programs are no longer adequate to deduce meanings. I believe you alone can modify them, as well as make a unique, personal contribution. Pressed against Nansen, she trembled. I've gathered you're starting to hear what the beings are, she asked, rather than said. Yes, I do apologize for not keeping everyone Okoran, but we are overwhelmed with input, and I have sufficient physics background to see that what is being described to us is not molecular, atomic, or, I think, nuclear. Not any kind of material configuration, but sets of quantum states. Beyond that, Simon and I are lost. Quantum states of what? Wondered Nansen. The plasma and the accretion disk? That doesn't sound likely, Dayan replied. Unless it has more structure, more complexity than I expect is possible. If only Colin were here. 2 ways of looking at reality. 2 different concepts of it. His hand touched hers. Don't underrate yourself, Hanny. Gazing at the symbols, sight sinking into the depths of the screen, she murmured, I have speculated a little lately since you dropped a few hints, Ajit. Quantum states in the vacuum, the sea of virtual particles, under the conditions of convoluted, changeable space-time near the black hole. A quantum state can hold and carry information as well as matter can, maybe better. What is life if not information? But how strange are we to them? Perhaps not entirely strange. Nansen's voice shook. Perhaps we will discover not just what they are, but what we are. Dios mio, what this could mean. Surely now everyone aboard will want to see it through. The machine shop was spacious but well-filled. Its equipment, mostly robotic, some nanotechnic, might have to make a variety of things. An area offside was reserved for handwork. Brent sat on a stool at a bench, fitting together items that had been produced for him. Electronic parts from stock lay waiting. A computer displayed the diagram that guided his hands. Chancing to have an errand there, Yu spied light beyond the big shapes. She wove her way between lathe, drill press, and drop hammer to see what it meant. Brent heard her and looked around. "Good day, Watch," she greeted. "What are you doing?" He smiled the smile of his that charmed. "Occupying my time. Usefully, I hope." She glanced at the bench. A cylindrical frame, about 3 centimeters by 50, rested half-assembled. It was clear that after the circuitry and power pack were installed, the frame would be completed, an organometallic skin attached, and a stock with a grit fitted. "What is this, if I may ask?" "Well, I didn't plan to say anything till it was ready, but no reason not to tell you. It's nothing startling. The computer easily designed it to my specs. Check the program if you like. I'm cobbling together a prototype to test how the hardware behaves in practice. It's a short-range radionic override for simple cybernetic systems, for instance. Doors, locks, cooling fans, gas filters, conveyors. You want to be able to take over control of them." "Why?" she asked, nonplussed. He laughed. "Not I, but the station." He laid down a spot catalyzer, turned toward her, and spoke earnestly. "The black hole's thrown a lot of surprises at us. They cost us several probes, a boat, and 2 lives. What's next? What might it derange in the station, given that close orbit? A small but critical item could suddenly go wild or inoperable. Something like a stuck flow gate, maybe. Under the wrong circumstances, that could bring on a disaster." She frowned in skepticism. "The station's well built for homeostasis and self-repair, you know." "Oh yes, but what harm in one more emergency backup? If this thing seems practical, we can transmit the plans and have the machines there, make a few for the maintenance robots to use if it's ever necessary." "If. It gives me something to do," he said. Sympathy answered. "I understand, Al. Yes, carry on. Not make work, either. Not quite. It could prove helpful. Unlikely, but it could. Having gotten the idea, I'd feel remiss if I didn't develop it." She regarded him. "That is good of you." He smiled again. "Considering that I'd rather we go straight home? Well, since the decision went against me, I'll do my best for the ship and the mission." In a near whisper, Jean and Colin's mission. Her tone softened further. "We have misunderstood you, Al." He shrugged. "Or maybe I've misunderstood me. Anyhow, call this a gesture, if nothing else." He paused. "Please don't tell anybody. I'd like to spring it as a surprise. When we are all together," she proposed. "In the wardroom, turning a mess meal into a feast of reconciliation." "Ah, that's too fancy a word." "I'll help you arrange your surprise," she offered. The medical center consisted of an office and, behind a door, a sick bay as well equipped as most hospitals had been on Earth. Mokawina found Clayland there. He rose. "I'm sorry I'm late, Tim," she said. "Annie caught me, and I couldn't break away. It was too important, too fascinating, to be honest. You'd told me your problem isn't urgent. And no harm done. What was the, distraction? Something to do with the aliens. What else?" Ardor radiated from her. "Quantum life. She wants me to list whatever analogies I can with organic biology. No, not analogies. Correspondences, basic principles. Oh, Tim, we're at the dawn of a revolution like nothing since they identified DNA. We can't stay here forever," he groaned. No, just long enough to—" She stopped and looked more closely at him. He stood clean and properly clad, in his careless fashion, but the face was haggard, with a tick in the right cheek, and the hands shook slightly. "Never mind," she said. "Here, sit down." He resumed the edge of his chair. She settled behind her desk. "What is your trouble, dear?" "I'm feeling worse and worse. Jitters, insomnia, nightmares when I do sleep. It shows. I've been more and more worried about you, and you're off alone with Emil so much of the time. Nothing wrong with that, but you hardly have a word for your fellow humans. I feel trapped." She nodded. "I know. Listen, Salim Zeed has accepted the situation. He's adjusting to it, making the best of it. Al Brent seems to be doing likewise. You are whipping yourself to pieces. Tim, you must change your attitude." "Easier said than done." "Well," she told him briskly, "you did have the sense to consult me before I hounded you into it. We'll do a physical examination today. If your ills are psychosomatic, as I expect, I'll put you on a euthymic. And we can talk, of course, anytime you wish." He tried to meet her eyes. I think it'd help if you explain to the others, I'm not being unfriendly. I simply can't handle sociability. Withdrawing into your shell is no medicine. Why not? Till I, get my thoughts sorted out. Actually, I'm, fairly at ease with Al. Yes, you two always have been close. Complementary personalities. Well, if he's adapting, maybe he can teach you something." Mokohena rose. "Come, let's start that examination." In this wise, Cleland got the excuse he wanted, to be absent from mess or other gatherings whenever he chose, to shun conversation and evade questions, to prefer the company of Brent or a Tahirian, without arousing suspicion. Night watch, stillness in empty passageways. Brent stood with Ivan, Leo, and Peter before the arms locker. His device unsecured the door. It slid aside, the alarm silenced. Light fell in on racked, darkly gleaming barrels. Boxes and power packs filled shelves, like hunched beasts. His companions were tensed. A smell of fear blew from them. "These are not for us," Ivan spelled. "They should not be for anyone," Brent said. "I've explained that we brought weapons in case of unforeseeable dangers. Nuclear missiles for the ship, small arms against ferocious wild animals or something equivalent. We here must make sure they are not used on sentient beings." Peter's mane bristles stiff. "Could they be?" "Yes." "How innately violent and irrational is your species?" "Some of us are. Some are not. For most, it depends on upbringing and circumstances. Once Tahir, too, knew bloodshed, though never on the scale that Earth did, again and again and again. Now let us work fast. Quietly, but fast." Brent stepped into the locker and passed the weapons out. His fingers lovingly stroked the first several. The Tahirians loaded them onto a cart. Having closed the door, he would conduct them to the shuttle docked on this side of the gap, and they would conceal their booty inside it. "Come, Mornwatch!" The Tahirians would do what they had arranged with Nansen, cross over to the hull. Ostensibly, it would be to fetch biotechnic gear of their own stowed there, they having decided to run experiments on terrestrial bacteria for the sake of science and to pass the time. They would indeed bring the stuff back. But first they would have carried the weapons to a hiding place Brent had shown them on a display of the ship's plan. It was probably needless, but a strategist should provide for all contingencies he could imagine. The hour might come when he was glad the Tahirians, too, had no ready access to an arsenal. They saw him emerge from the gun-empty locker with a twin-load machine pistol and a box each of disabling and killing cartridges. "What do you want those for?" Ivan demanded. "To make certain," Brent said, tucking them under his cloak. Certain that he would have the sole firearm. Day watch and even watch followed. Cleland led Emil and Simon to the Tahirian section. He had sought them out earlier and asked them to meet him at this time. He would accompany them back to their fellows, he said, and act as human representative while the new arguments for termination were presented to them. It was pathetically easy to deceive Tahirians. They had such vague notions of deliberate falsehood, and they could not read any nuances of human expressions, intonations, body language, only the most stereotyped attitudes and the bald cambiante. Ivan, Leo, and Peter promptly surrounded them. Cleland stood by to help in case they resisted. It trumpeted in him. He was no longer passive, a victim. He was taking action. Illumination fell gentle over white napery and shining tableware. Yellow, lavender, and purple clustered in a centerpiece of chrysanthemums from one of the gardens. Bottles stood open, Cabernet Sauvignon breathing, to go with the roast, whose fragrance drifted out of the galley. Synthetic, made by the nanos, but identical with the original. And no creature had had to die. It was Nansen's turn to select background music, and Vivaldi's Concerto in G major danced for whoever cared to listen. At this hour, the captain felt its lightheartedness was no mockery. Since the tremendous news of quantum-level intelligence broke, moods had soared. Mostly. His glance went down the table. No garb quite matched the formality of his blue dress uniform, but everybody was in good clothes. On his right, Rushik chatted with Mokoena and with Zaid beside her, not exactly cheerfully. Yet it was more than the mate had done for a number of day cycles. On his left, Yu and Sundaram glowed in their mild way. He wished Diane, beyond them, were at his side. She had thrown off her own depression and talked enthusiastically whenever she got an opening, about the research and everything else that came to mind. Maybe she and Rushik would repair their relationship, maybe not. Nansen didn't know just what had gone amiss, and recoiled from prying. What mattered immediately was that she was herself again, and Rushik in the course of becoming himself, though he kept stealing looks at her. Empty chairs. He had ordered Kilburney's put in storage. "Where is Mr. Brent?" he asked. "Does anybody know?" "He told me he had something to show us," Yu said. "He must be preparing it. I am sure he will come in a few minutes. And Dr. Cleland called me with word he is indisposed and will stay in his cabin. A shame. But we are better off without his gloomy presence. Confessed that which Nansen kept imprisoned. Rebellion against having to be always the captain. Too bad." Rusek reached for a bottle. "Let's pour." Nansen offered him a smile. Impatient. Thirsty, damn it. The mate filled his goblet, drank barbarically deep, but then spoke across the table in civilized style. "Any more wonderful discoveries today, Ajit?" "No, unless they lie somewhere in the flood of input," Sundaram replied. "We have been composing our own next messages. Communication is a two-way street, do the Americans say? But it isn't easy. Describing our kind of life, matter life," Mokoena added. She nodded to her right. "We are going to need you, Salim, very much. And I, poor lorn physicist, struggling to see how any of this can possibly be." Diane was joking. Blood beat high under the fair skin. "You will," Nansen called low. "Drink to that." Russek raised his goblet. Others moved to charge theirs. Zaid, who had acute hearing, turned his face toward the entrance. "Footsteps," he said. "Al is here." He laughed. "Excellent. I'm starved. Bring in the soup." The second engineer trod quick-step into sight. He carried an object somewhat like a small, clumsy rifle. "And?" Nansen stared, narrowed his eyes. Was that a pistol at his hip? From the passageway, Brent pointed the device. It buzzed. The door, which was the single exit from the wardroom, galley, and senator complex, drew shut. Nansen sprang to his feet. "Open!" he shouted. Already he knew it would not, and the manual control was frozen. Rushek bellowed. His chair clattered to the deck behind him. He plunged, shoulder foremost. Impact thudded. He lurched back, pale, and sagged to the deck. "That was unwise," Nansen said flatly. "You only gave yourself a bruise, if not a dislocation. Dr. Mokoena, see to him. Hold back, everyone else. Quiet, quiet. Stand by till we know what is happening. Chapter 39. In helmet, gauntlets, and apron, Brent stepped to the wardroom door. He aimed a large ion torch. Flame hissed out, blue-white. Cleland kept his eyes away from the actinic glare. Brent played the fire along first, the right edge, then the left. Sparks showered. Metal glowed, sagged, coursed in thick rivulets, and congealed. There, he said after a few minutes. No matter how they may gimmick the lock, they aren't going anywhere without leave. He narrowed the jet. Lightning sharp, it cut straight through. He drew a rectangle, about 90 centimeters wide by 15 high, some 180 centimeters off the deck. When it was almost finished, he reached with an insulated glove, caught a slumping edge, and tugged it toward him. Thus, the piece clattered down on his side. Setting the torch aside and shedding his protection, he moved closer. The rim of the hole was still hot, but not molten. "All right," he said. "You can come talk. Just don't touch anything till it cools." He had told the captives over the intercom what he meant to do. Nansen's face appeared, stiff as a winterscape. Rushik scowled beside him. The others pressed at their backs. "Very well, Mr. Brent," the captain snapped. "Now will you explain the meaning of this?" Brent returned his look. "You know it," he said. "I've taken command. We're going home." "Are you insane?" Nansen's glance went to Cleland, behind and offside from the second engineer. "Are you—" The planetologist clenched his fists. His mouth writhed. "You are," Brent stated. "You, the great Ricardo Iriarte Nansen Aguilar, monomaniac, megalomaniac, egomaniac." His voice mildened. "Hani Mam, Wenji, Ajit, Salim, Lajos, we're acting on your behalf. Yours and humankind's." The tone went harsh. He'd have kept us in this orbit of the damned year after year after year, till one way or another the black hole destroyed us. It would have, the ghastly thing. Jean died to warn us. But no, Ricardo Nansen would not heed. We'd have died, and everything we've won, every treasure of knowledge and power we have to give our race and keep it forever starfaring, all would have died with us, for nothing but to serve this man's self-grandeur. "And so you've sealed us in here," snarled Rushik. "You brother-buggering swine, let me out and I'll serve you rightly." Nansen lifted a hand. Quiet lapse. The use of the first name emphasized the order. "You called past him. You plotted, you two. You deceived us." "We had to," Cleland yelled. "You betrayed your ship and your shipmates." Cleland shrank back. Brent turned and clasped his shoulder. "Steady, Tim. They're just swearing. They were bound to." Sundaram spoke levelly. "You overlook the fact that a majority of us wish to stay. By now, all of us in here," Mokoena said. Nansen made another hushing gesture. "What of the Tahirians?" he asked. "They have their own arrangements," Brent told him. "We'll take them home as promised. Then we'll set course for Seoul. Do you two shitbrains suppose you can con the ship by yourselves?" Rushek roared. "She can by herself," Brent answered. "Personnel only have to instruct her where to go and how fast. I'll study up before leaving orbit, but already I know. If I keep maneuvers simple and straightforward, back to Tahir's sun, back to Seoul, Envoy will do it." Rusik sneered. "How do you expect to make planetfall? On your ass?" "We probably won't need the boat," said Brent, unperturbed. "Tahirian spacecraft will rendezvous with us in their system. At Seoul, we'll see what we'll see. But we'll have had a year en route to learn the boat's operation and practice with virtuals and test flights. It's mainly robotic, too, after all. Piloting's not hard if you don't attempt anything risky. A whip crack, like what you made Jean do, Nansen." "Please," Cleland begged. "We want to be your friends. We are your friends." Russik spat at him through the slot. "Lejos, no," Nansen said. He pushed slightly at the mate, who took the hint and moved aside. What are your plans for us? The captain demanded. That depends on you, Brent replied. Each of you. Listen, you have a washroom, sanitar, and galley in there. I've cut this opening so servitors can bring you food, medicine, whatever you need. Sorry about your having no hunks, but they'll push expansible mattresses through. You can clump your dirty stuff out, and it'll be cleaned and returned. You've got a screen for entertainment, education, the shipped database, the whole culture of Earth, which we're going to enrich and uplift. Zaid advanced to the slot. Each of us, eh? He murmured. Your choice, Brent said. You can come home prisoners, to trial, or free and heroes. Trial. You exclaimed from the rear. What makes you imagine? Hold, please, Wenji, Zaid said. Captain Brent, if I may give you that title, I would like to hear more, privately. You know I have always wanted an early return. Brent laughed aloud. Nice try, Salim, but I've watched your mind changing as the news came in. Starkly, the news from hell. I'd sooner trust. His voice warmed. You, Lajos, you're honest. And you've hated every minute here. You long for earth, blue sky, green grass, women, children, freedom. Think about it, Lajos. I'm sorry. Tears blurred Cleland's eyes. Then make amends, Nansen said. That will do, Brent clipped. The servitors will bring your mattresses, collect your garbage, and transmit me your requests. Meals will arrive at our usual times. Or just food will, if and when you prefer to do your own cooking. Behave yourselves, and think. Diane came forward. Tim, she said, we thought better of you. It's for you, Cleland cried. That will do, Brent repeated. Don't listen to her, Tim. To the rest, I'll look in on you daily or oftener, and I'm willing to talk with you here or on the intercom, if you don't abuse the privilege. At reasonable hours and in reasonable style, okay? Shipmates, think how this one man, Nansen, has forced this to happen. Think hard. Good night. He turned to go. Cleland hesitated. Come, Brent ordered. Pick up the torch in that chunk and come along. He strode down the corridor. Cleland slouched after. Nansen gathered his people around the table. First and foremost, he reminded them, we must keep control of ourselves. Anger and anxiety will wear us down without leaving a mark on these bulkheads. What can? Asked Sundaram. It was as if they were closing in. The bright murals on them had become scornful. Air felt chill. Suggestions? Nansen invited. Engineer you? Nothing comes to mind, she sighed. I will keep trying. Don't bother, Zaid advised. This is a mental problem. Can we work on Brent? I don't believe so, Mokoena said. Of course, I had no inkling he would go this far, but in my opinion, nobody will persuade him now that he's in motion. He's utterly intense, driven, fearless. Unstable, wondered Nansen. Not really, I think. Moka Na's manner became clinical. As the physician, she was also the psychologist. Though what matters most is how nature endowed her with a feeling for others, Nansen reflected. He is insane in a way, she said. The stress in him has snapped whatever restraints he had. But it's an emotional imbalance. He projects his traits on you, Ricardo. Otherwise, he's rational. His plot and the bold, flawless execution show that. Those ambitions, those expectations, you call them rational? Dayan demurred. He's taking a wild gamble, yes. He knows it. For him, the prize is worth the stake, power, adulation, his name written huge in history. How? It's plain to see by hindsight. Remember how often he spoke of what we can do at Earth, armed with the technology we've acquired from the Star Cluster and the Tahirians. It does have tremendous military potential, doesn't it? But we'd not likely ever permit such use of it. Meanwhile, in his eyes, we have kept him here, unemployed, empty-handed, caged, while we hazarded his life for the sake of more knowledge of nothing but academic interest. Oh, he understands full well that what he'd bring to Earth may prove puny and irrelevant. But down underneath he does not accept that understanding. For a chance at destiny he'll sacrifice anything and anyone. Nansen nodded. It sounds right. Earth has known many like that. Too blood-drenching many, Diane said between her teeth. Well, Zaid proposed, if we can't influence him, what about the Tahirians? To begin with, Nansen pointed out, we have no parleur, and Brent has undoubtedly brought them under his authority. I wish I knew how. Poor Emil. Poor Simon. Poor all of them, said Sundaram. Tim then, Zaid pursued. We heard him. We saw him. He's bewildered, fighting his conscience. We can talk to him. Get him close to the slot, Russick rumbled. I'll reach out and grab his throat. That would not unseal the door, Nansen said. Brent wouldn't surrender anyway, Diane added. If we get unruly, he can starve us into submission. My people learned long ago how that works. Arj! Rushick's fist thundered on the table. Lapse no, Sundaram urged. Rushek looked at the linguist as if in appeal. That injured shoulder is giving you much pain, isn't it? Sundaram continued. If the company will excuse us, I think you and I should retire to the galley for a time. After that door had closed on the two men, their comrades heard the low sound of a mantra. We all need some inner peace, Nansen said. Tomorrow we'll organize. Establish an exercise program for one thing. Now we should try to rest. They had not thought to ask for night clothes, other changes of garb, towels, toothbrushes, or anything else. Nor did anyone now feel like putting in the request. Tomorrow would do. There was barely enough unoccupied space on the wardroom deck, if mattresses were laid side to side and end to end. With illumination quenched, though light streamed relentless in through the hole, bodies stretched out and strained to lie quietly. Nansen heard Dayon breathing on his right. He stole a look. Her eyes were shut, her countenance quiet amidst the loosened red mane, but he wondered if she really slept. Himself, aching with weariness, skull filled with grit, he could not. These, his crew, his trusty folk who trusted him, how might he help them endure? How keep them what they were? Confinement, as cramped and hopeless as this, bred cancers of the spirit, rage, spite, selfishness, at last hatred. Lovers, what about them? And those who had no lovers? Mokoena, if she kept her jollity, perhaps could provide a little fun. Sundaram's serenity might help more persons than Rushek. Given the screen, they could hold classes, learn from each other. But always they would be gnawing on the dream of escape. He had to get to sleep. He had to stay alert and capable. It was his duty. The servitors had set up a table in the common room. Until another galley was constructed, food must be prepared in the reserve unit on the gimbals and would be uninspired. Nanotechnic recycling produced first-class materials, but did not cook them. However, the victors were no gourmets, and first-class champagne remained unlimited. In this triumphal hour, on the even watch after the coup, 2 bottles stood in their cooling jackets before Brent. Beethoven's Eroica soared from the player, on whose screen a color abstraction leaped and whirled in time with the music. An ozone tang livened the air, as if a rainstorm were drawing near. Cleland shambled in. Brent, who sat crisply uniformed, cast him a hard glance. The planetologist was unkempt, his garments rumpled and not very clean. A smell of sour sweat hung around him. Attention, Brent barked. Cleland halted. What? You've gone slovenly again. It won't do. We're 2 men on the most important expedition ever made, with 9 desperate prisoners to keep and a starship to bring home. We won't survive without discipline. That begins with self-discipline. Sorry, Cleland mumbled. And don't take that sullen tone either. Nansen was right about the necessity of maintaining form, rank, respect. I am your captain, Cleland. Yes, sir. Brent cased. Okay, enough. a word to the wise. We do need a little shakedown time. You don't have to go back and clean up." He smiled. "We'll pretend you did. Sit down, help me celebrate, drink to our future." Cleland obeyed, filling a goblet, clinking it against Brent's, and sipping without enthusiasm. "What have you been doing today, anyhow?" Brent asked. "Wandering around," said Cleland dully. "Trying to rest. Trying to think. I didn't sleep a blink's worth after we'd secured them." Brent frowned. "I'm going to have you take medication." Cleland stared. "Can you prescribe it?" "I can read a medical database and use a medical computer program, same as any other kind." Brent spoke sternly. "I've begun studying plans, operating instructions, the captain's and chief engineer's logs." "You should have. You will tomorrow. I'll prepare assignments for you. Yes, the ship can run entirely robotic. If no surprises hit along the way, we've got to be prepared. You've got to get into shape." A servitor entered bearing a tray. It deposited the dishes between the place settings and rolled back out. The men helped themselves. Brent took a hefty bite of pork loin. Cleland picked at his vegetables. "Eat, man," Brent said. "Keep up your strength. You'll be wanting it and wanting your brains in working order." Cleland drank before chewing further. Brent savored the symphony. After a while, Cleland ventured, I did call on the Tahirians. To see how they're doing, they aren't happy." "I knew they wouldn't be," Brent replied. "This whole business goes against their grain. Can't be helped, and our 3 allies recognize that. But the sooner we deliver them to their planet, the better. Also our own prisoners." Cleland's fork dropped to his plate. "Huh? I haven't quite decided yet," Brent said. "But they're a dangerous lot, smart, tough, and outraged. I wouldn't care to bet they can't find some stunt to pull on us in the course of a year." Cleland swallowed twice before he could ask, "What do you intend to do?" Brent shrugged. "What would you? Keep them penned clear to Tahir and then to Earth. 14 months at least. Not humane, is it? And as I said, certainly dangerous." "You promised. We can try to persuade." Brent nodded. "Between here and Tahir, I suppose we may as well, though we'd better plan our arguments first. But suppose they, or any of them, agree. How can we be sure they don't mean to turn on us once they're out, first chance they get? 1 or 2 at a time, under guard. Cut a hole for them, reclose it when they've passed through. Risky. And how can we tie ourselves down, guarding them every minute of the day cycle? No. Right now, my idea is, and I expect I'll stay by it, is to have the Tahirians take them over when we arrive there. The Tahirians will, if we press our case. They can land the crews someplace isolated, an island or wherever, and leave them." Cleland gasped. "What? They'll be okay. The Tahirians aren't cruel. They'll synthesize Earth-type foods and such. Their scientists will be interested, after all. But I imagine otherwise they'll leave the humans strictly alone, not to have any more of their disturbing influence till everybody's peacefully dead of old age. No, don't worry about children. We won't reverse any sperm immunities. But this is their ship too," Cleland shouted. "No." Brent's voice rang. "It's humanity's, under my command. Taking them back with us would add a completely unnecessary complication. We'll have plenty to do as is." Cleland shuddered. "Without witnesses against us. Witnesses who at best misunderstand the truth, or at worst will lie, perjure themselves, for revenge. We can't have that. It'd be treason to everything we mean to the future." "Treason. Treason. Eat, I say," Brent exclaimed heartily. "Drink. And be merry? Why not? Listen, I'm open to argument. I'll welcome any better ideas you may come on. Just not tonight, please. Tonight we celebrate. We've won, we're free, we're going home." To Cleland's surprise, later to his faint pleasure, the next hour or so passed agreeably. Brent took the initiative. Liveliness sparkled in him. His conversation ranged from witty to serious, discussed diversions and occupations for the voyage, touched on his past rather tenderly, drew hitherto unshared memories from his table-mate, speculated with considerable imagination about what they might find on Earth and what they might accomplish, but avoided loftiness, recited stirring passages from literature that most people had forgotten centuries before Envoy departed. It was as if he sought to evoke what had been best in his civilization and his species. Meanwhile, though, he drank goblet after goblet. That was not his custom. After dessert, he ordered brandy and more champagne. Cleland, not wishing to fall asleep where he sat in his own exhaustion, held back more or less. With alcoholic suddenness, the mood mutated. Beethoven had left the room. Brent was with Shakespeare. 2. For, as thou urgest justice, be assured thou shalt have justice, more than thou desirest. The words jarred to a stop. He looked before him, past the other man. His grip tightened on his goblet. He threw what had held down his throat. Justice, he said. Yes, Nansen, you'll get justice. Whatever calm he had won drained out of Cleland. What? Simple justice, marooning Nansen. Give him his little kingdom. Let him rule over his little bootlickers. Do you really hate him that much? Brent shook his head. No. Or maybe yes. I tell you, I want to give him justice. A tyrant, a murderer, a menace to the race. But mainly, he can't see. He won't. He's a strong man like me. I respect that part of him. Hate. Justice. Yes, Brent said slowly. That Diane bitch, she deserves more than marooning. Cleland's voice cracked. Annie? Brent glowered at him. She humiliated me, the slut, deliberately, and ever since then I've felt her gloat, oh yes. Oh yes. Annie dear, he purred. You got a lesson coming. What? What? When we reach Tahir, the Tahirians who take the prisoners off, they'll cooperate. They'll do whatever we ask. They'll even help. For all they know, I'll be bidding her a sweet farewell. No, no, Cleland wailed. Brent grinned. And cute little Wengie and hot big mom. How about them, eh? How'd you like a piece of that for yourself? Eh? It'd be a lesson to the men, too. Justice. Cleland sat dumb. Brent observed. Just a thought, he said quickly. Just a notion. We've a lot to do, a long way to go before the question rises. Rises, he snickered. He refilled his goblet. Come on, we'd better drink up and turn in. A hard day's work ahead of us. If I can sleep. Brent summoned a degree of sobriety. If you can't, I'll fix that tomorrow. Trust me. Follow me, and I'll lead you further than men ever went before. Night watch yielded to morn watch. Cleland sat in his darkened cabin. The only light was from the screen in front of him. He had evoked a close-in image of the black hole. Around and down into its absolute night swept the tidal vortex of fire. Jean, forgive me, he whispered. When you died on top of everything else, I don't know. It seemed like I had to lash out somehow. And Al was my friend, my last human friend, I believed. He bit his lip. Blood trickled. No. Now I'm feeling sorry for myself. Again. Air stirred, a barren, tiny noise among the shadows. What to do, Jean? What would you have done? Odd how soon the answer came. Chapter 40. In the dead of night watch, he arrived at the wardroom. The subdued light of this hour glittered faintly off the scars on the door. The open wound in it yawned black. Cleland laid down the equipment he bore and leaned close. Sounds of unrestful sleep, warmth, and odors of crowdedness rolled out at him. Wake up, he called as low as could be heard. Wake, but keep quiet. I'm here to help you. Stirrings and brumblings began to trouble the dark. Quiet, quiet, Cleland implored. He heard Nansen's soft command. Silence. Stay where you are." The noise sank to little more than thick breathing. The captain's face appeared at the slot, etched across shadow. "Quiet," Cleland whispered. Nansen nodded, expressionless. The vigor that a stimulant forced spoke to him. I'm going to cut you free. Brent's armed. If he hears before you're out, that's it. I didn't use the intercom because he may have a tap connected to an alarm in his cabin." "Good man." Nansen gusted in the same undertone. He stuck a hand forth. Cleland took it, a hurried, awkward gesture. "I hoped you'd prove what you are." "No time. Stand back. Keep them quiet." Nansen retreated from view. Cleland scrambled into apron, gloves, helmet. He lifted the ion torch and took aim. A blade of flame hissed forth. Sparks flew. Metal glowed white. Cleland cut from the slot on the left side, almost to the deck. He brought the blaze diagonally to the right corner and guided it back downward. Brent leaped into sight from the curve of the corridor. A pistol belt girdled his pajamas. The weapon was in his grip. "Hold!" he yelled. Cleland cast a look at the Gorgon face and kept his torch going. The pistol barked. A slug wanged off a bulkhead and ricocheted along the passage. Brent sped nearer, slammed to a halt, slitted his eyes against the actinic glare, and took aim. "You Judas," he rasped. "Didn't you think I'd rig a monitor?" "Break out," called Nansen from within. Cleland swept the flame around at the other man. It didn't reach, but head-on, it dazzled. Brent fired, once, twice, thrice. Cleland staggered. He dropped the torch. It died. He toppled. Blood pumped from him. Mass crashed against the door. Parted on three sides, weakened across the middle, struck with full force and high turning moment. Metal buckled. A jagged tongue of it lapped outward. Nansen and Rushek burst through the hole, Zaid at their heels. For an instant, Brent stood fast. He snapped two more shots. Still half blind, he missed. Rushek bellowed and plunged at him. Zaid followed. Brent whipped about and ran. Moving downspin, weight lessened. He needed about 10 seconds to disappear where to the eye, the deck met the overhead. "Stop," Nansen shouted. "Stop, Lahos Salim." Zaid heeded. Rushek pounded on. Nansen sprinted, overtook him, grabbed him by his sleep shirt, and pulled. "You'll get killed. No sense in that." The mate obeyed. "We've got to smash him," he panted. "He has that gun. If necessary, one or two of us can get killed later," Nansen said. "But we don't want it to be necessary." They returned. Mokawena squatted at Cleland's sprawled form. She had removed helmet and apron and rucked up his shirt. The blood had spread impossibly far, impossibly bright, before outflow ended. Heedless of it, the others stood close and pale. "How is he?" Nansen asked. "Gone," Mokawena said. "A revival." She pointed to a gap in the right temple, and the gray material spattered opposite. "No." She closed the eyes in the wet red mask. "Goodbye, Tim." She rose. Nansen signed the cross. Ancient words trembled on his lips. "It was one of us," the captain finished. Then, tone gone steely, Brent's loose, armed, and frenzied. "God knows what he'll attempt. He may even try to destroy the ship." "Got her, Damarang," Diane whispered. "We should have a short grace period while he finds a hiding place, recovers full vision, and thinks what to do. After that, we have to capture or kill him. Is everybody in active condition? We can do nothing for Tim till later. But take a moment to wash off his blood, if only because it'd leave tracks, and change clothes if you need to. Then we'll arm ourselves." Hollowness met them at the gun locker. "I am a fool," Nansen groaned. "I should have known he'd clean this out before he acted." "You couldn't be sure," Diane said. "We had to verify it." "Where the fuck did he take the things?" Rushek snarled. Nansen grew thoughtful. "I would have hidden them well away. That Tahirian trip over to the hull. Yes, Do the Tahirians hold the arsenal? Zaid asked sharply. I doubt that. Not designed for them, not in their psyche, and not something Brent would want them to have on hand. No, almost certainly, they stowed them in the hull for him. We'll stop at the machine shop and collect whatever can double as a weapon. Pardon me, said Sundaram, but could not Brent meanwhile cross over and take possession of the munitions? Jesus Christos I, Nansen exclaimed. I am a fool. You're a strategist, darling, and never knew it. You told Sundaram. Laughter crackled half hysterical from a few throats. Nansen regained decisiveness. The command center. It is critical. Annie, Lajos, come with me there. The rest of you to the machine shop. If he gets into it, he can work every kind of mischief. Mom, Salem, proceed from there to the command center with stuff we can use for fighting, knives, crowbars, pipe wrenches, anything. Wenji, Ajit, stay behind, armed likewise. Keep the door closed and barricaded. If he tries to break in, call on the intercom. Sundaram hesitated. What of the exo-communications room? He asked. He could wreck it out of pure malice. That would be a pity, but we can rebuild it once we're safe. Move. View screens showed stars. The minute, hazy blaze of the accretion disk, the frosty galactic river. Instruments and controls filled most other bulkhead space, marshaled like sentinels against the dark. Nansen went immediately to a certain panel. The shuttles are still in place, one on either side. He read from the meters. Excellent. His fingers worked. Now neither of them will go anywhere without new orders from here. We have him in this wheel. He took a seat at the observation board. Rushek joined him on the right, Diane on the left. They divided the task and began operating interior monitors. Scene after scene flashed before them, passages, rooms, parks and gardens, whose flowering was suddenly pathetic. Look here, Dayan cried. The men leaned over toward her screen. It was as if they saw the Tahirian gymnasium from above. 5 figures clustered amidst the exercise equipment. She centered them in the field and magnified. Even and Leo crouched on the turf in the attitude of slumber. Peter lay awake, a miniature sphinx. Emil and Simon were asleep too. Tethers connected a leg of each captive to an immovably heavy machine. Within reach stood an object that must be an improvised sanitary box. Sonics amplified the sound of breath. It was different from human, sucked in below the jaws by the heart-lung pump, noiselessly and odorlessly expelled at the rear. Manes stirred, antennae twitched. Did all sentient beings throughout the universe need recurrent oblivion, broken by dreams? So that's how they treat their prisoners, Russick muttered. Gently? Kindly, Diane said. I don't know. Tying them like that? They aren't used to being jailers. This was the best they could think of. Search on, Nansen said. And at last, not a trace. He's probably in a cabin, Diane suggested. Nobody's living quarters had a scanner. Or in a locker, Russick grunted. There had been no obvious reason to make those observable from outside. If he stays where he is, we'll find him by ransacking, Nansen said. But I'm afraid he won't. Mokoena and Zaid came in, burdened with iron objects, which they dumped clattering on the deck. The trio joined them. Mokoena picked up a long pry bar with a sharp edge on the end and hefted it, seeking for the balance point. Not an assegai, she murmured, but it will do. Diane smiled bleakly. 'Tis enough, 'twill serve, she said, and bent down to rummage. Ha! Russick had carried the ion torch here but set it aside. He grabbed a maul, short-handled, heavy-headed, and swung it. They saw him wince and heard him snatch for air. He straightened and stood firm. Nobody stopped to think how his shoulder, now bashed against that door a second time, must pain him. Zaid stuck a pair of screwdrivers under his belt and clutched a wrench. Nansen experimented with a meter-long rod, repair stock. It was blunt, but wielded by a saber man. It could strike or thrust as lethally as a sword. "Are you prepared to hunt Brent down?" he asked rhetorically. "Very well." "Mom, I hate to expose a woman to danger." She grinned and jerked her weapon. "Up yours." For a flick of time, he smiled back. "You and Selling search the lower deck. Don't take chances. If you spy him, don't attempt to capture, trail at a safe distance, curvature between you and him. Or if you find him denned, keep watch. Lajos and I will join you as fast as we're able. Similarly for the upper deck, which we will take." "What about me?" Dayon demanded. A knife gleamed in her hand. "You have to hold this point and make it our information center. You are best qualified. Set the intercom system to deliver a message at every speaker. Every 5 minutes. A short one, asking him to surrender, promising to spare his life if he does. He can go unarmed, nude, to make certain, to the common room and wait for us. Do you really believe that will change his mind for him?" Russick scoffed. "No, but we are obliged to try." "Well, it may make him still madder," Russick said indifferently. Nansen continued instructing Dayan. "Sweep the ship continuously with the monitors. We 4 will check with you whenever we're at an intercom, and you will keep us informed." "I'm a soldier's daughter," she protested. "Let me hunt." "Soldiers stay where they are most needed. Brent will know how dependent we are on this post. He may attack, perhaps shooting through the door. If that happens, take cover. If he gets in somehow, use the torch on him. But I hope we'll already have come to your call." The mutinous look fell from her. "God be with you," she said, not altogether steadily. Against emergencies, the captain had a master key that could override any lock program aboard. He slipped aside as a door retracted. Cautiously, he peered around the edge. Sunda Ram's cabin lay vacant. Dayan's latest futile plea lost itself in silence. "This is no good," Russick complained. "He wouldn't trap himself in any such box. He's on the lower deck, in that maze of storerooms and park and everything, dodging around like a rat. And he will only spot him by accident. We should be there too." "I'm not so sure," Nansen answered. "What could he hope to accomplish on that level? Not that he's likely to be very rational anymore. If he ever was, the murdering bastard." Intercom check. Nansen entered the cabin and touched the plate. "Hanny?" "I have him," Dayan's voice shrilled. "Number 2 space gear locker. He's just coming out of it, suited." "What?" "Es el totalmente loco." "Come on," roared Russick, and dashed off. "Send Mom and Salim there when next they call in. We too are on our way." The locker stood open. Again, Nansen activated an intercom. "He went into Spoke 2, Dayan told him. "Bound for that exit, I'd guess." What the devil? No shuttle at it. He'd remember that, whether or not he's realized that we'll have stalled them both. Is he wearing a jetpack? "No. It takes time to fasten one on," Russick said. "He hasn't got time, nor have we. Help me on with a suit. I'll go after him." "Are you crazy too?" Nansen snapped. "Listen," the mate retorted. "A good spaceman can make the jump across. He's good. I'm better. Even if you free the shuttle, it'll take too long. I think he's counting on that. We did fight the robots together. I know him a little." He stepped into the locker and unracked an outfit. "The weapons. He must be making for them. I will go." Russick came out dragging the suit. He put his free hand behind his back. "No time to fight about that. Match me, odder even." Nansen choked down a command and imitated the gesture. "Now," he said. Both hands leaped around. Free fingers were outspread on his, 2 on the other man's. Russick laughed. "Ha, first fun I've had in day cycles." Nansen scowled but went after the additional hardware. Russick shed his pajamas and slipped on a skin suit. He spread the opened outfit and put feet in the legs, right after left. He drew the fabric up and put his arms in. It slithered, molecules aligning as embedded sensors directed. When he brought the front edges together, they fused. He stood as if in a second skin, white and tough, moisture-absorbent, powered for sensitivity and flexibility. Nansen inserted earplugs and lowered a fishbowl helmet. Its collar made the same kind of seamless juncture. Harness secured a biostat case on Rushek's back, air tank, composition regulator, temperature control, radio. Kneeling, Nansen guided feet into grip boots. Circuitry completed itself everywhere, unseen, like nerves healing. Suit and man became an integrated system. It was not meant for hard or prolonged service. It would keep the wearer alive and functional for several hours under ordinary conditions of vacuum and radiation, no more. But in its simplicity, it could be donned by a man alone, faster, if he had help. Nansen rose. "Mom and Salim should join me soon," he said. The helmet included an audio amplifier. "He and I will come after you. Don't risk yourself needlessly. Keep track of Brent if you can. The three of us will take him." Rushek shook his head. Light gleamed on the bald pat and on drops of sweat caught in the big mustache. "No good. The worst chance is that he'll reach the arsenal, wherever it's hidden, before we catch him. He could mow us down or cripple the engines, the whole ship. Hanny. He could make Hanny die in the cold and dark." He set off down the passage, Nansen alongside. The maul swung to and fro in his grasp. At the exit room, Nansen offered his hand. When Russek took it, the fabric felt cool and rubbery, like a snake. Russek nodded, swung around, and swarmed up the ladder into the spoke, out of sight. Ordinarily, he enjoyed the undotty-meter climb, dizzying perspectives, aliveness in muscles, a sense of heightened strength as weight lessened. But it was too slow. He left the rungs at the bottom landing and hastened over the catwalk to the platform opposite. The rail car waited. He boarded and set it whizzing through the tube. Deceleration at the end tugged harder than the suit of gravity there. He jumped out and approached the airlock. A red light warned that no shuttle was docked here. "I know, you idiot," he said. His fingers stabbed at the manual board. The inner valve drew aside. He entered the chamber. The valve closed. "Do you wish to cycle through?" he heard in his earplugs. "Yes, and fast," he told the machine, pointlessly except for the fury fuming in him. Air pumps brawled diminuendo. He felt their throb in his feet and shins until they had evacuated the chamber. The 2 or 3 minutes it took stretched themselves. The outer valve opened and he saw, across 10 meters, the cliff that was the flat end of the cylindrical hull. This near the hub, it was only dimly starlit. Wan flickers pulsed across it as the wheel rotated. He had no other immediate sensation of spin. However, when he reached the exit, he discerned vague shapes, ports, bays, the second shuttle. Seemingly it was they that whirled past. He did not look beyond them to the stars. That way lay vertigo. Instead, he poised on the rim, gauged with a precision that was mostly subconscious, and sprang. The impetus tore his soles loose from the weak centrifugal acceleration, and he soared. Here he could not escape seeing the heavens stream around him. He set his teeth and ignored them. Tangential velocity bore him outward. As strongly as he had jumped, it should not carry him past the edge in the less than 2 seconds of his crossing, not quite. But it would land him at a speed that could break bones and whatever hold his boots laid on the hull. He twisted about, readying. Impact slammed. His upper body, relaxed in cat fashion, swung freely. Tissue absorbed shock. As he skidded and lost contact, he brought a foot down. It also flew off, but it had dissipated energy. His other foot touched and dragged. On the 4th stamp, he rocked to a halt. All the while, he had gripped his hammer. For a moment, he hung slack, weightless. Pain seared through his injured shoulder. At the end of the sleeve that housed its magnetic bearings, the wheel turned, enormous, a mill of thwart stars that now gleamed as if they were eternally fixed upon the sky. "Hoo-oo," Rushek muttered. "Did you get flung clear, Al, boy?" That would simplify things. He was nearly at the verge of the cylinder. Recovered, one sole always touching metal but the stride long and quick, he stepped across the right angle onto the vast curve. His sight swept clown the length of it, turrets, bays, webs, masts, murky against the constellations. He swore and started around the circumference. Of course he wouldn't see Brent from here. If Brent made the passage, he'd seat the midships entry lock, which happened to be some 80 degrees off. Rushek rounded the horizon. He jarred to a stop, swayed forward, peered. A radio detector cobwebbed the querning after wheel, but a lesser motion caught his eyes. Distance dwindled. A shape went slowly, black, across the Milky Way. Brent, almost at the entry lock. Lacking a safety line, he walked very carefully. Rushek had more skill. He half ran. Having turned off his transmitter before he left, he could call in his mother tongue into the infinite silence. "All right, I'm coming to kill you." And, after a moment, a whisper. "For Hanny." Vision was a blur of dusk and shadow. He could hope to draw close unnoticed. But he had said Brent was a good spaceman, too. Wary, constantly glancing about, the fugitive saw the pursuer. Rushek saw the pistol rise. He swung the hammer thrice and hurled it. The bullets ripped into him, through him. Air gushed from holes too big for self-seal. A ghost-white fog spattered with black. In starlight, humans cannot see red. The maul hit Brent in the belly. It knocked him off the hull. He drifted away. His limbs flailed. He screamed. Nobody answered. He reached the afterwheel. A spoke smote. The fragments of him exploded into the emptiness around. Rushek's boots clung. His body straightened and waited for his shipmates. They found a grin still on his face. Nansen and Zaid approached the Tahirians. Diane stood in the background, a sidearm at her hip, but nobody supposed it would be wanted. Ivan advanced, parlor in hand, to meet the humans. "You will release these two you hold," the captain ordered. "Is the conflict over?" Ivan asked. "Yes. Brent is dead. So are Rushek and your friend Cleland." Anticipating a visit, the captors had given parleurs to their captives. Simon signaled from N's tether, "We believed all of you were our friends." "We free did not do this willingly," Ivan said. "There seemed to be no alternative." "There is," Nansen replied. "You must accept it. We shall. We shall. You will give no further trouble." Ivan met the human gaze. The scent from On was like autumn winds over rain-wet dead leaves. "None. The cost of resistance is too high. We will do as we are told." "Can we trust them?" Zaid wondered. Leo heard. Either In had that much English, or In guessed the meaning. Screen and attitude spelled, "You can trust us. We do not fear for ourselves. We never did. Achieve your desire, mad ones, terrible ones, then bring us home and go away, and leave Tahir in peace. Is that a correct price for our help?" "I mourn for what might have been," Emil said. Nansen blinked and squinted. Crow's feet spread from the corners of his eyes. Fingers on touchboard wavered slightly. "It may be yet. In spite of everything, someday it may be. Unto Almighty God, we commend the souls of our brothers departed. A high food." Nansen read the service through to the end. His crew responded according to their fakes, or kept silence. At a signal, robots obeyed their programming. From the common room, the humans saw on the screen a probe leave the ship. Starlight touched two sheeted forms lashed to its sides. It took on velocity and swiftly vanished, bound for the black hole. There was no other grave. Nansen led the way to the wardroom, through the gap where the door had been. The room itself was cleaned and restored, bright and comforting. The servitors had prepared a buffet. A feast, however modest, is also part of a funeral. He found himself raising a goblet of white wine to ring on Dayan's. His reserve cracked. "Adios, hermanos," broke from his throat. She gave him the strength he groped for. Yes, and tomorrow we'll get on with our work. Chapter 41. Day cycle by day cycle, leap by leap, language grew into being. Early on, the visual code became four-dimensional, figures depicted from various angles in space and shown changing with time. These representations would quickly have gone from solid geometry through non-Euclidean geometry to bewilderment, had not a computer simultaneously developed the appropriate equations. Phase spaces, Riemannian spaces, I think they perceive them, live in them, with direct experience, Diane said. When we send a set of tensors, does that come across to them as an object? Yes. The conditions we live under must be as strange to them as theirs are to us, Sundaram mused. Stranger still, then, is that our transmissions do not leave them utterly baffled. Hypertext evolved, symbols in multiply-connected arrays. Ever oftener, context revealed meanings which led to the adoption of new symbols and more sophisticated grammar. For this, Simon was invaluable. Adapted to chaotically changeable environments, sensorium extending to single photons and electron transitions, N's instincts bred intuitions of what a message might refer to. On the other hand, it was usually humans who worked out the form of a reply or of a question. They were better at abstract thought, and their species had developed mathematics further. When Simon proposed expanding the code, you designed and built circuits to employ sonics. Though the beings at the other end of the communications scarcely employed sound themselves, they promptly got the idea and returned equivalent signals. It never led to direct speech, but it did give expression to a wider range of concepts. Like music, rhythm, tone, saying things that words can't, Mokoena suggested. No, I don't suppose that's a real comparison. However, she and Zaid found it useful in describing their own kind of life, its chemistry, variousness, histories, folkways, perhaps a hint at its feelings and dreams. Dazzlingly fast, the language expanded. The aliens seemed to make no mistakes, go up no blind alleys. When those aboard the ship did, the exchange quickly revealed where they were wrong. The code that resulted was a sort of human-Tahirian hybrid, heavily mathematical and graphical, individuality and emotion only implied. Both parties burningly wanted to know. It did not translate well into English, still less into Tahirian. Yet there was discourse. Einstein said once that the most incomprehensible thing about the universe is that it is comprehensible. To Nansen came Emil and asked, would it be possible to take the remaining boat on excursions? We could make many worthwhile observations, for example, of the black hole and its beams from a more canted orbit. No. A parleur could not utter the man's sympathy for this spacefarer, idled and isolated. We cannot risk our only landable craft. Have you three nothing at all to do? Leo and Peter will mate, without begetting, of course. The joining of life is a high art. Is it enough by itself to fill months or years for them? Nansen thought. Not among humans. Even Jean and I. He dodged away from the memories suddenly crowding in on him, as they so often did. We have a few probes left. Let us by all means lay out a research program for them. I anticipated you would hold the boat in reserve, Emil said. It has occurred to me that we can get more information from the probes. They will survive more missions before the unforeseeable overtakes them, if they are directed by us, not entirely by robots, from closer than the ship. Could we not put together a protective capsule with such controls and a motor? Low acceleration would suffice, and the excursions need not be hazardously lengthy. Por Dios, Nansen cried. That is an interesting concept indeed. His mind leapfrogged. Shift cargo around to clear a large volume in the hull. Bring what tools and other equipment were necessary across to that workspace. Spare materials were already abundantly stored over there. Keep busy. Keep engaged. Let us talk further. Thank you for this, you who have not surrendered to apathy or to sorrow. Hard labor would be a blessing. He had been following the revelations from Sundaram's group, fascinated, but he was a layman with nothing to contribute. Robots kept house. Envoy had no present need for a commander. He seldom even presided over dinner. His fellows generally snatched what food and sleep they must, at whatever hours were least inconvenient, and went back to their science. After that which they had undergone together, tacit consent had put them on first-name terms with him. He had recognized other overtures, tentative moves to lessen his aloneness, and had not responded. He appreciated their kindness, but appreciated more that it did not press itself upon him. The notion stayed with him that it was unwise, undutiful, for the captain to bear any wounds. Once only, Mokawena got him aside and suggested a euthemic. He declined. "Well, grief must run its full course one way or another," she said. "If this is your way, you'll either break or you'll recover faster than otherwise, and I don't think you'll break. If ever you want to, see me again." He thanked her and left. He had exercised. He had read, watched a number of dramas, listened to much music, attempted to brush up his rudimentary Chinese and learn Hebrew. His sketches and his clay sculptures went better. But he was no genius in this field either. He slept poorly. Often when awake he abruptly realized that he had been staring for half an hour into vacancy, or he paced the corridors, up and down, back and forth like a caged animal. He could order an ending, a return. At this stage, it would feel like a betrayal of Jean. Emil's wish, born out of Emil's need, beckoned him onward. Discovery unfolding. Think of the black hole, monstrous mass, monstrously a whirl, a throat down into an annulment that is also a transfiguration to the unmeasurable and unimaginable. Think of the matter vortex, captured, indrawn, torn asunder, gyrating in a magnetic field so intense as to be well-nigh material itself, shaken by resonance, racked by chaos, flung back out in great bursts of flame, and seething back down again. Naked nuclei colliding and fusing and erupting in wild new particles. Photons turned into pairs, and think of this as it comes to the event horizon, where space and time themselves are an onrushing, intertwining undertow around that strangest of shores. What can happen there is impossible in mere abysses of light years or at stars that merely burn. It does not occur at every black hole, just as organic life does not occur on every planet. Conditions must be right. Maybe these are even more rare. Here, though, about this body, it lived. Life is not a thing or a substance. It is information, a flux of patterns. It is the business of being alive. Organic biota are organic only because no other element has the versatility of carbon to make the molecules that encode the data and carry out the processes. In a newly dead man, the molecules are mostly the same as before, but that particular flow of events has ceased. There is no reason in principle why corresponding events cannot occur in a different matrix. In fact, many computer programs and robots are so complex and changeable that it is a largely semantic question whether or not to call them alive. If the mightiest artificial intelligences, far surpassing our capabilities of logic, lack true consciousness, this is because it is not a separate thing either. It is something that an entire organism does. We would have to supply the deep old animal parts of the brain, a nervous system integral with the whole, muscles, viscera, glands, drives, instincts, and thus the end product would be a creature much like ourselves. In the nature of the case, we cannot design a body for a superior mind. Evolution might conceivably carry on where we left off, but then it might conceivably work further on us. It might work on non-chemical life. It did. Already people aboard Envoy had speculated. Now surmises took definite shape. What they learned was partial, perhaps roughly equivalent to 19th century knowledge of biochemistry, genetics, and phylogeny. It could no more be put in words than can the essence of theoretical physics. The researchers must needs try, for each other's benefit if nobody else's. But they realized how crude their approximations were. In the intricate and mutable space-time geometry of the black hole, infalling matter and energy interacted with the virtualities of the vacuum in ways unknown to the flatter cosmos beyond it. Quasi-stable quantum states appeared, linked according to Schrödinger's wave functions and their own entanglement. More and more of them, intricacy compounding until it amounted to a set of codes. The uncertainty principle wrought mutations. Variants perished or flourished. Forms competed, cooperated, merged, divided, interacted. The patterns multiplied and diversified. At last, along one fork on a branch of the life tree, thought budded. That life was not organic, animal and vegetable in lesser kingdoms, growing, breathing, drinking, eating, breeding, hunting, hiding. It kindled no fires and wielded no tools. From the beginning, it was a kind of oneness. An original unity differentiated itself into countless avatars, like waves on a sea. They arose and lived individually, coalesced when they chose by twos or threes or multitudes, re-emerged as other than they had been, gave themselves and their experiences back to the underlying whole. Evolution, history, lives eerily resembled means in organic minds. Yet quantum life was not a series of shifting abstractions. Like the organic, it was in and of its environment. It acted to alter its quantum states and those around it, action that manifested itself as electronic, photonic, and nuclear events. Its domain was no more shadowy to it than ours is to us. It strove, it failed, it achieved. They were never sure aboard Envoy whether they could suppose it loved, hated, yearned, mourned, rejoiced. The gap between was too wide for any language to bridge. Nevertheless, they were convinced that it knew something they might as well call emotion, and that included wondering. Certain it was that the former, abortive efforts of the Tahirians to make contact, had awakened some kind of passion, and the beings were doing whatever they could to establish communication with these better qualified newcomers. That was astoundingly much. Hitherto, Nansen had not used the virtual reality terminal in his cabin as anything but a tool, an aid to understanding. He would evoke something, a change in procedures, a modification of a piece of equipment, an unfamiliar astronomical configuration, and study it, try it out, in different aspects under various conditions, until he learned what he wanted to learn. Like most people, he had played with pseudo-experiences, fantasies, but that was long ago, an adolescence on Earth, and seldom. He did not fear addiction, he simply preferred truth. Now he sought back. His project with Emil offered him hard labor and the deep sleep that follows it, but first the work required careful planning, and too often he drifted from a conference or a computer to raw memory. Since he refused drugs, before prescribing, Mokahona would want to explore his inmost needs. He thought a little spell in Childland might help. It had not taken long to set up the program, complex though it was. Elements of landscape, artifacts, personal features and traits, historical or fictional situations, everything anyone had cared to have entered, were in the ship's database. The computer would combine them according to basic instructions, partly randomly, partly fractally, governed by principles of logic and aesthetics, unless he specified otherwise, sketching a world. Likewise would neurostimulation suggest sensory input. Imagination would do the rest, the vividness of dream within the coherence of structure, the unexpectedness of life within the boundaries of desire. Nansen shaped a small, crooked smile. "Surprise me," he said, a phrase he had acquired from Diane. But of course any surprises would spring from himself. Loosely clad, he attached the bracelets and anklets, donned the cap, snugged every contact against his skin, and stretched out on his bed. For a moment, he hung back, half reluctant. Then he grimaced, pressed the switch, and lowered head to pillow. At first, he only saw his illusion. Hearing soon commenced. Tactile sensation followed. Temperature, equilibrium. As brain and nerves adjusted and endocrines responded, the primitive centers, gustatory, splanchnic, olfactory, grew active too. Meanwhile, the knowledge that this was entirely within him receded, to wait until he called for it, like the value of E or the date of Paraguay's independence. He rode from the Estancia. Clouds loomed immense on his left, loose-shadowed white walls and cupolas. Elsewhere, sunlight spilled unhindered, glowing off countless wings, down over an endlessness of grass. The winds sent long waves across the plain and around the red anthills, sighed through scattered groves, streamed over his face with odors of sun, warmed earth and horseflesh. Hoofs thudded, muscles rippled beneath his thighs. He rode Truino, the stallion who was his in his boyhood, whose death first taught him sorrow. The black mane fluttered, the black coat sheened, wholly alive, one with him. Gaucho-clad, pistol at right hip, cavalry saber at left, Ricardo bore west for the mountains. House and herds slipped under the horizon. At an easy, space-devouring trot, he entered treeless solitude. Sky, sun, wind, grass were all the world, a vast and healing presence. Day declined infinitely slowly. Yet when at last light ran level, washing the land with gold, it seemed he had barely left the house of his fathers. Bird flight led him to a waterhole. He drew rein, dismounted, cared for the horse, switched on his glow coil, toasted some meat and made tea, readied for night, and in his bedroll looked at the stars of home. Awake at dawn, mounted shortly after sunrise, he went on over country that rose faster than any map ever showed. No Gran Chaco to cross, no gradual upsurge of foothills, but sudden steeps, brush low and harsh among boulders, canyons through which rivers rang down from the snows that reared afar against heaven. 2 condors wheeled on high. The air grew ever more cold. Truino climbed, hour by hour, tireless, being now immortal. Toward evening, the castle hove in view, silhouetted gaunt on a ridge, but with banners bright over the turrets, afloat in the withering wind. Ricardo's heart sprang. Yonder waited the mage who would tell him the goal of his adventure, and the comrade who would fare at his side. He knew no more than that. He shouted and struck heels to flanks. The stallion broke into a thunderous trot. They saw him. Trumpets sounded. A drawbridge lowered, its chains agleam with sunset. One rode across and galloped recklessly to meet him, cloak and plume flying scarlet behind, one slender and lithe, his friend of the road ahead. They lifted their swords in salute. Horses met, reared, halted. "Hola, camarada Cam," Ricardo greeted. And, "Welcome, skipper, 1,000 welcomes," said the husky voice, and below the helmet was the face of Jean Kilburney. Nansen roused. He lay for a while in darkness, weeping, before he could sit up and remove the apparatus. Afterward he swallowed a stiff whiskey, which was not his wont, and hurried to the gym. Nobody else was on hand to watch him work himself to exhaustion. He would stay with reality. Chapter 42. Incredible, inexplicable, Sundaram said. Communication, a common language, established this swiftly and surely when we in the Holant have nothing in common. He had invented that name for the quantum intelligence. Zaid, who felt uncomfortable with the idea of mutable avatars. Yes, God could do all things. But this raised difficult questions about the soul, suggested. The great flowerings of civilization on Earth came about when different cultures met, didn't they? Maybe it is like that with us and the Holants. "Do not forget Simon," you said. Okaina's eyes shone. "A galactic flowering. Thousands of years hence, millions if ever," Diane said. "What we need to know here is how the process goes so fast. Let's concentrate again on asking about physics." The answer emerged in the course of day cycles, not through dialogue but through demonstration. When Diane fully grasped its nature and explained to her teammates, the fine hairs stood up on her arms. Telepathy would have been spooky enough. This goes far beyond. The Holant knew we were coming and what we would try. It told itself, they told themselves, by a message that went back through time. "No, that cannot be," you disputed, shocked. "It would violate every principle of logic and, yes, science. The conservation laws." Dayan shook her head. "When I began to suspect, I consulted our database." As if defensively, her tone went into lecture mode. The history's lain forgotten because the whole thing was, in fact, deemed impossible. As prestigious a thinker as Hawking insisted nature must rule time travel out somehow, or the paradoxes would run wild. However, there are actually no paradoxes, provided self-consistency obtains. You cannot go back into the past and change what has happened, no matter what you do. But your actions can be a part of what did happen. Several of Hawking's contemporaries, Kerr, Thorne, Tipler, described several kinds of time machine, each perfectly in accord with general relativity. But they all required structures that looked physically impossible. For instance, a torus with the mass of a giant star, rotating near the speed of light, with more electric charge than the interstellar medium would allow, and a magnetic field stronger than anything in nature could generate. Or a cylinder of material denser than any nuclear particle, also spinning close to light speed and infinitely long. Or, well, the theoretical possibility seemed to be a cosmic joke on us, a bauble forever dangling just out of reach. And now, conditions at the black hole, Sundaram breathed. Diane nodded. Yes. Not that even that allows any of what I mentioned. As nearly as I can tell, the holons can't personally travel backward through time. Low, not quite evenly, as nearly as I can tell. She drew breath. What they can do is something suggested back in Hawking's era by Forward. They can operate on that sea of particles and energy they exist in. They can form gigantic nuclei, atomic weights vastly greater than anything we've ever achieved, and keep them stable. Electromagnetic forces deform such a nucleus and set it spinning, speed, density, field strengths as required. I'm not sure yet whether what they get corresponds to the Kerr smoke ring or a short, wasp-waisted Tipler cylinder. Or maybe something else. Anyhow, it causes a warp in space-time, a tiny hole through which particles of sufficiently small wavelength can pass. That means highly energetic gamma-ray photons. Well, photons can be modulated, and modulation can convey information, and if you can send a message, in principle you can do anything. The holons know how to communicate with us because the holons in the future have already done it. They sent the knowledge back. You looked at a bulkhead as if to see through it, out to star-strewn immensity. That brings home to us how little we know, how little we are, does it not? She whispered. Dayan's voice clanged. I would say we need to keep a sense of proportion and not get above ourselves, but we do wrong to feel humble. The holons want discourse with us. I don't think that's purely from curiosity. I think that, somehow, we're important to more than ourselves. At Hansen's call, his cabin door opened and Yu came in. He rose from his desk. Her glance flitted briefly about. She had not been here for weeks. Hardly anyone had but him. The room was again neat, almost compulsively so. Kilburney had tended to get things into mild disarray. Her image filled a screen, not animated, a single instant of her smile. A few pet objects of hers stood on table and shelf. Air still bore the coolness and heathery tang she liked. But the background music was Baroque, and his attention had been on a sculpture. He stood as erect, immaculately clad, and reserved as always. Sit down, Wenji, he invited. What can I do for you? They took chairs. She went straight to the painful point. I thought you would rather I gave you this news in private. He raised his brows. Yes? I have reviewed the plans you and Emil have worked out for that crude, probe-controlling capsule. He attempted humor. We didn't ask you to review anything else. Tautly. Have you found a mistake? We thought we were ready to start the robots on construction. She sighed. You can if you wish. You have run a perfectly good design program, but it didn't take account of some factors, such as cramped workspace. I find that to build this thing to those specifications will take weeks. Oh. He sat motionless. My impression is that you two want it as soon as can be. Yes. Not that the astrophysics itself can't wait. Emil, though, Emil is so happy again, now that Eon will have something real to do, and it seems to have helped the morale of the other Tahirians also. And you yourself. She chopped the sentence off. The basic problem here is that a vessel suitable for beings of the two races, safe, adequately life-supported, controls and communicators easy to use, it becomes elaborate. That includes being rather large. If it were meant for just a human or a Tahirian, it would be much, much simpler. He stared at her out of a face become a mask. Are you certain? And then, my apologies. Of course you are. I've run a modification of your program, you said. A vessel for one person of a single species could be ready in 10-day cycles or less. Nansen was silent about half a minute. Very well, he replied. Let it be for Emil. Her careful impersonality dissolved. Do you truly mean that, Rico? This must be a bitter disappointment. Delay would be worse for Eon, and, as I told you, even N's fellows. The situation has been approaching horror for those poor Tahirians. If Emil can go piloting and share N's pleasure in the special Tahirian ways, it should change their feelings for the better. And they are also crew. You, though, what of you? He shrugged. I'll find other ways to keep busy. No, he snapped. No whining. This is a ship meant for humans. Any who can't make a reasonable life aboard her is a sorry Kanijo. You refrained from mention of those who are gone. Seeking a diversion, she turned her gaze on the half-completed clay figurine. It was a bust, not in his former representational manner. The head was misshapen in some purposeful fashion, the visage and its expression still more. Your hobby, she murmured. But this is unlike anything else I have seen from you. Tahirian influence, he said. I suppose like everybody that every school and style was exhausted long ago, and there's nothing to do but make variations on them. Tahirian art gave me new ideas. Perhaps the black hole and the fact of the holons has too. At any rate, a pastime. You are not doing this just for amusement, she said. It is too grim, terrifying in a way. I don't know why, and that is part of the terror. Well, he said roughly, I don't doubt your analysis of the engineering matter is correct, but I would like to go over it with Emil, as well as your new design. Will you download them for us? Of course. Her undertone continued. Yes, what we bring back may revitalize art on Earth, together with science, technology, philosophy, everything. He yielded enough to what was in him that he muttered, Assuming we get back. I expect we will, given your leadership, you replied. But what we will find, I think not even the Holant knows. Trouble crept likewise over Zaid. Once he had prepared an explication of his science, transmission of its details was work for a computer. Unlike Mokowina, he could contribute little to the ongoing examination of fundamental questions, the nature of life and its evolution, whatever the form it took. Bit by bit, day cycle by day cycle, it was borne in on him that now he did best to keep out from underfoot. The efforts of his friends to tell him otherwise only made it worse. He pursued such outside interests as he found. Among them, he took up fencing after he and Nansen improvised outfits. He grew more observant in his faith, reread the Quran, pondered new interpretations of it for the universe unfolding before him. Mostly he maintained a cheerful demeanor and was quick with a quip. But Mokowina knew. I shouldn't say this yet, she told him. I will, however, if you will keep it confidential for a while. They were in her cabin. Late one even watch. She had dimmed illumination to the level of candlelight and made it rosy. A screen showed poplars shivering and shimmering in a double row, at the end of which a dome and a minaret stood above white walls. Ventilation blew with the same soughing warmth. He looked up from the chair in which he slumped. Why the secrecy? He asked. She stood above him, dark, full-figured, lightly clad, her eagerness more heartening than any spoken sympathy could have been. Announcement would be premature, she said. Unscientific. Leaping to a conclusion we may never actually be sure we have reached. And still, I can't hold it in any longer. I have to share it. Who better than with you, darling? He sat straighter. Yes? We. We're learning more about the holons, what they are, how they can possibly be. Not just patterns, mathematical abstractions. What embodies them? How can it be stable? She rejoiced to see and hear the awakening in him. After all our puzzlings about that, is Hanny getting a definite answer? We are, together. She stroked his cheek. That includes you. Your data showed the holons how our life works. Then they could draw conclusions about it. She paused, like an athlete readying for a sprint. It is too soon. This interpretation may be wrong. But it does seem, Salim, it does seem the configurations are not transitory. They have a certain permanence, and life like ours, its pattern and process too. Does it impose its own trace on the vacuum? Some direction on the randomness, some change in the metric. Do these last? Selim. Maybe the holons, maybe the holant thinks they do. He could not stay seated beneath that mood. He rose to meet it. What does this imply? Don't you see? That death isn't the end. That something lives on afterward. I have always believed that. Rhinus, I am supposed to. Here, scientific proof, what that could mean to everybody. He kept himself judicious. Fascinating. I certainly want to know more. But your inference strikes me as a non sequitur. I think the soul, God, the purpose and meaning of existence will always be matters of faith. We'll see, said defiant enthusiasm. The crew sat in their common room, in the half-ring of council. Nansen was at the center. Diane stood before them. At her side, Mokoena with a parleur translated for the Tahirians who waited at the edge. Stars gleamed through night in the view screens. Milky Way, nebulae, sister galaxies. What we are learning, and learning to wonder about, is marvelous and magnificent and overwhelming, Diane said into the hush. 100 years would not teach us everything. 1,000 years might not. But, with all respect for the biology and astrophysics and whatever else, this newest finding is too important to wait for a regular report. I want to emphasize that it is a finding, neither a possibility nor a speculation but a fact. The holant appears to have made a special effort to explain it to us. I have gone through the mathematics repeatedly, with computer aid, and verified the theorem. I have a feeling that this is what the holant has really been working toward, because it has had word from the future about what this can mean to the future. She heard the susurrus of human and non-human breath. The Tahirian physicists were wrong, she told them. I don't say they lied. Doubtless they were quick to believe what they wanted to believe, a reason to end starfaring. It doesn't matter. The truth is, a 0-0 transition is no threat. It has zero probability of upsetting the cosmic equilibrium, or less than zero. You see, the energy transfer actually makes a bond, like the transfers of virtual particles that create the forces holding atoms together. Yes, the effect is quantum small. But it is finite. It is real. Every voyage brings the universe that much further from the metastable state, toward true stability that can last forever. Mokoena's fingers flickered. Tahirian manes trembled. From Emil wafted a scent like wind off the sea. Nansen stood up. His look passed over each of them before he said, quite calmly, Now we must go home. Chapter 43. No trace remained of Terralina. After Tahirians demolished the buildings, 1,400 Tahirian years of weather and growth erased whatever was left. They worked likewise on the site itself. Where a stream had run through a meadow surrounded by forest, a river flowed brown and sluggish across turfland. Trees had become sparse. Their kinds were different, too, low, gnarly, their foliage in darker browns and reds, nor was wildlife the same. Weather hung warm and damp, with frequent wild rain showers. The planet's axis was shifting, the polar zones shrinking. Someday they would again march forward. The humans had scant reason to care. They would only be here a terrestrial month, the span grudgingly granted them, a month of spaciousness, sunlight, wind, romp, rest. Not virtual, but real, before they embarked for unknown Earth. They erected their temporary shelters and settled in. It was doubtless as well, though, that the place was altered in all except its isolation. Too many memories could have awakened. The sky was cloudless when Sundaram and Dayan went for a walk. They moved rather carefully, not entirely reaccustomed to the weight. Heat drew vapor from wet soil, a fog that eddied upward a few centimeters, white above umber, and baked pungencies out of it. Tiny wings glittered by. Larger ones cruised overhead. From the river, half a kilometer off, hidden behind reed-like thickets, boomed the call of some animal, over and over. Yes, Sundaram said. It was enlightening to speak with those linguists. Segregated though the crew was, occasional scholars visited. Conversation almost had to be in person if it was to deal with anything but trivia. He smiled rather wistfully. And good to see dear old Simon again, one last time. Our talk clarified certain points for me. I will have much to think about on the way home. Might you come nearer to an idea of the Holland semantics? Dayan asked. That is beyond me. But our contacts with it and the Tahirians have been richly suggestive as to the basics of our own minds. In the end, this may prove to be the true revolution we bring, insight into ourselves. He quelled the note of enthusiasm. Daydreaming. First, we must give form to our thoughts so that we can test them. Well, we all have a lot to think about. He glanced at her. The clear profile was somber against heaven. You don't complain, he said gently. But I imagine you feel a dreadful frustration, a glimpse of fundamental new knowledge, and then we left. Why, no, she replied. I've been sincere. None of us were really sorry to go. What we did learn will keep us busy for the rest of our lives, won't it? In fact, Wenji and I expect to be working the whole way back. How, if I may ask? We hardly know where to begin. There's so much. For instance, preliminary designs of field-drive spacecraft suitable for humans. And besides the acceleration compensator, what other applications of the principle are there that the Tahirians never thought of? And newer to us, maybe even more important, I think I'm starting to see how that electron manipulation from a distance that the Holant can do works. Quantum entanglement. The uses in communication and nucleonics, energy sources, transmissions across time, and more, including what you've found out about the mind and Mom's found out about life. Possibly, life after death. Oh, people will be engaged for centuries to come with what we bring them. To the extent they can be, Sundaram felt obliged to say. That may be limited. They will have no black hole to study, no Holant to converse with. He was not a physical scientist or technician. Preoccupied with his special explorations, he had not chanced to be present when the subject came up on shipboard, or else had paid no attention. She corrected him. They will know the phenomena exist, that such things can be made. That should be enough for them to go on, if they care to. Yes, if. We don't know what their civilization will be like. They walked on a while. The noise of the water beast receded. All right, she said abruptly. Time I told you why I asked if we could have a private talk. I did not wish to press you. No, you wouldn't. Kind, tactful, and, mainly, you understand the human soul. Oh, please. I mean in different ways from how Mom does as a physician and psychologist, or any of us do from everyday experience. Well, probably yoga is the wrong word, but your spiritual guidance. I remember how you helped Lajos, calmed him down, eased his pain, that night watch when we were sealed into the wardroom. I suspect you've quietly helped others along the way. Sundaram shook his head. I have no secret Eastern spiritual technology. In fact, it's a myth. Self-command, perception, there are right ways and wrong ways to try for them, aren't there? The same as with anything else. You know at least some of the right ways. Now everybody needs your counsel. Why do you say that? She fell silent once more. Mists thinned as temperature climbed. The turf squelched less and felt springier. We're a crew. We surviving half-dozen, Dayan answered at length. Our relations were never easy. They finally got murderous. And that was when we only had to cope with strangeness, loss, exile in space and time. We're better knit together now. But what when we meet our far future kin, when they come at us in ways no non-human ever could? How can we keep this hard-won crewdom of ours? I think we have to, because it'll be all we really have. But can we? Sundaram's smile was more compassionate than amused. I cannot very well offer a seminar in brotherhood, can I? No, but you can. Lend strength to individuals as they need it. Just be willing to. They'll soon know. You have Ricardo Nansen especially in mind, don't you? Sundaram prompted softly. Dayan swallowed. I don't believe we can stay together without him. He will not desert us. That isn't in him. No, but he's been so remote, she quavered. Polite, dutiful, firm but considerate, and nothing else. Nothing behind his eyes. Oh, there is. He simply does not show it. They stopped, as if they had read an agreement in one another's bodies, and stood face to face. Why not? She pleaded. I thought, here, resting, wounds healing, he'd come back to us, his spirit would, but as soon as we were established, he went away. Why? He told us he wanted a change of scene. It doesn't make sense, unless he's broken inside. You care very much, do you not? Dayan stood mute. EJ! Sundaram smiled now as a man would smile at his troubled young daughter. Put your fears aside, Hanny. He has taken the deepest hurt of any of us. After a few seconds, he did speak several times with me. I may not reveal what he said, of course, but I can point out the obvious, which you in your own pain seem to have let pass by. Ricardo Nansen is an aristocrat. He does not readily bear his feelings. To come to terms with his grief, he wants a surcease, a time alone. The captain is never alone, always on call. I helped him arrange it with the Tahirians. And they have given him a thought or two to consider. He will return to us, also in spirit. Dayan laid fist in hand and looked past her companion, hopeward. Finally, she turned her gaze to him and said, Thank you. I wish I knew better words, but thank you. Sundaram bowed. Shalom, Hanny. The island lay solitary, the top of a mid-oceanic volcano. From its crater, the slopes fell rough and bestrewn, hundreds of meters down to surf. Woods blanketed the lower reaches in bronze and amber. Flocks crowded the skies, swimming creatures lanced the waves. Winds blew mild, full of salt and fragrances. Nevertheless, the island was uninhabited. A population kept well under the carrying capacity of the planet had no land hunger. Besides, the benign climate would not last, and meanwhile, geologists foresaw eruptions. An air car was a rare sight on these shores. One rested, a bright bubble, above the black sands of a beach near a shelter. Nansen and a Tahirian stood outside. I am glad it was you who came to take me off, said the man on his parlor. Would you not rather it were Simon or, better, Emil? Inquired Ivan. We bade our goodbyes when we landed from the ship. They were. Nansen paused. The breeze ruffled his hair. Beyond the little quadruped who confronted him, sea tumbled blue, indigo, and white. Surf whooshed low, crumbling rather than breaking, with none of the violence he had seen along coasts of Earth. They're friends, he said. I always wished you, too, could be my friend. Stance, gesture, and sharp gingery odor did not altogether reject him. That is difficult, after what you have done to my people. Those others do not see it as harm. No, many have not. But the lifetimes since you first arrived here, during which we were away at the black hole, have been less than serene. Everything seems peaceful. Yes, seemingly. Yet our society is trembling, old customs abandoned, restlessness rife. The very purpose of maintaining stability is in question. This latest flood of new information, new concepts that your return has brought, It will have consequences still less foreseeable, perhaps uncontrollable. Is it bad that possibilities open up? Nansen argued. I envy your race its nearness to the black hole. You can discover more than we today can imagine, thousands of years before we will be able to. What cost Doc's progress bear? Ivan retorted. I have studied what you related of your human history. I witnessed the slaughter aboard ship. Need it happen to you? Cannot you make choices as free as ours? I hope so. I realize you did not intend to disturb us. You could not know. It chanced, as the collision of a stray planet with Tahir might chance. The cosmos goes deeper than our minds ever will. Ivan was still for a span. I do not hate you, An admitted. I would even like to be your friend. Hand clasped hand. They let go. But you must not disturb us more, Ivan begged. Leave us to cope with what you have left us. Depart before you raise more discontent, more questions. I suppose we always will, wherever we are. Nansen wrote on his parleur as stoically as he would have uttered it. Yes, because your race is mad. Maybe. And maybe that is why we voyage. The wind blew, the waves ran. Chapter 44. The Therian nation was loyal to Gensu, and indeed provided the governance with many of its best constables. But clan ties still counted. Thus it came about that soon after he received his commission, Panthos was posted halfway around Earth to North Merrick, where he reported directly to the executive of that continent, his great-uncle. Given the growing unrest there, opportunities for conspicuously useful service and consequent rapid advancement in rank should be frequent. If you survive them, cautioned the old man. Rats' nests of tribes, peoples, classes, religions, God knows what's, scourings of wars, migrations, revolutions, conversions, history. Much too much history. Much too little of it ours. Straight and trim in his new gray uniform, optionary's bars newly gleaming on his shoulders, Panthos replied, They won't dare rebel, any of them, will they, sir? Not yet. Not in my lifetime. Maybe not in yours. They hate each other worse than they hate the coordinator. But they do riot. If we can't keep that within bounds, it will stir up notions, and that will not be unwelcome to certain Gensui magnates. Never mind. I see what you mean, sir. I doubt you do, except very vaguely. Well, you'll learn. Don't expect any favoritism. I don't want any, Panthos exclaimed. Ferrix overlooked the breach of military manners, this time, and finished, I'm far too busy for it. I will try to get you assignments suited to your degree of experience and to developing you as an officer. His features unbent. For your part, you'll come to dinner this evening. I've no end of questions, family, the estates, friends, everything, even the animals and adapts. In the course of the next year or so, Panthos learned about homesickness. Telepresence was thin rations when you never had the bodily reality. Besides, a man was generally too tired at day's end to make a call, which would have been at an inconvenient antipedal hour anyway. Or he had to attend some social function, or he and his fellow juniors were taking their much-needed relaxation, or he was playing with a joy girl, or whatever it was. He also learned that maintaining the coordinator's peace involved more than policing the solar system. At first he was stationed safely in Sanusko, meeting few natives other than servants, purveyors, and gentry, Gensuized in greater or lesser degree. Going on patrol through the streets, warrens, and sublevels, he discovered that the inhabitants were not a picturesque, undifferentiated rabble, but individuals, who belonged to ancient cultures and held by ancient faiths. This education was interesting, occasionally delightful, now and then dangerous. He acquitted himself well, acquired the basics of 2 important languages, and was put in command of a platoon. They went widely over the continent as need arose, to assist a garrison in difficulties, or to apply their special skills directly. They went at last to Tanoia. Ferrix first gave Panthos an intensive private briefing. It's as nasty a hole as you'll find anywhere, the executive said. A swarm with fanatics. Arads, you know. Nowadays, their priests don't preach insurgency, but they do tell and retell how their valiant ancestors resisted the pacification, and it wouldn't take a very hot spark to detonate the whole region. If this Celadorian business gets out of hand, that could just possibly be it. Panthos frowned, searching a memory lately overburdened. Celadorians? A cult, aren't they? Split off from Arodism, but peaceful. The executive scowled. Peaceful in theory, in practice unshakably determined, and only partly erotish. They've taken notions and practices from a wide range. Their prophet's father was a Kithman who left his ship to marry an erotish woman. That made them outcasts in her people's eyes, and they had to move to Kithtown. She never felt at home there, and after he died young, she returned to Erodia with her son. I can imagine the influences on him and in him. It doesn't help matters a bit, but in the end, Celador was martyred. Now the Celadorians in Tenoia have begun actively expanding their area of cultivation. That's brought on conflict with their neighbors, which has brought on killings. Retaliating for several deaths, a band of believers has wrecked a number of robots belonging to Arads, and even some municipal machinery. Their creed has technophobic implications, and the extremists among them are mechaniclasts. The city's aboil. The garrison's barely able to keep a semblance of order. A control team has to go in and attack the trouble at its heart. I'd frankly prefer a more seasoned man, but every one of them is engaged elsewhere. And this could be the making of your career, Panthos. Ardency blazed. Thank you, sir. The session went on for a pair of hours. At the end, when they parted, Ferrix said low, I wish it didn't have to be you. Not that I don't have confidence in you, but your mother's been my favorite niece. I'll be fine, sir, Panthos assured him. He snapped to attention and lifted his arm in salute. Service to the coordinator. Ferrix's response was correct, but without fire. Perhaps he was thinking of that painted giggler who sat in the Uldan Palace. Panthos chose a slow transport for the flight to his destination. It gave him the time and the equipment carrying capacity for direct mnemonic input. He arrived with some knowledge of the political situation and well informed about the geographies. Nonetheless, what he saw from aloft struck him hard. Perhaps it was the westward desolation, a rain-gullied plain stretching farther than his sight, dust scudding between scattered shrubs and clumps of harsh grass. Eastward, the land sank down to a former lake bottom. That vast expanse of moister soil was green, cropland, and groves streaked with irrigation pipes and studded with units processing the materials the plants yielded. Attendant robots moved about. Brief sparks flashed where metal reflected sunlight. After the throngs in Sinusko and other cities, and the castles, preserves, villages, and archaic human-worked plantations in their hinterlands, desert and sown felt alike forsaken. Theria seemed light years distant, a dream half remembered. Perhaps it was Tenoia, sprawling over square kilometers. Toward the center, folk and vehicles beswarmed the streets. Tenants filled cyclopean buildings once devoted to other purposes, but not yet fallen. Small houses made from wreckage huddled beneath. Here and there lifted the bulbous spire that marked a temple. 3 antique towers, refurbished, soared in graceful lines and pastel hues close to the fortified garrison compound. A haze blued the city core, dust and smoke, man sign. At night, Panthos knew, lights would flare hectic. But, more than the surrounding hectares of ruin and abandonment, this life shocked him. He thought of maggots in the corpse of a beautiful woman. Enough. He had work to do. The carrier sat down in the compound. He led his men out, told them to wait, and reported to the Sumerian. I suggest an immediate reconnaissance, sir, he said. We're fully prepared, and in fact want some movement after all that sitting. It'll familiarize us, and a show of force ought to make for a healthier attitude. I'm not sure, the senior officer replied slowly. Yesterday we got word that Howard Kernaldi is in town. We don't know when he arrived. Maybe days ago. The note of hopelessness, the acceptance of being pretty well bottled up within these walls, chilled Panthos. He kept his tone respectful. "Who, sir? You haven't heard of him?" "Our Kernaldi. Double name, you notice. A Kith man by birth, but a Celadorian convert. He's been evangelizing and organizing for a good 10 years while maintaining connections with his kinfolk. He must be a lonely one," Panthos thought. If he'd abandoned the Starways, what had he left but tiny Kithtown and the rare ship from outside? Well, there were his fellow believers here on Earth, few though they were, and his God, or Atman, Enteleki, ultimate motive, meaning whatever the word was in various languages. The executive in the educator program hadn't told Panthos much about that. They didn't know much. "A troublemaker then, sir?" "Not really, at least not by intent. He's never preached sedition and may well be trying to calm his followers down. It could have the opposite effect, as crazy as everybody in Lowtown is. I definitely need to meet him. Permission to go out, sir?" "I have orders to allow you broad discretion," the Sumerian answered resignedly. "But remember, if you get into a broil, it may touch off general rioting, and if that happens, we may not be able to rescue you." Panthos doubted the most besotted fanatic would care to attack a band like his. Still, he should avoid provocation. He took them through the main gate in close order and at a slow pace, not thrusting through the crowds but passing through, causing people to move smoothly aside as a boat parts the sea. That was a wistful image. The summer sun burned in a bleached and empty sky. Shadows lay hard-edged. Heat seethed in air so dry that breath stung nostrils. It struck from walls, hammer blows. Stenches worsened with each step onward, unwashed humanity, rankly seasoned cookery. Dung, offal, sometimes a dog or giant rat, ripening in death. The natives clamored from shop stalls, shrilled at each other. The shuffle of their sandals mingled with wheel creak from carts and blare from the occasional motor vehicle. They were mostly Arads, lean of medium stature and light brown skin, black hair hanging braided, faces high in cheekbones and flat in nose and slant in eyes. Men generally in dingy white gowns, women in layers of gaudily striped cloth. A lively lot, Panthos admitted. Hands waved, feet hopped, mouths moved incessantly. Sometimes a gaunt yellow desert dweller or a tall ranger from the northern bottomlands came by. Briefly, Panthos felt lost. He, his troop, his civilization, among these and 100 different foreignesses around the globe, grains in a dust storm that blew on and on forever. Nonsense. He led the coordinator's men, constables of the governance, their 24 embodied mastery. Always awesome were the warriors, 2¼ meters tall, identical in thick body and stony countenance, adepts. Their genes shaped not for civilian service but for battle. The riflemen were generally more useful, being more flexible in their ways. The flittermen, little fellows who looked as if the apparatus on their backs would soon crush them, were the least impressive. However, if things turned jeopardous, suddenly jets would lift them off the ground, whirly blades deploy, and the opposition find itself covered from above. Panthos marched in front, unarmored, bearing only a sidearm, the golden rings of Gensu on his cap like a target. That also belonged to the show. Eastward the streets zigzagged down, narrowing into lanes, pavement cracked and pitted, until the platoon was in shadowed canyons under a ragged strip of sky. Walls gaped with holes, revealing the detritus behind. Panthos reviewed his data. Here was Lowtown, where war and quarrying had uncovered the remnants of earlier cities, before Tenoya, Arakum, before Arakum, Kago. If collapse had not choked a building, or if people had grubbed it clear, they occupied it afresh, roofed the top and shuttered the windows with whatever materials they could salvage, peered out at the newcomers, came forth and trailed him in a flock that grew steadily bigger, noisier, more hostile. To them, the constables were invaders. This quarter that they had made from ruins was itself centuries old. Paceman Bacta advanced to the optionary's side. "They're in an ugly mood, sir," he said. Panthos nodded. "I can see that," he replied, "and hear it and smell it. Reminds me of once in Zembu, before your time, sir, when we were putting down the Goros rebellion, on patrol through a district kind of like this. I never found out what set 'em off, but in an eye blink, a howling mob was at our throats. We had to shoot our way clear back to cantonment. Left 4 good men behind, torn to shreds. Do you think we should withdraw?" "Well, no, sir, you can't do that exactly. We could turn at the next intersection and take the first upbound street after that. They'll suppose we're only making a quick survey." Bacta's leathery countenance had stiffened. Plainly, he didn't like the taste of what he advised. "Do you know they will? These aren't Zembui." "No, sir. Maybe they wouldn't get bumptious. I just thought I should take leave to mention it." The veteran was no coward, nor was a crack unit, forewarned, likely to suffer serious casualties. On the other hand, if they had to kill, the consequences could go far beyond serious. As never before, the loneliness of decision caught at Panthos. He mustn't hesitate. "This may be our last chance to find somebody who'll negotiate," he said. "We will proceed." "Yes, sir." The paceman fell back into formation. As if to bear him out, a noise awakened ahead. Raw yelps echoed between walls, above a growl that took chilly hold of spine and scalp. The throng dissolved. Men, the fewer women, and the yammering urchins shouted, jostled, ran toward the racket, disappeared down the crooked passages. Emptiness loomed and yawned. Nobody was left to keep the platoon from returning to base, and return had become impossible. "Alert!" Panthos snapped. "Forward!" He broke into quick steps. Boots thudded at his back. The canyon opened. He had reached the Celadorian Porliu. Another world. Another universe. Right, left, and behind, walls rose in their ravaged tiers like hills enclosing a valley. In front, afar, Panthos spied the lake bed, hazy green to the horizon. Green, too, were the terraces that descended intricately before him, but paler, the green of hardihood and frugality. These grasses, grains, bushes, and trees were not biosynthesizers. They were life in its own right, food for their cultivators. The single extravagance was flower beds, flaunting to the sun. Houses and utility buildings stood along paths, a layout planned for optimum use of space. They, too, were made from salvage, but sturdily and neatly, colored rose or yellow or blue. Recalling what he had learned, Panthos guessed how the Celadorians had toiled, generation by generation, to create this oasis. More to the point today was their effort to expand farther. Yes, they had acquired lawful title to what they set about raising. That mattered nothing to the inhabitants they displaced, or to kindred and friends of the newly homeless. Besides, in Aradish eyes, Celadorians were blasphemers. They wanted to abolish the machines on whose productivity depended the subsidies that kept poor folk alive, drive them into the desert, exterminate them, if it weren't for the damned interfering governance. At first Panthos saw no rioters. They had spilled off onto lower terraces. Screams and cries tore through the heat. Smoke began to rise. The structures wouldn't burn, but what was in them could, and it was ill to think about dwellers who hadn't escaped. He studied the map in his brain. "We'll make for the bottom ledge," he said. "Refugees will have. Hold your fire till I give the order." The platoon jogged across the uppermost terrace and scrambled down a stone stairway. Some of the mob raged below. They kept their distance from the constables, shrieking their hatred. Most were on the 3rd level. Men surged from the homes they were plundering. Shouts, rocks, and debris thrown. The troopers glared and kept going. A bruise, an impact that drew blood. Corpsmen could take it. For a while. Before patience and discipline broke, they reached the 5th and final terrace. On foundations that must have belonged to a dock, it jutted sheerly out, its edge a cliff. The expanse was all garden and orchard except for a building larger than any above, decked in flowerful vines. The Celadorian Temple. No, they called it a communion house. This was hallowed ground. Several hundred people were there. As abruptly and insanely as the violence started, the attackers had not pursued, not quite yet. Instead, they went for the residences and whomever didn't get away. Those victims couldn't be many, for believers hadn't tried to bar doors nor bolted panicky in every which direction. Somebody had taken quick, effective leadership and brought them here. Mothers bore babies. Youngsters trotted at their skirts. Men helped the old and the lame along. Children wailed. A few adults wept, but in stumbling-wise they moved toward the refuge. They were garbed like their persecutors, except for one who trotted back and forth beside them. He wore a blue cloak over his gown and carried a staff. With calls and gestures, he herded them on their way. A few cheered raggedly when they saw the Gensui. The cloaked man waved them to keep moving and hurried over to the platoon. He was short, hard-bitten, less dark than the others, nose craggy, eyes without obliqueness. Kith, by the look of him. Panthos drew to a halt. "Form your line," he commanded. "If any rioters show, shoot above them, warn them off." To the leader, "Are you Howard Kernaldi?" "Yes," replied the man, his Gensui accented but fluent and steady. "You arrived in bare time, optionary." "Thank you. The ultimate is with you." Panthos grinned. "Appenstance is. Are you in charge here? Don't they have a priest or counselor? I don't know where Hanrata is. May she be safe. Meanwhile, they look up to you, eh? Well, you did a good, forceful job, but this is a blind end. You're boxed in. There was no other way to go. The sanctuary doors are stout. I hoped they'd withstand battering till a rescue squad came." That could have been too long, Panthos thought. He suspected the Cimmerian wouldn't mind having the Celadorian problem taken off his hands. Afterward, he'd shoot several arbitrarily arrested offenders. The Aratish high priest would protest the executions while privately feeling relieved himself, and that would be that. However, here Panthos was, bearing the authority of his mission. "I'll call for an airlift to bring you to safety," he said, and raised his transceiver bracelet. The response he got hit him in the belly. "We can't," a sub-commander groaned. "The whole damn city's erupting. Mobs are collecting around every Gensui property. We've got to keep force at the sites, all sites, or else they'll turn into lynch and loot packs. Oi, you can spare a flyer or two to ferry us." "Sorry, the Cimmerian told me to tell you." He must have monitored the call, Panthos thought, but not wanted to give this matter any more time than that at this moment. "It'd be too provocative," he said. "Better to let this thing burn itself out where it is than risk it spreading through the whole province. We've spotted you by satellite. You're secure where you are, aren't you? Stand guard till we have comm again. Service to the coordinator." The voice cut off. Panthos lowered his arm. "Did you hear?" he asked Kernaldi. "I did," the other said without anxiety. "You will protect us?" "Of course, you're subjects of the governance." Men appeared at the top of the stairs. They bounded down. "Fire high," directed the paceman. Fulgurators flared and boomed. It was a more effective demonstration than bullets or sonics. The men scuttled back up out of sight. Their curses and obscenities trailed them. "We're safe," Panthos said. "We just have to wait. No fun in this weather, but if you can keep your followers quiet, we'll manage." He felt confident of that. Here was a natural-born commander. Kernaldi shook his head. "I'm afraid not, optionary. No water." "What?" "I checked that immediately when we got here. As I feared, nothing flows. The pipes are fed from above. Somebody has turned the valves. They aren't all witless hysterics. This hasn't happened randomly. There has been a certain amount of advanced planning." Panthos considered. Each man of his carried a canteen and would need each drop in it. The soil must still be moist. We'll find vessels, dig down, squeeze out what we can for your weakest, infants, the aged, the infirm. That ought to keep them alive till morning. I doubt it. The tone was dispassionate, setting forth fact and logic. Besides, will we be free then? This siege could go on for days if the constabulary takes no action to stop it. And, optionary, think of the spiritual side. The psychological side, if you prefer. Everything else of these peoples is being destroyed. This garden is their center and symbol. If we, they themselves, uproot it, will they ever have the heart to rebuild? Maybe they can't, Panthos said. Maybe they should go back to the old faith and the old ways, rejoin their folk. He promptly regretted his words. The small man stood erect and replied, "If a knife could speak, so would it have spoken. That is impossible. We are what we are. We will die here or flee to Celadorian communities elsewhere, but we will not surrender." Panthos kept silence for a span, watching the fugitives. Most were braving the sun, leaving the shelter of the sanctuary to the vulnerable among them. Mothers comforted children. Fathers led them to what meager shade lay at the building or under trees. Exhausted, stunned, they nonetheless bore themselves well and talked softly. Always their glances went back to the evangelist. "What is this life way of yours?" Panthos asked. Kernaldi smiled, his voice eased, the tone of one reasonable man to another. "That's nothing to explain in a single quick lecture, my friend. How much of the history do you know?" "Very little." "Tell me what you can." Still Kernaldi spoke calmly. Celador was not the first to see that all existence is unity, and life, its culmination, its purpose, for how can a lifeless universe have meaning? Intelligent life, awareness, is the goal. Rather, I should say, it's the forefront, for it's to evolve onward, till at the end it is identical with the ultimate that realizes itself through life. We humans, though, have taken a wrong turning. If we persist as we are, we'll become more and more irrelevant to the meaning, or even, on Earth, a threat to it. In the course of time, our race will go through misery to extinction. He shrugged. In everyday language, a mistake of nature's. Celador didn't want that to happen. He, preached against machines, didn't he? No. He was not technophobic. It's unfortunate that some of us today are. Having a technology is part of being intelligent. But humans have taken it too far, and in bad directions. They've adapted themselves to it, rather than it to the meaning. They've cut themselves off from the living world. Too often, they're its enemy. Kernaldi gestured. The desert here was once woodland and prairie. Our souls have shriveled like this country. Our duty to it, to the future and to ourselves, is to restore it and begin to live wholly with life. He smiled again, ruefully. But now I am preaching. Sorry. I'll only add that a great many local people, both high and humble, hate the idea. It would make them, or at any rate their descendants, the Enclave. I'm surprised they don't regard it as just a daydream, Panthos said, wishing he could be kindlier. Kernaldi took the remark in good part. "Oh, it is possible. I won't live to see it carried through, but we can make a start, and will if we're given the chance, including the right sort of technology." He lowered his voice. "Bioengineering doesn't have to produce monsters. Apologies to those brave men of yours, but they are an example of what I'm talking about. Our scientific knowledge is valuable, but we should use it to restore a natural world that is in accordance with our own natures. Spacefaring is another example. It gave us many wonderful things and insights, but it is not an end in itself. That attitude has also produced monsters, of the spirit if not the body, and the time is overpast for us to take what we have gained from it, for the enrichment and enlargement of life and mind, here and now. Had Kithhood brought him to his faith, wondered Panthos. Generation after generation within metal, cruising the hollowness between the stars, alien planets, alien beings, on his own brief visits to Earth. An ever-dwindling Kith town from which Earth grew ever more estranged. Cernaldi put aside the emotion that had begun to show and went back to practicalities. Well, obviously, in the course of time, we Celadorians have developed our peculiar rites, observances, practices, and we stick together, if only because we have to. That alone gets us disliked. And we have our conflicts with the governance. As a Kithman, I understand all this very well. Sharply. Have I said enough? Your turn. What about these people you see before you? The sun was afire, the air a furnace. In the darkness of the sanctuary, a baby cried. Panthos was young. Decision came fast, yet he felt quite cool-headed as he answered. You're right. Holding you guarded is no real protection. We'll escort you to the garrison. Cernaldi regarded him for half a minute before asking, in the same level tone, Isn't that against your orders? I've received no direct orders. Panthos felt he had better speak openly, and he wanted to. When we've left this spot, we can't turn back. That'd certainly mean a fight. When we get to the compound, they can't refuse you water, food, and shelter. As for himself, he should suffer no worse than a reprimand, and maybe nothing more than a tongue-lashing from the Sumerian. After all, he commanded a special force, dispatched by the executive, whose grandnephew he was. Cernaldi raised hand to brow. Though he had had nothing to do with Kithfolk, Panthos recognized the Starfarers salute. Thank you, sir. You are a man. Wheeling about, Cernaldi went among his followers, to and fro, in and out, talking, touching, being what he was. Panthos caught fragmentary phrases. He saw what assurance and order they wrought. I think we can overawe the mob and pass through, he told Bacta. Regardless of what happens, shoot to wound or kill only if there's absolutely no other choice, and only at those directly up against us. When in any doubt whatsoever, hold your fire. Is that clear, Paceman? Yes, sir, Bacta replied. I wish it wasn't, he muttered. A veteran could get away with such remarks. Cernaldi herded the Celadorians into line. Bacta deployed the platoon forward, behind, and on either side. The flitters lifted. Let's go, Panthos said, and led the way. Up the stairs where formation got tricky. Over the terrace above. As he expected, the rioters shrank back right and left. They snarled. Some of them screamed. A few threw objects, but they made way for the constables. Smoke reeked. Pale under the sun, flames danced over piles of household treasures. Whirly blades whickered. People in platoons surmounted the last level, crossed its defiled greenery, and went up a deserted street. Walls brimmed it with shadow, though heat still sucked on skin. Boots slammed stone. Doorways and windows stood shut. Nobody called from lean-to shops or hovels built out of shards. The top of Panthos's mind crouched watchful. Underneath, he thought how he longed for a cold beer. And when he got back to Sinusko, there was a girl, and then Furlough, home. A rifle barked. He never heard it, nor felt the slug crash through his skull. Weapons swiveled about. Hold fire, the paceman bawled, no telling exactly where behind this crumbling concrete the sniper lurked, or what women and children might be shivering nearby. The optionary had issued his orders. Oh, ultimate! Cernaldi knelt down by the sprawled body. He closed the eyes. No further shot came. Probably the killer had laughed and run. Take him up, Bacta bade after a short while. A warrior gathered what was left of Panthos and cradled it against his chest. Cernaldi had been calming his flock. The march proceeded. Now, Cernaldi said, the governance will have to keep us protected. Chapter 45. On the voyage back to Seoul, Nansen often sought the command center. There was seldom any need for it. As ever, Envoy mostly conned herself, making leap after 00 leap so smoothly that her crew never noticed the transitions. Only when she was about to pause and orbit free, in the normal state, for the taking of observations, did captain and engineer stand by their posts, and that was more from a sense of duty than because they anticipated any problems. But in between such times, when he wanted to be alone and felt as if his cabin were closing in on him, he would come sit among instruments and quietness, dim the interior lights, activate the great view screens, and lose himself in the splendor around. Late one day watch, about at mid-passage, he heard a light footfall behind him. Turning his head, he saw Diane enter through the dusk he had made. She wore a gray coverall, and he could not make out the red of her hair, but stars and Milky Way touched it with frost. As he rose from his seat, she caught her breath. He wondered why. It did not occur to him that he stood limned against the cosmos. "Well, welcome," he said. His pleasure was as genuine as his surprise. "I'm not sure I will be," she answered. "You always are, Hanny." Her gaze dropped, lifted anew toward his, and held steady. The change in her mood, from the optimism and exuberance of her projects with you, was like a sudden cold wind upon him. She plunged ahead. "I'm sorry to interrupt your thinking. I wasn't, and I wouldn't be sorry if you did. But I suppose you can guess why I'm here." He smiled. "Because I happen to be." His fragile cheerfulness broke under her words. "I thought you should hear first, privately, and I didn't want to wait till you were in your cabin. I'd have had to fend off everybody else's questions." She glanced away, at a cloudlet glimmering in the crystal blackness, a nebula where suns were coming to birth. "Besides, this place is more right, somehow." "It's about your latest observations, isn't it?" he asked slowly. They had not been quick or easy, she alone out on the hall. Sundaram, Zaid, and Mokoena lacked skill to help her. She had declined Nansen's and Yu's offers, declaring that, slight though the risk might be, the ship could spare neither of them. She nodded. "Yes, I've finished reducing the data." He folded his arms and waited. Ventilation rustled, no louder than blood beat in ears. At this point of its cycle, the air verged on chilly, with an autumnal smell. "No further room for doubt," Diane said. "Starflight in the region of Sol has been decreasing. Steeply. Toward extinction." Twilight shielded faces. "It had begun to seem that way," Nansen murmured. "We weren't sure. Statistical fluctuations. Now, though, the tracks I measured this time." She swallowed. After a second, she had forced dryness on her tone. "A total of 19. The maximum distance from Sol was 55 light-years, plus or minus 3. The mean distance was about 20. Down from 62 flights averaging 50 light-years each," he recalled. 10 weeks ago. 1,000 years ago. Star time," she reminded him. Needlessly, desperately. And now, no is meaningless. "These wavefronts new to us are 2,500 years old," he mused. "Human starfaring peaked maybe 4,000 years after we left home. Then the ebb set in." "Figurative figures," she said, regaining prosaicism. "I'll have more exact values in my report." Nansen stood mute for a little. The stars gleamed multitudinous in constellations that still were strange to Earth. "Do the numbers make much difference?" he replied. "What matters is what we find when we come home, or don't find." Defiance stirred. "Or as the Yankees used to say, we ain't licked yet. For all we know, Enterprise has been recovering." He looked at her. Eyes caught starlight and gave it back out of shadow. "Do you really believe that?" The liveliness died. "I'd like to, but probably I don't. It does seem as if every other race that tried came at last to the end of its strength, or its desire, and gave up. Or will someday. Why should ours be different? What growth curve of any kind rises forever?" She trod one step closer. "Don't take it so to heart, Rico," she said from low in her throat. "I shouldn't, true. The irony of it." His armor cracked enough for her to hear. "We can't speak of the cruel irony, can we? The universe isn't cruel or kind or anything. It simply is. It doesn't even care about its own survival. Your God ought to." "Well," he sighed, "the Church taught that someday time also will have a stop. She touched his hand. Rico, Sai? He sounded startled. If it is so, if Envoy is the last human starship, don't let it break you. Diane's voice lifted. A bitter disappointment, yes, to all of us. But we didn't fare for nothing. We had our voyage, we made our discoveries, we lived, and this won't be the end of life either. No, he must agree. If humans aren't adventuring anymore, could they be at peace, as the Tahirians wanted to be? I doubt it. We never really had a hardwired drive, a need or instinct to explore. You and I heard a lot of rhetoric about that back in those days. But the fact is, most people in most of history were content to stay put and cultivate their own gardens. Exploration, discovery was a cultural thing. And an individual thing, he insisted. She beheld him crowned with stars. Individuals like you, and you, Hanny. But would peace be so terrible? She pursued. Suppose Earth is tranquil and beautiful. Suppose we can find something for ourselves like your estancia. Then I could gladly settle down. Do you remember the estancia? He asked wonderingly. How could I forget? That short while I spent there with you was as happy a time as I've ever known. Zone. Hanny. She mustered resolution. All right, Rico. I've been meaning to say this when the chance came. Couldn't earlier, of course. But it has been more than a year for us since we lost Jean. His machismo crumbled. Aye, naturally, I've had thoughts, but... She smiled in the starlit gloaming. But you're the captain and a gentleman and wouldn't let yourself notice how I've lately been waving my eyelashes at you. In a rush, Rico, we've 6 months of travel left. After that, we can't guess what. After that. But we have this half-year. To explore what we've found, yes, and more than that. To be happy in, he said, amazed. Chapter 46. Where the gorge was narrowest, the river at the bottom ran at its most furious. Gray-green and white foamed, it roared between cliffs, spouted off boulders in the shallows, breathed chill and damp into the sunshine above. Debris from farther upland whirled and bounded through the current, sticks, brushwood, sometimes a dead animal, a capsized dugout, or a fallen tree. Here the gap was small enough that the Suswich could throw a bridge over. Emerging from the shadows and blue foliage of woods, Vodra Shawn stopped at the brink to see what it was she must cross. Iron ruddy rock fell 10 meters to the water, with twice that distance between the sides. A suspension bridge would have been appropriate, but no natural fibers had the strength necessary. At least, none in this region did. And as yet the Susuich trade with the Horok did not include steel cable. Instead, the builders had trimmed spindly local trees. Planted in holes and crevices halfway down the cliffs, poles slanted upward to meet other members and form trusses that supported 2 stringers on which short sections lay transversely. The whole was lashed together with rawhide. Construction had obviously demanded skill and daring, and possibly several lives. Dow Ernin halted at her side. It looks fragile, doesn't it? He said. Well, I could wish we weren't quite so heavily loaded, Vodra confessed. She grinned. But then, I've wished that ever since we set out. Their burdens were indeed considerable, even in a gravity field, 10% less than terrestrial. Besides sleeping bags, tent, medikits, and assorted gear, they carried dried food for 2 months. Nothing that lived on Brent could nourish them. Kithfolk hardly ever had occasion to go backpacking. Vodra herself had done it exactly once before, on her last visit to this planet. Dow had never, and struggled manfully at first. Young, in good condition, he toughened as the days passed on the trail. Ree had already stepped onto the span. Follow, follow, he called. We have far to go to the next worthwhile campsite. Standing there against the sky, he made a handsome spectacle. Long, slender save for a barrel chest. The proportions were not human, but suggested a refined, abstract sculpture of a man. The head was different, plumed, round-eared, eyes big and golden above a curved beak. A kilt decked the red skin. Little more encumbered him than a rifle and knife of Horak manufacture, traveling through this wilderness, his homeland. He lived off it. Bodra lifted the transponder hung about her neck to her lips. "We wonder if we can get safely across," she told him. The instrument converted her utterances to the trills and whistles that she herself could not have produced in any intelligible fashion. Human spellings of Brenton words, including names, scarcely counted as crude approximations. Nor was the language she used an equivalent of his. It emerged as Hurashan. Hitherto, Kith folk had only had serious dealings with the civilization beyond the Eastern Sea, technologically ahead of any others. Ri was among the Suswish who had acquired its tongue. The knowledge came from traders who, pushing west from their coastal colonies, established outposts in the mountains. Over the years, it had qualified Ri to act first as an intermediary between them and his overlords, now to guide a pair of strange beings farther west to the heart of his country. He waved a four-fingered hand. "Be careful to keep your balance," he advised. "Come." "Well, I suppose we can," Dow said in Kithish after Vodra translated for him. "We'd better," she replied. "Plain to see, this culture has no use for the timid. If we're to get any profit from our expedition, we have to act bold." Ri waited for them. His original attitude toward the humans, half wary, half marveling, had turned into comradeship. When Vodra reached him, Daw at her back, he made the clucking sound that perhaps corresponded to a smile, and turned about to lead the way. The bridge was barely a meter wide, without rails. Its thin structure trembled underfoot. Swollen with snowmelt, the river raged beneath. Ri saw the danger first. He shrilled and burst into a run. Heavier and less gracile by heritage, tens of kilos on their shoulders, the humans dared not. Rai was also too slow. That the thing should have happened just then was wildly unlikely. Or was it? Maybe the bridge needed rebuilding every few years. Bodra hadn't thought to ask. A tree came downstream, not one of the gaunt local sort, but a mountain giant, oak massive, uprooted by a spate or a mudslide or the crumbling of a bank. Wide-spreading, spinning as it tumbled, its branches snagged in the truss. The battening ram momentum of the trunk drove them forward. Wood snapped and rattled. The truss broke. The bridge collapsed. Spacefarers had quick reflexes drilled in. As she felt the footing go, Vodra undid her belly band and pulled her arms free of the pack. She glimpsed Dow doing the same. The bridge toppled slowly, down through the members that had upheld it. She grabbed hold of the nearest piece and clung. It eased her fall. But then she was at the bottom, and the river had her. She felt neither fear nor the cold. She was too busy staying alive. A part of her seemed to stand aside, watchful, and quietly issue orders. "Fill your lungs before you strike. The water is thick with glacial flour. You're nearly blind underneath it, but watch as best you can. Maybe you'll see a boulder in time to evade it. Swim upward. Break the surface. Breathe. The torrent dragged you down again. Don't thrash. Move minimally. Save your strength. You'll need every erg of it. Up. Breathe. Look around while you're able. The right bank is closer. Work toward it, but beware of rocks. In this stream, you could hit hard enough to break bones. Under again. No way to kick boots off. Well, they won't sink you. Not till you've grown too weak. Up. Breathe. Where's the sun gone? Shadow. A strip of sky far overhead, insolently blue and calm, brawling water. Look out, boulder ahead. A big one to stick into air. Swim sideways. Now bend legs, kick, use your feet to push yourself off. Onward. Don't gasp so. You're not completely winded yet, and the current is slowing a little. And more. The stream was past the steepest part of its fall toward the lowlands. It had widened, too, and was therefore shoaling through what was almost a canyon rather than a defile. The Palisades were much higher, though. On the right they blocked off the sun. It touched the leftward heights, a wash of gold over their rustiness, but that deepened the gloom down here. Still, she could see a ways. Not far off lay a small beach. The water was less noisy. "Halloo," she heard, and cast a glance back. Yonder came Tao. He'd been lucky, caught a bulk of wood and gained flotation. Not just for himself, she saw. One arm held Rye across it, face up. The Brenton flopped, ominously passive, as the timber wallowed. When Vaudra's feet touched bottom, her observer pilot went away. Suddenly she was herself, aware of painful bruises, sobbing and shuddering with cold. She waded ashore and dropped onto a gravelly crescent nestled against the cliff. Stranded brushwood covered most of it. Tao grounded. Less exhausted, he carried Ree out. The sight shocked Vaudra alert. She scrambled back up. Are you all right?" Tao stammered. She saw the anxiety on his face and knew it for genuine. It wasn't merely because she was the sole fellow human in 1,000 kilometers or worse. She was the closest to a real friend he had gotten thus far. Everybody else in Fleetwing was courteous, even helpful. But a newcomer didn't soon settle into full crewdom. Too many traditions, customs, mores, turns of speech, all the nuances of belongingness, were too dissimilar. Vaudra had taken the shy boy from Argosy under her wing. It was one reason she'd chosen him for her partner on this trip. Give him a chance to prove himself. That might turn out not to have been a favor. The thought flitted off. "Hold," she exclaimed. "Careful there. He's hurt. Badly." Ree lay lax in Tao's clasp. The long limbs hung down, the head lolled, eyes closed, beak agape. "He must have hit something when we fell," Tao said. "I saw him and snatched. Unconscious. I don't know." "You can't," Vaudra interrupted. "I've learned some Brenton anatomy. Here, kneel, let me ease him to the ground." Her fingers searched across the red skin. It felt hot. Well, the normal body temperature was higher than hers. She'd like to snuggle close beside him. No, never mind the chill. Not till this was done. No serious contusions visible. But, yes, that jaggedy lump, halfway between neck and waist. She rose. "Not good," she said. "I think he has a broken back." Tao took his gaze from the water, stone, and murk around them. "We'll bring him to sickbay, say." "He's not our species," Vaudra said. "We don't have regrowth techniques for his biome. Luckily, an injury like this isn't as bad for them as for us. If we handle him properly, he should recover." Tao fumbled in his coverall and drew his radio transceiver from a pocket. Awkwardly, shaking, his numbed hands groped at the keys. A green light came aglow, tiny in the shadow. "It still works," he said with lips gone blue. And Fleetwing had, as always, placed relay satellites in orbit. "I'll call for help." "Wait," Vaudra commanded. "Rescue isn't that simple." He blinked. "Huh?" His teeth clattered. He suppressed it. "Oh, yes, a spaceboat can't land down here. BBB, but she surely can. S is somewhere above, nearby." He looked at the steep, scored, craggy bushes and dwarf trees growing wherever seed had found soil. It would be hard, but not impossible to ascend. "Will Kay climb up? Not dragging Ray along, especially if we want to keep him alive." "Oh, but we can't stay here," Daw protested. "We'd starve." "No, we'll freeze to death. That boat had better land soon." "It'd best not land at all, anywhere in this country," Vaudra told him. "Have you forgotten? Long ago, when Kith ships explored as well as traded, their crews naturally bestowed names on planets of interest that they found. Fleetwing, ranging farther than others, made the most such discoveries, and thereby won the exclusive right to deal with them. Every catalog of myth was drained. Early on, Fleetwing's people felt it proper to call worlds where sentient beings dwelt after the crew of Envoy. They were half mythic anyway. Brent was unusually terrestroid and promising. The Harrock, in particular, had attained ironworking. More to the point, they were extraordinary agronomists. While nothing was humanly edible, they had a wide range of biologicals to offer, from luxurious textiles to microbial chemistry. If shrewdly marketed, these should fetch high prices on human-inhabited planets. Of course, once the idea was there, presently someone would find it cheaper to synthesize than to import. But meanwhile, the Horosh ought to hit on new ideas. Kith trade goods often stimulated inventiveness. And art, pictures, patterns, statuary, architecture, music, literature, dance, evolved with a civilization. Likewise did events, language, culture, psychology, an ongoing stream of information. The Brentons were human-like enough for their minds and works to be comprehensible. They were alien enough for these to be unpredictable, wellsprings of excitement and inspiration. Hence, their world became a port of call for Fleetwing. About once a terrestrial century, she arrived from the stars to take orbit and send her boats down. The welcome was always eager. The Hurok were fascinated. The wares they acquired were fabulous. Discourse with crewfolk who had learned the tongue was as enlightening as it was astounding, and you didn't need speech. Signs would do, to show the rest around, and have fun with them. These advents lived on in memory, lifetime after lifetime. They conditioned the history. Perhaps they gentled it. Brentons had their dark side, conflict, violence, oppression, but they never seemed to wreak the absolute horror humankind knew of, while concepts of peace and justice seemed to come easier. Scientific method was harder for them to grasp, whether for cultural or genetic reasons, but by now the Horok were in an industrial era, with steam power and mass production. Had that somehow engaged too much of the spirit? Or did every civilization everywhere in the universe eventually expend its creativity? Already on her previous visit, Fleetwing had found the art disappointing. This time originality was well-nigh dead. Not quite. A few brilliant new motifs shone like starbursts in a dark nebula. Kitfolk inquired. The work was from overseas, where colonists traded with the Suswich, the dwellers beyond the Cloud Peak Mountains. Would the Suswich admit guests? Well, maybe. They were a clannish, reclusive folk. Some unfortunate incidents in the past had reinforced the attitude. No Horok any longer ventured west of the uplands. Humans, though, Starfarers, were different. A party of them could fly to a trading post. Interpreters would be available. Negotiations took a while. The rest of the crew didn't mind. A spell of leisure, on living turf beneath sun and leaves, on lakes and in breezes. They were shipfolk, spacefolk, but Earth was their grandmother. And this half. Earth lifted from them some of a weariness, so deep in the awns that they did not really know they bore it. Word came at length. A hieing vessel could touch down at the border village Chura. It could let two strangers off, but must then immediately depart, returning only to fetch them at the same spot. A guide would take them as far as the town Eye. They must not expect admission to the abode of songs or other holy places. However, the chieftains were willing to discuss possible barter relations. Arrogant, aren't they? Captain Graham said. I'd call it forlorn, Vaudra replied. They're bewildered, maybe terrified, but putting up a brave front. We need to respect it. The need was not physical. The Kitfolk had guns, missiles, robots, every means of conquest. But that would destroy the very thing they sought, and also something within themselves. Agreements, science, trade, corpses can't do anything, Dow explained. Besides, if we don't report in this evening. I know, Vaudra said. Let me make the call. Her own communicator was intact. Radio waves leaped aloft and back down to that settlement on the eastern seaboard, where Arvel Kishna had brought the spaceboat he piloted. The signal activated the transceiver he carried on his person. Dow stood by. He caught bare snatches of talk. The river boomed too loud, noise ringing off canyon walls. He shivered too hard. And he was not yet accustomed to the Fleetwing dialect. Vaudra put the unit back in her pocket. He'll call Chura, she said. The Suswich had agreed to leaving a communicator there. He'll ask its chief what can be done, if anything. But how? The words faltered and died, for Vodra ignored them. She squatted down beside Ree and examined him more closely. When she had finished, he said, in his wretchedness, "You care more about him than us, don't you?" "He's a thinking being, too," she answered sharply. "They all are, the Brentons. I've known them, off and on, for hundreds of their years, while she herself had been through less than 60. Every time, it's hurt to say goodbye, knowing I'd never meet those friends again. I don't want to lose one more unnecessarily." "I'm sorry," he said, contrite. "I shouldn't complain. Well, let's take care of ourselves and him. First, out of these wet clothes. They make the wind chill worse. We'll need them dry by nightfall." He gulped but obeyed. For a moment, seeing her trim form, he reddened. She ended that by paying it no heed. Following her example, he spread his garments over bushes under the cliff. The gravel hurt his feet. "How can a chief, yonder in the mountains, notify local people to help us?" he asked. "I don't know," she admitted, "but the bargaining about our visit went quicker than runners can account for. Drums, maybe." She gave him a close look. "You're shaking yourself to pieces." "I'll try to keep warmer." He started jogging in place. A laugh escaped her. "Bobble-tea, bobble-tea, bobble-tea. No, that won't work for long. Not at all for Rye. The trick will be to stay alive till help arrives, or till the natives have tried and failed, and Arvel comes after us regardless." "Oh, I've had ground-side experience, you know." Stooping, she drew the guide's big knife. While she whacked at the dead brush, she gave instructions. He was a novice, but like most kithfolk, he had passed considerable time in virtualities, which included forests, life-ways of the past, and the like. Cold lashed him. He quickly understood what she meant. A shelter grew beneath their hands. Lop off a forked branch about a meter long. Prop it erect between rocks. Lay a 3-meter length. That took some searching, with one end in the crotch, the other on the ground. Lean pieces against this, slanting, for ribs. Cut branches off live shrubs and trees. Weave them into the framework. Their leaves make the beginning of walls. Stick lesser pluckings and cuttings in anywhere, anyhow, until the sides are closed. Throw boughs and leaves beneath, a carpet against the wet gravel. The work itself will force blood to move. It was nearly done when their communicators buzzed. Vodra spoke with the pilot. "Yes, the chief wants to make a rescue attempt," she told Dow. "Arvel's not sure whether that's for the sake of pride or precedent or what, nor can he make out how they propose to do it. Or if they can. No, I said I wouldn't complain." Vodra smiled and clapped the young man's shoulder. "Good. You are going to do well aboard Fleetwing. All right, let's complete our job." She eased Rye into the shelter before laying a semicircle of stones before its entrance. "Reflector," she explained. Meanwhile, Dow gathered firewood. A flame lighter from her coverall started a small blaze within the air. They both crawled past, inside, and huddled together, hands spread toward their hearth. Some warmth crept back into them. He glanced at her. Through the dusk he saw matted dark hair, sharp profile, firm breasts, flat belly. The crow's feet and gray flecks didn't show. She could have been his age. Her flank glowed against his. She smelled of fire smoke and woman. You shouldn't be starfaring," he blurted. "You're meant for a pioneer." She gave him back his look. "But I am a starfarer," she answered. "So are you. Or you'd have stayed groundside, when the Argosy crew voted to end their voyaging and disband, for the trade had grown too sparse to support every ship remaining in the regions that she plied, and too many among them had lost heart. Yes, starfaring was my life," he sighed. "And I'm lucky you happened to be there and would take me on." The flames cast slight, uneasy glimmers into the murk where they hunched. Outside, the river rumbled and hissed. Though I can understand why most of us were glad to settle down on harbor. It's homelike, compatible. He had said that often before. Today he went on, Not like Aurora. Fleetwing hasn't touched at Aurora for about 1,000 years, I think, Vodra said slowly. It isn't on any of our regular routes, you know. Nor do I recall much talk about it at any rendezvous we've made. Has it changed greatly? Yes. I've watched it happening. Oh, they stayed friendly enough, in their outlandish way. And last time we were there, they seemed more interested in what we had to offer, what we had to tell, than their great-grandparents were the time before. But it was just novelty to them. Nothing important. I know. I've seen the same on Olivares, different from Aurora, no doubt. In either case, no longer our civilization. Serrated towers dispersed over lands apportioned according to intricate rules of kinship. Robes and masks worn in public. Ceremoniousness governing deadly feuds, multi-sexual group marriages. Rank achieved by passing examinations, within a hierarchy serving a god who was a demiurge. That was in the Western Hemisphere. People on the Eastern continent were more enigmatic. Not that any of them were hostile, or their societies worse than most. But they cared little about the stars or what Starfarers brought. Argosy never got to Olivares, Daw said. Fleetwing's traveled farthest of any, hasn't she? Maybe. How could you tell, when it was oftenest a matter of chance which ships you met at which world, after centuries? And maybe that's why she keeps on traveling. Was anything left of the original structure, a worn-out part here, a broken part there, replaced as the millennia swept by? Yes, that was also getting harder to do. Repair facilities far scattered and expensive. To be expected, when demand for their services dwindled. I haven't asked this before. Was Dao seeking comfort in conversation? Too much else to learn. You've kept exploring, going beyond known space, when others gave it up. Have you found any more planets where humans could live? And there are no natives they'd have to dispossess? Yes, 2 possibilities. It didn't make a big stir when we mentioned it at rendezvous. Why should it? Who'd want them? None from Earth, probably, Earth from which the first seeds blew outward on a wind now stilled. Vodra was a child when Fleetwing last called there. She remembered talk of Celadorians everywhere, buyers nowhere, and Kithtown. Well, tolerated. Afterwards, she seldom heard any suggestion of going back. From harbor, at least, Dao said. Dreamers, malcontents. It's no paradise. No human place ever was. Vodra fed more sticks to the fire. It crackled and jumped, red, yellow, and blue. A bed of coals was forming. That was what would really see her and him and Ree through the night. None ever will be, I suppose. But how many would go? How'd they pay for a migration? Those planets are not new Earths any more than the rest were. Less than Harbor, or 2 or 3 others, in fact. It'd take a huge investment, and then toil, sacrifice, death for generations before they were hospitable to our race. With nanotechnics and robotics to produce, Kith ships to ferry. Where's the capital coming from? And we Kith folk, we can't travel for nothing. We have to live, too, and meet our running expenses, if enough people wanted it enough. Vodra shook her head. But they don't. And so we limp along on whatever trade we can scrape up, Dao said bitterly. More and more desperate. Like this excursion of ours here. Not desperation, she maintained. Scientific interest, if nothing else, and the hope of something tradeworthy. Wait, I should check how Ree is doing. She wriggled past him to hunker above the Brenton. Dao leaned over her shoulder. In the vague, shifty light he saw the chest rise and fall, the eyes partly open but blind. He heard how breath labored. Vodra returned to the entrance. He joined her. If he were human, he offered, I'd say he's sinking. She nodded. Yes. I don't know how long he'll last without better help than we can give. She stared beyond the low flames to the river, the opposite cliff, and the shadows. He barely caught what she murmured. Take down the sky. We shall no longer hide from nothingness. Now, she is gone. Or he, she added to herself. What? He said, astonished. Why, I know that poem. I love it. She turned her face to him. You do? Yes. All daybreak broken traffic. Then it reached your ship, too. It's Brenton, you know. It is. Oh, a translation, adapted for humans, of course. But we heard it in Haroshan. Later, we sold reproduction rights on Fenghuang, Harbor, and Maya for good sums. Defensively, because he was young, his ideals vulnerable. Why not? Bringing it to them was a service. Of course. We dealt in information, too, in Argosy. It wasn't that kind, though, at least not often. They're wonderfully musical and poetical everywhere on Brent, as far as we've seen. Maybe that's due to the nature of their speech. If we can get the Suswitch to trust us, that cultural treasure their religion keeps hoarded. Yes, I heard. I'm sorry, Dao. I don't mean to be patronizing. I'm tired, my skull's empty, I babble about whatever sounds hopeful. I'm glad you do, he said. It keeps me going. They drew closer. Nothing untoward happened. He was bashful and she was wise. After a while their clothes were dry enough to don. Yet those hours lived always within them. Long afterward, when he was the newly chosen captain of Fleetwing, he would order an energy gun to engrave her name on a loose asteroid, a memorial among the stars. Night fell. Chill deepened. The fire wavered, but heat radiated from its bed and the stones beyond. The humans dozed. A cry roused them. Not a shout. A triumphant skirling, like the pipes of ancient warriors bound into battle. They jerked awake and stumbled forth. A full moon had risen over the eastern steeps. Its light flickered and flared on the river. A creature like a gigantic snake, head high, surged downstream, coil upon coil swinging to and fro to drive it onward. Half a dozen Brentons rode on its back. When they saw the pair on the shore, they and their mount swept into the shallows. They sprang off. Vodra beckoned at the shelter. One who must be some kind of physician went inside. His night vision was superior to hers. When he came out, another interpreted for him. We shall care for Ree here until he is ready for carrying elsewhere. He will live and regain health. You have done well. A third, with a bronze armlet that seemed to betoken authority, touched a fourth and spoke. The interpreter said, As for you two, Crike will now guide you. When you reach I, you may enter the abode of songs. Chapter 47. Earth shone in the view screen as the brightest among the stars, lapis lazuli, with Luna a nearby point of tarnished gold. To Nansen in his command center, it was as if nothing had changed, as if he had never been away. Observation of them and their sister planets gave the exact time span. A few millennia were not enough for chaos to change their orbits beyond calculation. Lives of humans, civilizations, dreams went faster. The length of recorded history had, what? Tripled? Through how many births and agings and deaths end to end since last he beheld his world? Envoy would not get there for another day. How slowly it passed. Already, though, her crew spent most of their waking hours at duty stations, straining to discern and understand and keep guard against whatever the unknown might cast at them. Only Nansen was idled. The captain must hold himself ready to decide and command. But nothing happened except reports, and thus far the data were sparse. It was a lonely feeling. Silence pressed in on him. Dion's voice broke it, urgent over the intercom. Hold. Another signal just registered. It goes on. I have it too, said Yu. Here's a visual. The display appeared for Nansen also. To him it was like previous ones, shifting waveforms, a graphical equivalent rendered by a computer as an aid to study. Dayan sighed. The same kind as the rest. Sundaram repeated his earlier judgment. No language, a stereotyped code. Signals between robots, Yu agreed. radio and laser beams that Envoy chanced to intercept along her path. Strange. Shouldn't the technology be far advanced, undetectable by mere antennae? Or maybe this ought not to be surprising. Is everything in solar space robotic? Wondered Mokohena. She spoke from Sundaram's workroom. On the return voyage, she had learned sufficient linguistics to become his assistant. Nansen harked back to telescopic glimpses of a few asteroids and Mars as the ship moved inward. Off Earth? Evidently yes, he said. And minimal. Industries, settlements, human presence growing when we left. The germs of whole new nations, empty now, abandoned, one with Nineveh and Tyre. Mokohena's tone shuddered. What of Earth itself? Their transmissions ahead had drawn no response. Zaid avoided the worst inference. A limited economy. Not necessarily impoverished. It could recycle with high efficiency to support a small, stable population. Machinery purred around his words. For his part, he had qualified himself for second engineer, not expert, but able to take routine off Yu's hands. Like to hear, she said. People who have turned their backs on space. Nansen looked past Earth to the stars. They shone cold and remote. None of the rare traces of travel had seemed to touch Saul, coming or going. Daon's dispassion cracked. Why the devil don't we make directly for where the last starships are? Earth is the mother world, Sundaram said gently. Yes, Mokohena added. Don't you care to know what she's become? And we promised we would come back, Nansen finished. To eyes watching from polar orbit, the planet danced from day to night and back to dawn, agelessly beautiful. Still were the oceans of thousand shades of blue, burnished under the sun, starlit and moonlit after dark. Still did land masses sprawl, green, tawny, dun in their familiar shapes. Cloud dappled the whole with fleeces and great swirls. The ice caps reached farther than formerly. Snowfields ruled over most mountains. But this had merely enriched the temperate zones and mildened the tropics. In the cold valley of the glacial cycle, technics held global winter at bay. Subtle arts, Nansen thought when he studied the instrument readouts. More carbon dioxide and methane than he once breathed. Not that he'd noticed the difference, and doubtless the concentration was well controlled. However, that couldn't be the whole story. The factors and interactions that make climates are millionfold. If a cybernetic system maintained this balance, it could not simply measure physical quantities and compute how much of what should be increased or decreased. It must be integrated with the ecology, the entire living world. For life is it. Cell a geological force. Installations seen on Luna and in Earth orbit strengthened his impression of a system complex, powerful, and self-sufficient. Though none aboard Envoy could tell what those domes, dishes, towers, lattices, and less nameable structures were for, she picked up indications of solar energy collected and beamed to chosen Earthside locations that varied minute by minute. And there appeared to be a widespread, buried electrical network, coupled to nodal points where buildings clustered above ground. Otherwise, they saw something like an Eden. It was no single garden. Down from tundra and taiga swept wind-billowing steppes, boreal forest yielded to broadleaf woods, and these to jungle. Wings stormed above marshes and along seashores, plantations and croplands mingled in, not as conquerors, but as parts of a planetary whole. Habitation was in scattered villages and a few small, compact cities. Traffic between was thin and largely aerial. No galaxies of illumination clustered on the dark side, though Nansen speculated that lighting was designed to minimize sky glow. Alone in the command center, he heard Yu report yet another fruitless attempt at making contact. Again, nothing. I wish we had the whole-on trick in our hardware, snapped Diane. Give their damned electronics a good shaking. Patience, Mokohena advised. We can't expect their equipment to be compatible with ours, can we? We can expect some technical wit, Diane retorted, and even some provision for our return. After 11,000 years, jibed Zaid. Keep trying, Nansen said. Abruptly, the formlessness in his outer comm screen coalesced into a face. Dayan whooped. Transmission from the ground. They figured our system out. What breed of human is that? Breathed Mokohena. Nansen stared. The head was both long and wide, the features male but beardless, skin amber, shoulder-length hair reddish black, nose thin, lips full, eyes big and violet. The mouth opened. Musical syllables resounded. More to the point, Sundaram asked, awe in his tone. What language is that? Over to you, Ajit, Nansen said for them all. It went quickly. A few computer-generated pictures and diagrams established the fact of Envoy's journey and the approximate date of her departure from Sol. Then it was a matter of trying out ancient languages lying in scholarly databases. When this brought forth Chinese, Sundaram explained that English was the mutual tongue aboard. Presently, he could call his shipmates to join him in the common room. They sat, in their various degrees and ways of tension, before the big screen they had used for entertainments. Dayan had reprogrammed the system for two-way transmission. The groundside scene was of graceful columns and ogive windows open on a garden. A line of men in close-fitting green uniforms were perhaps an honor guard, though they bore no visible weapons. Their features were varied. Races had not completely melted together. In the foreground, a tall woman in a flowing, iridescent robe occupied an elevated seat. She was of the type the crew had first seen. Her coiffed head bore a golden circlet from which arched two stylized wings. Beside her stood a stubby, balding man, dark white. His long tunic and flared trousers were gray, nondescript, carelessly worn. A professor, I'll bet, Dayan whispered into Nansen's ear. He tried not to smile, as solemn as they seemed on Earth. The woman crossed hands on breast. Nansen rose, gave her a salute, and sat down again. She spoke. When she stopped, the little man piped up. The unifier Areli bids peace, Pax calm, harmony, he said. His accent made the English hard to follow. Thank you, Nansen replied. We are peaceful too, of course. I gather that you know what our mission was. I find it mentioned in databases. Rare. Many records lost. Most that concern Envoy be from Ronaili. They say, kith, stories, songs of they. Doesn't even the kith, whoever they are, remember us better? Mokohena muttered. The man had been translating for the woman, who sat impassive. However, perhaps he heard, for he turned back and explained, few kith visits. Prior, lastest one. More than 300 years in past. Near lastest, a century more soon. Some kith. He searched, found the word, and finished. Kith folklore was collected. Envoy be in it. But they've essentially forgotten us here on Earth, you said. 11,000 years, Sundaram told her. Periods of turmoil, apparently. A great deal was inevitably lost, including from computer files. If they were interested, they would have gotten it back. But there are humans at other stars, are there not? Nansen asked intently. Some ships travel yet, don't they? You must be in contact. Yes, news by laser. The man shrugged, a gesture that included bridging the fingers. From far places. Mostly irrelevant, his tone implied. He smiled. You have big news, no? Interested, we. A novelty. Zaid growled aside to Mokohena. The ship back from Punt, with pygmies to amuse Queen Hatshepsut. Are we much more significant? Again, the man was bringing his leader. O Quran. When his attention returned, Nansen said, You evidently do not know our names. Allow me to introduce us. I am Ricardo Nansen, the captain. He didn't give it in full. Hispanic nomenclature had frequently confused foreigners when there was a Spanish language, a Paraguay, and a stancha. He went around his group. I be Lahner, student, expert, professional of beginning robotic period, the man replied. Areli spoke to him. We are uncertain of biosafety, he conveyed. You have data, text, virtuals. Mokoena took the word. Of course. Don't worry about any diseases we might carry. We left with none and haven't been exposed to anything we could catch or that could infect Earth life generally. Biology changed, be possible. Yes. She rubbed her chin. We could be a hazard, she said to the others. Our E. coli, for example, may be exotic and dangerous now, or there could be something that we have no immunity to. Yes, a quarantine period is needed. Talaner, I will see about sending you our complete biological and medical file, right down to the DNA. Her teeth flashed. And I'll be fascinated by what you give us. Zaid nodded vigorously. Meanwhile, Sundaram proposed, we can exchange every kind of information. We should be able to rig compatible virtual reality sets. Diane added eagerly. Yes, we hope, Lana agreed. Many future will want to meet you. In person? Demanded Yu. No easy bring you down. Lana considered. You have vehicles from Makeland? I think it would be best if we don't use our boat, Nansen said slowly. Our single remaining boat, nor should we all go at once. It wasn't that anybody was likely hostile. Still, theirs was a totally foreign world, and the knowledge Envoy carried was beyond price. Come worst to worst, crew folk who had stayed aboard must steer her elsewhere and reveal what she had. Nonetheless, his gaze went to the view screen which Earth filled with her glory. How could he go without at least once more feeling her caress in his feet and bones, while her winds kissed him farewell? Chapter 48. They had never heard of a field drive here, or apparently anywhere in the space known to man. Was that historical accident, or did the invention require a Tahirian kind of quantum mechanical insight, guided perhaps by hints the Holant gave those visitors before they fled from it and withdrew from the stars? Don't be too specific with your colleagues, darling, about this or anything else, Nansen warned Diane. Not till we understand the situation better. It won't be hard to stay vague, she chuckled. Right now, it's impossible not to, what with the communication barrier. Her mood sank. Besides, I have a feeling they're not particularly anxious to learn. Really? Have you any idea why? I get a powerful impression that to them, for God knows how long, science has not been a search but a body of knowledge. Almost like a theology, though without the religious kind of passion. She forced a grin. They've elaborated their interpretations of natural law and how it works. I'm tempted to compare them to rabbis in the Torah, century after century. But anything really new, calling for reconstruction work on the foundations, that'll be very hard to accept. My guess is that this generation, and probably the next, never will. Mokoena and Zaid reported a similar attitude toward their scientific fields. Nobody disputed that there could always be surprises. Certainly, what the travelers had to relate excited an interest that in some individuals became enthusiasm. However, this was detail. Another example of what well-established principles could lead to. Tahirian psychology, history, culture, entire perception of reality, drew still less heed. Dayan interpreted the placid reaction as, so it's alien. So what? You said that while technology was obviously high, little appeared to have changed for millennia, except that some parts of it had been dropped because they no longer served any useful purpose. That did not necessarily imply decadence, she remarked. After all, in her birth era, people hadn't built Roman-style aqueducts or gigantic hydroelectric dams. The sort of competitiveness that drove material innovation, whether or not there was any current need for it, was simply not in this society. Once translator programs were available, conversations went more easily, with a wide variety of persons. Likewise, guides conducted virtual reality tours of the world, walks through its important or beautiful sites, into worksteads and museums, and homes, nearly anywhere requested. Notwithstanding, comprehension continued to be elusive. Capitalism, socialism, Despotism, democracy. Every arrangement the crew remembered seemed now as inconsequential as mercantile guilds or divine right of kings had been to them. It was clear that robotics and nanotechnology had made all necessities, services as well as goods, and perhaps all comforts too, free, like air and sunshine. There was presumably some way to control their distribution and maintain a stable population. But whatever coercion this required was not obvious. Probably social pressure does most of the work, Nansen speculated. The great majority likes things as they are. Yet, talking among each other, the Envoy Company came to wonder if stagnation meant anything either, on this world in this age. The equilibrium may be more stable than any of the long-lived human civilizations of the past achieved, Sundar mused. And that may in large part be due to the fact that, no matter how much internal variegation it enjoys, it is now the only civilization on Earth. The thread of communication with the local stars and the very rare visit of a starship apparently have even less effect than its slight contact with the Roman Empire had on Han Dynasty China. Nevertheless, people have spoken to me of progress. I do not yet grasp quite what they mean by that. He spread his hands. Spiritual? Humanistic? I think we shall need a long intimacy before we can begin to understand. And then we may not like what we learn, Nansen refrained from saying. Bringing him and Zaid down was an awkward business, which required much advanced planning. Flesh and blood no longer made passages across interplanetary space. Those who wished to experience sister globes contented themselves with virtuals. That art was well beyond anything of 11 millennia ago. The fact that no one seemed addicted to it said something profound about their society, but the newcomers weren't sure what. In the end, the two men crossed from the ship to the robotic boat in their spacesuits. I am sorry, Nansen told Diane, holding her close to him in their cabin just before he went. It does feel like a dirty, selfish trick on you. But you've explained the reasons, and they're valid, and mainly, I'm going to miss you like hell. So shut up already and give me a last big wet kiss. She grabbed his ears and pulled his head down to her lips. Aurelie the Unifier herself had suggested that the first visit, perhaps all, be by a small party and discreetly handled. Envoy's arrival had roused strong general interest. Sundaram had an idea that no word for sensation existed, that the culture valued tranquility, self-control, and good manners. Too much. Confucian asked you and answered herself, no. Doubtless no analogy really fits. It had been necessary to screen applicants for direct contact with the crew, and millions had tuned in on each conversation. Well, we are extraordinary, Mokoena observed, although I won't be surprised if most of them stop caring in a few more months. A conspicuous, publicized group would be everywhere encumbered by well-meaning crowds, besieged with invitations, swept off to festivities. Which seems to contradict your view of the zeitgeist, Ajit, Diane remarked. Except that, no matter how persuasive their social conditioning methods are, I don't believe they can make everybody identical. It could even be that a few cranks would try to attack us. If the honored guests from the remote past wish to walk again on their mother world, best they go essentially incognito. That suited Nansen well, so well that he came to suppose his original dim suspicions had been unjust. Which perhaps helps show how foreign Earth has really become, he thought with a slight shiver. The question was, who should go first? His overriding priority was the safeguarding of the knowledge his expedition had brought back, and getting it to those humans to whom it would make a difference. He considered, you, engineer, interpreter of technical data from Tahir and the star cluster, Dayen physicist, who came closer than anyone else to comprehending what the Holant had had to tell. Furthermore, along the way, Nansen had given her simulations and a little practice in flying courier, so that she was his auxiliary pilot, Mokoena, who could delegate her biology to the computers, but not her hands or her presence as a healer. Sundaram, linguist, the nearest thing the ship had to an anthropologist, who could do his work over the laser channels while reserving himself for the folk of other stars. all, Nansen judged, indispensable. That left him and Zaid. His decision had raised only minor protest, which soon died. The years and the light years had knit them that closely together. Zaid's appointed anointed guide was a young man called Mundaval, of Varelli's mixed-race type. Mnemonic induction techniques had given him a good command of English as reconstructed from the databases. He was ardent, well-nigh worshipful. He could not hear enough about starfaring in its pioneer days, or do enough for the starfarer. Just the same, Zaid couldn't help envying a hit Nansen, who'd gotten a most attractive young woman. Not that either of them would, however. Oh, well. Mundaval proposed a walk through a city. Clothes varied broadly, sometimes fantastically, according to individual choice within parameters Zaid had not learned. Dressed in inconspicuous tunics and trousers, they too wandered along the paths that wound over a high hill and around its foot. It was late spring in the northern hemisphere, a season of jubilance after the stark winter of these parts. Sunlight spilled across blossoms and leaves. Trees vibrated with wings and carols. A breeze drifted sweet. Dwellers went loosely clad, children skipping, youth and maiden hand in hand, elders dignified but generally cheerful. Sometimes a car purred by, robotic, more often carrying loads than passengers. Elia occupied a height between two landscapes. Westward swept plains of grass, dotted with stands of trees, where wild herds roamed. Big animals, round and shaggy, developed from lesser creatures to replace the extinct grazers that belonged in such an ecosystem. East and north, the terrain dropped to an enormous bottomland, intensively cultivated. There, it was robots that moved, tending the biosynthetic plantations, processing the products. The population here numbered some 100,000. Most of them lived in houses set well apart among gardens and groves. Their places of business were similarly modest: schools, shops, ateliers, inns, decorous recreational establishments. Many served pilgrims to the sanctuary and the shrines nearby. That quasi-temple rose majestic above surrounding trees, natural stone carved with an exuberance of foliage, flowers, fruits, and vines, towers branching like boughs against the sky. When the sanctuary sang, the music went as waterfall, thunder and joy from horizon to horizon. No two the same. Other buildings were mainly underground, with only an upper level in the air. Passing an especially curious structure, drape-like curves in blue and white stripes surmounted by a roof that was a living organism, Zaid confessed. In spite of my virtual tours, I'm afraid everything is rather bewildering to me. I was not certain how it would be for you, sir, Mundaval replied. We lost so much information during the evil millennia, and what we keep is too much for one human brain. Yes, Zaid reflected, the total might be fragmentary but must be overwhelming. How closely could he number the rulers of medieval Egypt, or say what their individual fortunes had been? This is marvelous, of course. Is it typical? Not truly. No place is. This one is more historic than most. Mundaval gestured at some nearby remnants of massive walls, recalling ages when men fought and wrought larger than now. City lay buried upon city beneath Elia, the whole way down to Chicago. Micro-machines had done the archaeological work on them centuries ago. Ruins like these were merely curiosa, like a ship from that same past. Elsewhere is different, Mundaval said. I believe you have seen. You shall betread if you wish. Territories, biomes, inhabitants, lives, are different all around Earth. Life varies. He searched for a word. Spontaneity is life, Celador teached. Zaid frowned, picking his own words with care. Forgive me, but I still don't quite understand. I gather that religions, customs, even laws vary from group to group, and each develops as it chooses, or splits off to start something new. Doesn't that lead to conflict? All are Celadorian, Mundaval said earnestly. Different deity or none, different usage, yes, but all except the oneness of life. That means, too, the oneness of humans. He hesitated. It should. Zed knew of no faith that had ever brought universal harmony. He wondered how meaningful these cultural uniquenesses were, and what measures were now and then necessary to maintain the global peace. Regardless of what it called itself, he didn't think Celadorianism was just a philosophy. But not many believe this out among the stars, he asked cautiously. No, it is far to there, and they are strange. The young voice did not condemn. Suddenly it throbbed. The young face glowed. Perhaps, Zed thought, with a tingle through his nerves, we are not quite living fossils after all. A vast lake, almost an inland sea, filled the heart of what was once Paraguay. Its creation had been part of the general transformation of Earth through several centuries. Machines, most of them millionfold and invisibly small, kept watch over it, monitoring, correcting, guiding the further evolution of lake, land, and life. Yet as he stood on the shore, to Nansen it seemed as if newly come from the hand of God. Water sheened argent to the edge of sight. The sun was a great gold-orange globe wheeling down to the horizon. It cast a molten bridge toward him, which broke up in little fires where wavelets lapped in the shallows and lost themselves among reeds. Sometimes a fish leaped, like a meteor that rose before it fell. Wings swarmed through deepening, nearly cloudless blue overhead. Cries drifted faintly across distance. Ashore, enormous blossoms and delicate tall trees were new to him, engineered for subtle purposes, but they perfumed the evening coolness and drew an arabesque over heaven. Yes, he said after silence had grown long. My forebears rest in a good place. I am glad you are pleased, answered Varde. She touched his arm. We had better turn back. The guests will be arriving. He took a moment to enjoy the sight of her in the sunset glow. Like Zed's companion, she was of the unifiers type. Early on, he had suppressed an impulse to ask exactly how equal everybody was. Let it suffice him that the breed was a handsome one, in her case, lovely, for she was gracefully formed, with hair a dark ruddy cascade over bare, amber-hued shoulders. Mrs., that's right, he agreed. I look forward to meeting them. They fell into step over the soft turf. You are kind to permit that I invite my friends. Her voice flowed easily, melodiously. Accent added charm. They were delighted. Well, you have been more than kind to me. Besides, I do want to meet people, not in masses or at some official function, but individually. I wish conversation could be more free. If you were willing to undergo a mnemonic in a modern language. No thanks. He had more than once declined the neurological process. First, I should get a general impression of your world. There will be time later, if we so decide. He knew his, and Zed's excuse was lame, but neither cared to say outright that he didn't entirely trust whatever else the program might instill. Varde lapsed into the solemnity of youth. You cannot know the spirit of a people unless you speak with them unrestricted. Nansen shrugged. Not always then either. Or ever. Are they any more candid today than in the ancient past? Varde nodded. That is true. We may have changed too much from what the starfolk are. Often since you came, I have wondered if that may not be the deep reason why the kith scarcely ever call on us. Oh, surely not. You aren't hostile to them in any way, as I've heard people once were. Varde shivered in the breeze. People were not sane. He tried to drive off the specter with dryness. From what I've gathered, tell me if I'm mistaken, there simply isn't a trade to ply. Planets, or at least planetary systems, have long since become self-sufficient. They don't need to import newness, fresh ideas or stories, but this culture of yours, here on Earth, isn't much interested even in that. It comforted neither of them. Is any culture anywhere? He thought, with recollections of recorded communications from other stars. No voyages now seem to go past the sphere of the known, if only because the radius has grown too great, and nobody wants the fate of Envoy. As ships die or their crews disband, they are not replaced. And she exclaimed, "It shouldn't be so. We shouldn't be." She gulped. "I used to think about this sometimes. And then you came back to us." They walked on. The sun was down, the sky still bright in the west, but dusk seeped from the ground and spread from the east with the swiftness of these latitudes. Lights began to twinkle in the village ahead. A tune chimed. Bardet tossed her head. The hair rippled along her back. "This is to be a happy occasion," she declared. "Forgive my loss of laughter." It was not the first time he had seen sudden melancholy fall on her as they traveled about. She bounced back equally fast, with cheer to lighten his own inner darknesses. "You'll make it be, my friend," he said. They entered the village. It was in and of this clime, houses square, earth-toned, each surrounding a garden court. Only the local sanctuary, foam-white tower with a helical spire in which rainbow colors played by clay, stood out. Residents wandered the streets, relaxing in the cool. Mostly they wore white robes and headcloths, trimmed with bright colors. Pet animals were popular: cockatoos on wrists, long-legged hounds, vividly marked cats, creatures more exotic. Where illumination fell strongest, several artists and musicians followed their callings. Nansen did not recognize the implements and instruments. Everybody greeted him and Vardet as they passed. He had merely been named to them as a visitor from elsewhere. That was no novelty. The mansion stood on the far edge of town, not very big though, ornamented with pilasters, changing iridescences, and a winged cupola. Vardet had explained that it belonged to an association of which she was a member, and currently she had the use of it. Bubble-like air cars had already delivered some guests and returned to wait for the next demand for their services. More sat down while the door parted for Nansen and his guide. Inside was a chamber where abstract murals slowly refashioned themselves. Aromas wafted, and music played in the background, music resurrected from his era, mainly by transmission from Envoy's database in his honor. A buffet stood generously spread. Food and drink were excellent nowadays, though moderation in both appeared to be universal. Most of the gathering were young. They merged zestfully around the Starfarer, without pressure or presumption, informal because etiquette and restraint were ingrained. Of course, they wanted to hear about his voyage. The basic account had gone worldwide, but incidents, anecdotes, sidelights must be numberless. Nansen spent the next 2 or 3 hours largely seated, talking. Beside him, Vardet held a small device programmed to translate back and forth. She was right. It didn't make for intimate conversation, but it served well enough here. And we left the star cluster and continued on our way, he said. "Does it abide in its unhappy state?" asked one girl. He shrugged. "We can only answer that by going back." She hugged herself. "I will never be able to see it again without a shudder." "It's like something out of Earth's blackest past," said another. "Oh, now," countered a young man. "That was a rousing story." "A dreadful story," maintained a second youth. "Forgive me, Captain Nansen, but if mistakes lead to madness among the far stars too, we are well free of them all." Some assented, some frowned. Nansen went quickly on to milder tales. Later, there was dancing. Vardet had learned some steps from his time and was his sole partner. The rest made a game of devising their own to fit the archaic melodies. She was warm and lithe in his arms. After a span he didn't measure, she suggested some fresh air. A couple already out in the court murmured a salutation and returned inside. Tact! The door contracted behind them and shut off sound from within. Early dew on roses glimmered beneath stars and Milky Way. "You have a beautiful world here," he said. "I didn't hope to find anything like this. I hoped to find humans in the freedom of the galaxy, and something of its grandeur in their spirits." She nodded. How slender her neck was, beneath the heavy hair. 3,000 years of peace. Thanks to Celador, who seems to have done better than the Christ they seem to have forgotten. And those who came after, martyrs, preachers, workers. Her basic seriousness was again upon her. To this very day, each one of us in every generation must do the work over again. How, he wondered, against the beast that is born in us. We must never let down our defense or believe the past is safely dead. He knew that education included virtual experiences of former events. It struck him now that some of those must be cruel. Psychotherapy afterward could take away the pain, but the scars would remain, reminding. Could this whole civilization be a retreat from the horror that was history? Peace. He was unable not to ask. Do you never grow restless? Of course we do. She sounded defensive. We make our adventures. Yes, I've seen some recordings of breakneck sports. And we create, Varde said. When did anyone last create anything really new? He had inquired, during his long-range dialogues while he lingered in quarantine orbit. Artists of every sort, yes, and scientists, were evidently satisfied to play variations on themes long canonical. Most effort and ardor went into exploring and reenacting the accumulated works of the ages. No one lifetime sufficed to exhaust that heritage. Not everybody can be. Original, can they? He demurred, then feared she might take offense. She did not. Looking up at him, her eyes were big and abrim with starlight. No, not in public ways, she answered softly. But everyone can make life itself the highest art. Her invitation was unmistakable. They had been well-behaved throughout, by his standards. Hers? A wish stirred. Would Hanny really mind? As if summoned, a spark rose over the west side roof and hastened across the stars. Why, look, he said, and realized how relieved he felt. I do think that's Envoy. Probably she recognized his tone. Probably she wasn't too disappointed. She spoke gravely. Your ship, your life's meaning. He glanced his startled question at her. We of Earth today seek what we may find in ourselves, she told him. You seek elsewhere, outward. Did her voice tremble the least bit? From the southeastern shore of the Mediterranean Sea, down over the Arabian Peninsula to its end, though neither of these bore the names Zaid remembered, was rainforest. Nor did he know most of its plants and animals. Many had not existed when he left home. He stood with Mundeville at the edge of a clearing. Ferns brushed his calves, wet, a touch of cold here where sultriness hung on after dark. Below a black wall of trees, a fire blazed and roared. Flamelight wavered on smoke. Sparks leaped. Before it bulked, an altar hewn from a stone. 100 or more people were gathered in front, naked to the night. This was their form of sanctuary, their unifying and affirming ritual. Robed at the altar, their leader lifted her arms on high. In the name of Celador, she chanted, oneness. Mundeville whispered a translation in Zeed's ear. Hey Louis-Anne, hey Louis-Anne, boomed the response. Mundeville did not render it. Perhaps he couldn't. For everything that is life, oneness. Hey Louis-Anne, hey Louis-Anne. And yet at home they lived and worked, in their scattered communities, as members of global civilization, made trips everywhere around the planet, partook of its all-embracing communications web. 2 or 3 of them had shown Zaid around, and through Mundeville had described rationally, with a certain passion, but rationally, something of the balance between humankind and nature in this land, a balance not only ecological, but sacred. The liturgy went on. Drums and whistles joined in. The people began to sway and stamp their feet. The voice grew shrill. Oh, bring down the falsehoods of the biosophists. A carnivore screamed, somewhere off in the dark. Zaid wondered how serene Earth really was, and how long its peace could endure. Kithtown lay empty save for robotic caretakers, a museum of antiquity. The styles, furnishings, possessions in its buildings had changed over the millennia, but gradually and never entirely. Even the newest homes, forsaken just centuries ago, haunted Nansen with hints of his childhood. Visitors were rare. Anyone who felt curious could employ a virtual. However, a service center included sleeping quarters. Nansen got up before dawn. Varde waited outside her adjacent room, as they had agreed. He didn't want to say more than a good morning, and her culture put her under no compulsion to talk. They went silently out together, into silence. It was cold, breath-smoked, barely visible by starshine. Murk overspread the hemmed-in street. Footfalls rang hollow. The houses ended at a sharp and ancient boundary. With the sky clear above them, the pair saw better. A few lights glimmered on the ground afar, lost beneath the stars. Closer by, snags of walls and pits that had been foundations broke the gray of hoar-frosted grass and brush. From time to time, a city had engulfed the Starfarers' dwelling place. "They come no more," Varde said, barely loud enough for him to hear, and needlessly, except for whatever need was in her. "It is so seldom a ship arrives, and so brief a while. The crew stay in a hostel, or they stay aboard. Do they sense they are no longer wanted?" Nansen thought. "Their wares are of no more use. The stories and questions they brought from beyond were often troublesome." He stopped and looked aloft. She did too. Constellations had changed shape, not greatly but noticeably. He pointed toward what he knew as Ursa Minor. "See," he told her. "There was our North Star. It was Delta Cygni now, not very near the celestial pole." "Does it still call to you?" she asked, as low as before. Impulsively, he threw his cloak around them both and his arm around her waist. Nothing more happened between them. They stood side by side, waiting for the sun. A lodge lay in the Himalayan foothills, surrounded by beauty. Isolated, robotically tended, it had no other guests at the moment than the travelers and their guides. They met in a room too big for four, where colors flickered in the walls, a symphony of bird songs played, and drifting odors stirred obscure feelings. "Yes, we've decided between us," Nansen said. "The others would like to set foot on Earth too, but only in a few special lands. Only for piety's sake, or to seek a final forgetting of what is no more. After that, we go away." "Why?" protested Mundaval. "We have nothing to do on Earth," Nansen replied. "Yonder we may. You are welcome here. You would be heroes all your lives." Zaid looked into the troubled countenance and answered as gently as might be. "Yes, we could do well as storytellers, no doubt. But what of our children? They will be welcome, too. Welcome to become Earthfolk. I'm sorry, I don't say that would be bad." Zaid tried to smile. "They might find more happiness in your ways than in ours. But we are Starfolk." "Jean's folk," thought Nansen. Varde stood up from her seat and held her arms out to him. For the first time, he saw tears start forth upon her. They gleamed down the amber cheeks. "Then will you take me with you?" she cried. Chapter 49. Tau Ceti, Year 5. The Young Venture League had acquired an old building in Argosy for its headquarters. Its academy occupied one suite on the 7th floor. But then, that school for Starfarers was still unborn, little more than a dream and some experimental programs. It would not want a campus until the starships that were themselves, as yet, little more than plans in computers began to be built. If ever they did. The room where Ricardo Nansen and Chandor Barak sat was light and spacious. Opalescence swirled like slow smoke in walls and ceilings, except for the fourth wall, which stood open on a balcony. Their flowers glowed in planters, geraniums, marigolds, forget-me-nots, because Harbor had never evolved much in the way of blossoms. Air flowed warm, bearing murmurs of the city. Though it was summer in this hemisphere, to Earthside eyes the sunshine spilling from the blue would have had a mellow, autumnal quality. By now Nansen was used to it, and Chandor's people had been on the planet almost since Envoy first departed from Sol. Like many of them, the director and prospective commander of the academy was medium tall, with tan complexion and features that bore memories of Northern Asia. However, his eyes were green, and the mustache and bobbed hair dark blonde. Somewhat of a dandy, today he wore a purple blouse with upward flaring red collar, rainbow-striped kilt, and gold trim on his floppy half-boots. Otherwise, there was nothing foppish about him, and the fact that his mother, Chandor Leah, was president of the Duncanian continent, had not been decisive in choosing him for this post. It hadn't hurt, but what counted was that he had proved himself an able administrator who shared the dream. "Yes, we have to ride the comet," he was saying. Nansen, who had gained fluency in the language but hadn't encountered all its idioms, was momentarily puzzled, then translated from context. "Catch the tide, or strike while the iron is hot. How much else don't I know yet?" The question pierced him daily, and he hadn't even been very active in public affairs. Steering from Seoul to Tau Ceti, tumultuous welcome, appearances, interviews, celebrations, lectures, conferences, helping interpret the torrent of data downloaded from his ship, getting Hanny and himself established, the whole crew, and that handful of earthlings who threw everything away that they might go with him to an unknown destiny. The years stormed through memory. He hauled his attention back to Chandor. If his influence, and, yes, the substantial sum he became able to contribute, had made the founding of the League possible, then it behooved him to answer this appeal for his help. The director leaned forward, intent and intense. "Our beginning may have been too successful," he said. "We're in danger of being overwhelmed. Hundreds of youngsters are applying, clamoring to us. If we can organize them into a nucleus, something active, actually taking the first steps forward, we'll recruit thousands around the globe and throughout the system. But if we don't show any real accomplishment soon, I'm afraid the excitement, the support, will die." "That fast?" "There'll be forces working to quench it. Are you aware, sir, what powerful interests are against us? They look on our goal as insane. They don't believe a serious revival of starfaring is possible. They want the capabilities you've brought developed and used at home for undertakings they know will be profitable." Nansen scowled. "This is a free society, isn't it? How can they forbid us applying our knowledge to make money and spending the money as we see fit? They have funds, resources, and influence of their own, more than we'll have for years. They can undercut our fledgling businesses, put pressure on those who'd help us with financing, and flood the world with disparaging, discouraging propaganda. I've reason to think they're already subsidizing the Celadorian missionaries. Can a few evangelists make any difference in the time span that concerns us? If the eloquent preaching the laser beams carry from Earth gets featured regularly in major news media, perhaps yes. What you have revealed is so new. How many people have understood the implications? For millennia we've been resigned to. The stars only lights in the sky, a few threads of communication, a rare ship with an alien clannish crew. Do you seriously think we're threatened? No, not really, thus far, Chandor admitted. I fear we soon can be, but it need not happen if we keep our momentum, and if we don't suffer some major setback, but that's beyond our control. And so, Captain Nansen, I believe we must take the wave of hopefulness you've raised and give it the impetus to mount higher. We should begin accepting recruits now, start their education, prepare them to receive the next Kith vessel and befriend her people. She may arrive at any year, you know. Are you ready for such an effort? Chandor nodded. Yes. We have our database organized, adequate staff, ample computer capacity. Of course, at first we can only offer home study courses, but they ought to lay a firm foundation. By next year we should have facilities for simulator training, and in 2 years for the elements of practical spacemanship. A small cadet corps. True, but a corps, a living body. That's quick work, Nansen said, impressed. Work worth doing. I asked you to come see me. This sort of thing goes far better in person, to counsel us on what to teach and how. We have the theory. You have the actual experience. And you are the hero. I could well say you're the prophet. We need your imagination. Nansen felt uncomfortable about that. But no matter. The zeal before him lighted his own fire afresh. This was not about gain or glory. It was about the nature of humankind and humankind's place in the universe. A musical note sounded. "Pardon me," Chandor said, and to the visiphone, "Accept. Proceed." "Search for Captain Ricardo Nansen," stated the voice. Chandor gave his visitor a surprised look. Nansen nodded, equally unsure what it meant. "Henny, are you all right? I am here," he said. The scanner found him. The wall opposite generated an image panel. He saw a short, dark man in a tunic with an emblem on the left breast. A transparency behind showed dusk falling where he was. Nonetheless, Nansen recognized the high-peaked roofs, archaic, unlike any hereabouts, and he knew the man also. It was Kenry Fannion, calling from the Kith village on the Isle of Wayon. "Apologies for disturbing you, Captain Nansen." He spoke in the dominant language of harbor. Once in conversation he had confessed that his Kithish was rusty. They didn't use it much anymore in the settlement, apart from rites and ceremonies. Besides, it had drifted from the versions spoken in the ships into a dialect of its own. Yet, though he had never gone to the stars, he was a Kithman in blood and heritage, his community the last abiding rendezvous. He an information broker for a living, but by dedication, a member of the Kith's Tau Ceti service establishment. He addressed the commander of Envoy straightforwardly, but with awe in his eyes. "It could wait," he said. "With grimness, it will have to. However, I thought you should know immediately, before the news comes out." Nansen grappled calm to himself. "Thank you. What is it?" "I have just heard from Shipwatch, the system of orbiting instruments that kept track of starship trails. Bad word. A vessel bound for us won't arrive." Chandor gasped. "Say on," Nansen ordered. "Shipwatch has recorded a trace. From far off, else the craft, running close to the speed of light, would be in telescope range." Suddenly, it blanked out. "They may have gone normal for a while to take observations or for some other reason," said Nansen, knowing how empty his words were. "It's been 5 hours, Captain, and why would they lay to at all? They know this vicinity." A tick pulsed in Fannion's cheek. "We'll keep alert for a sign, of course. But I think something has gone radically wrong. Do you have a location?" "About 7.5 light-years distant, inbound from the Cassiopeia sector. We'll have a better figure when the readings from the far orbit stations come in. Longer baselines for triangulation. Not that a few billion kilometers either way are important across a gap like that." Chandor's knuckles stood white above the arms of his chair. Somehow he achieved the same quietness. Cassiopeia. That suggests Fleetwing. She hasn't been here often. Generally, she's plied remote parts, the Brent and Olivares regions, or even farther. Fannion's head jerked, a nod. "Yes, the oldest left, wasn't she?" He blinked hard. "Well, I suppose death finally caught up with her too." "Two?" asked Nansen. "Word reaches us eventually, by laser beam, if not by ship. Whether or not a particular vessel is called on us in centuries, she'll have done so elsewhere. When nobody's seen or heard of her for a very long time, then nobody ever does again. The things that can fatally happen. But what did? There shouldn't be any hazard in a familiar region like Tau Ceti's. Nothing she hasn't dealt with over and over in her thousands of star years. That's my message, Captain Nansen," the Kithman finished. "I wish it weren't. I'll inform you as soon as we learn more." "If you do," Chandor said. "Yes, if. God keep them yonder." Fannion ended transmission, maybe afraid he couldn't have gotten through the usual formalities. Ghosts of nacre drifted in a wall gone bare. The sky outside shone as it had no right to shine. The city mumbled. "God keep us all," Chandor said, "and the hopes we had." "What do you mean?" Nansen demanded. You should know, Captain, how few and far between the Kith ships are. Now, we probably won't see any for more than 100 years, when you and I are dead. Unless another one happens to be bound here, too. Hardly. Shandor's tone flattened. It could chance to, I suppose, as thin as the trade is, and as loosely organized as it always was. But in general, the ship settled long ago on a cycle of routes. It's complicated and variable, no doubt. I don't know the details, but roughly speaking, if this was Fleetwing's turn to call on us, nobody else will for at least a century. Oh yes, pardon me, I've heard that but forgotten. Chandor smiled sadly. Understandable, sir. As much as you've had to learn in 4 short years, and as much as you've been doing. Staving off grief as best he could, Nansen forced some resonance back into his voice. This doesn't have to be a disaster for the League. I'm afraid it is, sir. Our opponents will be quick to take advantage. The psychological effects... Well, you know your society better than I do. A free society with an ideal of enterprise, where the story of the great pioneering era has the power of myth. Would its young really surrender their newborn dreams so soon? Maybe. Those dreams are so very new. And, you know, Chandor trudged on. We were counting on a ship full of Starfarers, their experience and example, their help. Yes, we were. He's right. This could be the blow from which we can't recover. They may not be lost. Don't let it sound forlorn. They may start up again, have started up again, and arrive in another 7 or 8 years. Chandor shook his head. His shoulders sagged. I can't believe it, sir. He drew breath. Once, before Envoy returned, I got to wondering about the mysterious disappearances. I've been interested in the Kith my whole life, you recall. I retrieved everything about them that's in their database on Wayon. It goes back millennia and includes many observations made elsewhere. 3 times in the past, shipwatch systems have detected trails, not bound their way, as it happened, but detectable, that suddenly ended. No one knows why. Did no vessel make a search? None were on hand, except, let me remember. Yes. A ship that stopped at Airy, decades after an observation there, did go look, since the distance was fairly short, a few light years. But she found nothing. Cumulative effects of uncertainties in the data, during the time that had passed. The search volume was too huge. Wouldn't survivors have broadcast a signal? None was detected. The searchers gave up. Nobody else ever made such an attempt. They couldn't afford to. A chill coursed through Nansen. He tautened. After a minute he said, gazing past the other man, out at the sky, Perhaps we can. Chandor gaped. Sir? Let me use your visiphone, please. First, Nansen called Dayan at their home and spoke briefly with her. Thereafter he told the communications net to find the rest of Envoy's crew, widely scattered over the planet. It was to bid them get in touch and come to him as soon as possible. Now pardon me, he said, rising. We'll talk again later. Meanwhile, carry on. Yes, Captain, Chandor whispered. In his face, bewilderment struggled with something that dared not yet be rapture. Nansen had ported his air car 2 or 3 kilometers from the Venture building. He liked to walk. He did not like the stares he drew on a street. Not that they meant trouble. Most were friendly, many close to adoration, especially in this city. A few were wary or even resentful. Envoy had brought great strangeness to harbor, and already the changes were felt, but not blatantly. Nor did anyone hail the famous man, though some nodded or gave him the hand to temple salute of deference. He simply didn't enjoy being a spectacle. The boulevard was wide, lined with the sweetly curved double trunks and feathery orange foliage of lyre trees. Vehicles glided along it, pedestrians through the resilient side lanes. The buildings behind were seldom more than 10 stories high, set well apart on lawns of golden-hued native sward or green terrestrial grass. They ran to fluted or color-paneled facades, with turrets elaborately columned and spired. Argosy was founded about 600 years ago by Kithfolk who despaired of wandering. Assimilation was not entirely complete. Ancestral genes revealed themselves here and there in small, trim bodies and craggy visages. More pervasive and meaningful was ancestral tradition, an ethos half forgotten, now stirring awake. It made Argosy a favored site for an organization that aimed to launch fresh emprises among the stars. And Harbor itself is a favored world. Gene's world. We were lucky, arriving when we did, when a new civilization is reindustrializing the planetary system and dynamic individualists are seeking their fortunes. It can't last. Though who knows what real interstellar traffic, whole fleets of ships, might bring about that never was before in human history. Having claimed his car, he set it to wheel out past city limits and take off. Field drive, miniaturized for bubbles like this, would make it safe to land and lift anywhere. That alone meant enormous wealth for the innovators. But let somebody better qualified find the right managers to reap it. Nansen was no businessman. His skills and goals lay elsewhere. From above, he spied a cluster of buildings lately erected, laboratories for research and development in the nascent technologies. The League's financial backers did not lack vision, if their vision was largely financial. What of it? While today's computers, robotics, and nanotech made for rapid progress, the sight fell behind him, and he flew over a tawny plain. Shag trees lined riverbanks with vivid yellow, fire plumes with scarlet. This part of Duncan had reverted to nature during the death agonies of the Mandatory. Several circular marshes were warhead craters. Reclamation was underway, hampered by disputes over ownership. Twice, however, he crossed a broad swath of green cropland and pasture land, where a village nestled as a center for single farmsteads. Not too favored a world. Population rising steeply again, more and more lands overcrowded. Yes, Technics feeds, clothes, houses, medicates everybody. But it can't create living space, and poverty is relative. The economy today is ruthless. For each person who succeeds, 100 or 1,000 go under. And there are other malcontents, misfits in religion, politics, lifeways, and some who look at the stars with a pure kind of longing. At least open land could still be had. Square kilometers of it, if you could pay. Nansen's air car slanted down toward his estancia, where Dion awaited him. He had not copied the house of his childhood. That would have been a mockery. Here, where grass was only slowly spreading outward, and only terrestrial saplings rose from it. Flower beds decorated a lawn, but a big arachnia dominated, like a spiderweb against the sky, swaying and rustling in a wind that smelled faintly of spices no human ever tasted. 2 dogs lolled near the porch, panting in the warmth, but the glittery mites dancing in the air around them were not insects, and a sunhawk overhead, watchful for prey, had 4 wings. Yet the house was high-ceilinged and rambling, stone-floored, red-tiled, and a fountain played on the patio. The envoy crew sat near it, under a vine-draped trellis. Household staff had brought drinks and withdrawn. There was no need for servants as such. In most respects, robots would have done better. These youngsters, though, were like apprentices, here to be with Don Ricardo and Donna Hani, to learn from them, and someday win berths on their ships. They were like family, but they were not those who had fared with Nansen. His glance ranged over his crew. As erstwhile, they were in a semicircle facing him. His beloved sat on the right, her hair aflame above a cool white gown in the fashion of Duncan. Sundaram sat beside her, the usual mildness on his brown visage, the usual contemplativeness behind it. Yu showed a measure of weariness. Zaid's lean frame was tensed. Mokoana's arms cradled an infant. Nansen stood up. "The meeting will please come to order," he said. It was not pomposity. They needed a touch of ritual to focus their attention. Until the last of them arrived, they had talked mainly about their roles on the planet. Yu and Zaid planting the seeds of an industrial revolution, Dion and Mokoana of a scientific revolution. Sundaram, trying to guide the religious and philosophical transformations that were afoot after the revelations from the Holland. Now they must turn their minds back to the deeps. Nansen sat down. For a span only the clear song of the water sounded forth. "You know what the situation is," he said. "The question is, what shall we do about it?" Mokoena responded promptly. "First, I think we had better ask if we should." They were not surprised. "We have too much to lose." She held her baby closer. "Everything we've gained, homes, new lives, everything we're accomplishing." "Yes," Sundarang concurred. They could hear his reluctance. "Why squander the years we have left, an envoy to seek a derelict? Envoy, the sole working starship in tens or scores of light years." "Are we certain she is a derelict?" Nansen answered. Yu's eyes brightened. "Do you mean this might be just a quantum gate malfunction?" The light faded. "If so, the energy shift probably destroyed the vessel, or at least the crew. Or maybe not. Hanny, will you explain?" Looks went to the physicist. She spoke fast, impersonally, as if to keep emotion out from underfoot. "You remember what we learned at Tahir and the black hole about the Bose-Einstein condensate having a small probability of going unstable. Not all the borrowed energy goes smoothly back to the substrate. It's reclaimed instead from the surrounding matter, violently. This is in the data we downloaded here, of course, but in that cataract of information, it seems to have gone almost unnoticed. Well, since we mastered the modern computer systems, I've used their power to work on the equations, off and on. I've only mentioned this to Rico. Damn it, there hasn't been time to prepare a paper. But I've found a solution that suggests how to eliminate the danger. A matter of devising quantum waveguides." She could no longer wholly restrain herself. "Oh, when humans go back to the stars, they'll go with that, and field drive, and so much else." "If they go," Sundaram said. "Yes," Nansen conceded. Jandor Barak, whose judgment we'd better listen to, thinks that most likely we have a threshold to get across, here, now, on harbor, and if we don't, star traffic will continue dying till it's as extinct for humans as for all others. "We expected a Kith ship would become our ally," Zaid said. "But this disaster, there may be alive aboard her," Diane stated. "What? In God's name?" "That's something else that's come out of my solution. The manner of energy reclamation when a gate fails. It takes the form of deceleration of matter in the immediate vicinity. That would definitely ruin the engine part of any ship. But, depending on what the energy differential is, the front section might not be too badly damaged, and the deceleration might not be lethally high. I've studied plans of Kith ships," Yu breathed. "They show an emergency nuclear power plant forward in the hull. Given self-sealing, self-repair, an essentially intact life support system, recycling everything, the crew could survive." Mokoena spoke raggedly. The baby sensed her unease and wailed. She rocked it. "Recycling is never perfect, you know. A ship is not a planet. She can't hold a full ecology. She doesn't have plate tectonics or any broad margin of tolerance. Wastes accumulate. Toxins, unusables. Adrift in mid-space, with no proper means of flush-out and replenishment. If a crew did live through the shock, I wouldn't give them more than 20 years. What a ghastly, slow death." Zaid turned to Nansen. It blazed from him. "But Rico, you think you can save them? If they are in fact alive, which we don't know, I think perhaps we can," the captain replied carefully. "And I think it's worth trying." "Allah Akbar," Zaid cried. "The old crew faring again." Mokoena laid a hand on his arm. "No," she said, gentle and immovable. "I'm sorry, Salim darling, but no." "She's right," Nansen agreed. "It's more than your child, and other children we mean to have. It's everything we're building here. The whole future we've dreamed of, lived for. Your advice, example, and inspiration are absolutely essential. Your duty, all of you. is to stay. But not yours, you challenged. I'm the most dispensable. The League can carry on without me, if people see that it is carrying on, that the industrial and social foundations for a Starfleet are being laid, if they can keep a hope alive that the work will be rewarded in their lifetimes. What will you do for crew? Zaid growled. Nansen smiled. Oh, we have no dearth of adventurous young souls. They'll fight to go. 15 years' absence won't seem terribly consequential to them, and anyhow, they'll experience just a few days. But they better have a seasoned commander. Sundaram shook his head. 15 years for us without you, dear friend, or perhaps forever. We've time to be together, Nansen said. Envoy can't leave tomorrow. Bergama makes her safe enough from a quantum accident. But there are other kinds, and the Kith did make technological advances while we were gone. She needs a dozen sorts of retrofits, and the crew will need training, and I don't suppose we can start for at least a year. Mokoana's gaze rested dark upon him. An added year for them in that ship. You're cutting it close, Rico. I have no choice, nor really, about going, but I want to consult and work with my former crew. You realize, don't you? Diane broke in. I'm going also. We'll argue about that later, Nansen said roughly. We will not. Diane rose to her feet. There is no argument. She came over to stand above him. I'm experienced too. How can you imagine I'd accept 15 years without you, and being too old for children when you got back? Meshuggah. Chapter 50. For thousands of years among the stars, for hundreds of her own years, the ship had been great and proud. She was akin to Envoy in her general plan, seen across 50 kilometers. The unlikenesses were few, the most obvious a proportionately larger hull, but of more than twice the linear dimensions. 10 times the burden. Even the wreckage of her had kept majesty. Nansen remembered Machu Picchu, Carrack des Chevaliers, the Lion Gate at Mycenae. It still belonged in the reaches she had sailed. He remembered the Gokstad ship, the Mary Rose, the Constitution, and thought that Fleetwing had found a better ending. But maybe the ancient crews had found better deaths. He reduced view screen magnification, retaining light enhancement, to survey the entirety again. Lesser wounds dwindled out of sight, and he saw the forward wheel turning as before, slower than his, because it was bigger, but creating interior weight as of old. That meant the frictionless magnetic bearings around its hollow axle were there, which meant that the superconductors generating the fields were operative, which meant that a fusion power plant was, which meant that life within the rim might yet be possible. The force boom, though, projecting from the hub to make and shape the radiation screen fields, was warped, a fourth of its 2-kilometer length snapped off. The outer hull was rotating, oppositely to the wheel, something that should never have happened. That it had not long since grated ruinously against the inner hull was a tribute to the remnants of the bearing system, to the engineers who designed it, and the honest workers who built it, dust these many centuries. The 8 boats that had docked on the exterior, 2 sets of 4 spaced equally around the circumference, were gone. The magnetics that held them fast had failed, doubtless in the moment of catastrophe, and they drifted off with the debris. The huge cylinder terminated in ripped and ragged metal. A few interior members stuck out, torn across, like bones in a compound fracture. The inner hull was hidden from view, a stump. No afterwheel spun athwart the Milky Way. Its fragments were also forever lost. They might not have receded fast, but in 16 years they would have traveled into tracklessness. Nansen consulted a display of data his instruments had obtained, and interpretations his computers had calculated. The dry figures joined with the stark sight to tell him Fleetwing's story. Her normal state velocity in the galactic frame of reference had been about 75 kilometers per second. When the substrate reclaimed the unpaid part of her debt, as much matter decelerated to 0 as would carry that much energy at that speed. It occurred in a fractional second, thus with appalling force. In ship terms, the 00 engine immediately crashed aft, rending off its section of the inner hull. The pieces rammed into the solid hub at the end. They bore it, and the plasma accelerator it supported away. Unsecured, seized by incidental forces, electrostatic, if nothing else. The afterwheel withdrew as well. Whirling and wobbling, its axle sleeves struck the outer hull, smashed through decks, entangled structure. Its linear momentum left a hole agape in the stern of the cylinder. Its angular momentum left a spin. Fleetwing pitched and yawed. That put more torque on the long, thin mast than it was meant to bear, and it gave way. Not that it or its screen fields were needed by then, Nansen thought. This ship will never again race with light. Incredible. That the systems up forward could save anything of her. Yes, actually restore a kind of stability. No, perhaps not really unbelievable. She was made so well that she had already endured everything else the cosmos threw at her. And likewise her kithfolk. He stood in Envoy's command center, with Hanny Dian and a Londoc Aegis. His second officer was youthful. All aboard from harbor had seen less lifespan than he and his wife. She was fair-haired and gray-eyed, tall in her one-piece blue uniform, but starfaring ancestors had bequeathed her face. Consoles, meters, displays encompassed them. The air at present bore a tinge of pine smell. Retrofits had not changed old Envoy much. Alondoc stared at a radio monitor. The instrument searched from end to end of that spectrum and back again, lest a message come in that the audios were not tuned for. "No answer yet," she said, uselessly and desperately. "Are they dead then?" Their broadcast goes on. She was young. "It would," Dian reminded her. "Automatic. Evidently the best transmitter they could rig was crude, but they built it rugged. The call will continue for decades more, till the power plant gives out." Nansen ran a hand through his hair. It was going white at the temples. "They should have seen us," he muttered, just as pointlessly. If nothing else, they could modulate or modify that signal. Interrupting it every few minutes would show that they're alive. Dian's voice weakened. "Maybe nobody looks out any longer. Maybe they've turned off their view screens. 16 years of watching naked space." "That doesn't sound like what I've heard of kithfolk," Alondic said. "After all this time, under those conditions, what may they have become?" "Dead." Alondic's head drooped. "We're too late. 7.5 years. Half an Earth day for them, to the approximate location. Zigzagging to and fro, 0-0 jumps that closed in on the goal. Laying to, straining outward with opticals, neutrino detectors, every capability on hand. The radio signal, barely obtainable, a broadcast gone tenuous over these distances, and no more than a waveband not found in the interstellar medium, yet unmistakably a beacon, proof that somebody had survived the disaster. Well, Fleetwing was massive, and no doubt bore a considerable tonnage of cargo. Evidently the shock had not jarred her fatally hard, homing in on the source. A final approach under normal state boost. Matching velocities at a safe remove. Quest completed. Found, a wreck in a mindlessly radiating monotone, alone amidst the stars. Nansen's fist banged on a console panel. "No, it's not for nothing," he said. "At the very least we'll learn the details of what happened. The future needs to know." Dian flung off her despair. "Good for you, Rico." She clapped his shoulder. "Let's start." Alondoc likewise brightened a little. "Oh yes, we must board." She regarded the others. "But Captain, Scientist," she well-nigh pleaded. "You shouldn't. Please reconsider. Don't risk yourselves. You've crew who are willing, anxious to go. Beginning with me." "Thanks," Dian said. "But Rico and I have earned the right." For her, he thought. The right to be not yet used up. To defy time once more. Time that has devoured everything on Earth which was hers. For me, he spoke in his wonted sober fashion. "We have argued this already. I well know the doctrine. The commander should stay with the ship." However, Dr. Dian and I have more than training, brief, though intense. We have experience, since before Envoy departed Sol, and at worlds unknown until she fetched up at them, and at the black hole, for a moment it felt to him like the full 11,000 years. We have by far the best chance of coping with anything unexpected. Stand by. Dian's demand rang heartening. We'll certainly want you and the whole crew later. If we find survivors, you'll have tricky work to do. At worst, Nansen finished, you shall take our ship home. Chapter 51. The wreck swelled in the forward screen until it blocked sight of the stars. Spin brought an emblem into view, scarred and scoured, then took the blue and silver wing away, then swung it back. Nansen turned his spaceboat and proceeded parallel to the hull at a distance of meters, seeking a place to make contact. Field drive gave marvelous responsiveness. This was almost like steering an aircraft. Almost. Never quite. Robotics handled most of it, with more speed and precision than flesh could, but the basic judgments and decisions were his, and a mistake could kill. He worked his way aft, turned again, matched velocities, and rested weightless in his harness. Before him yawned the hideous hole where the afterwheel and plasma accelerator had been. He called a report to Envoy. Dayan, at his side, probed the interior with radar, detectors, and instruments, more subtle, still experimental, that employed her new knowledge of quantum physics. As we thought, she said after a few minutes. The midship's emergency bulkheads must have closed immediately and sealed the front end off. The fusion reactor there is in regular operation, supplying ample current to all systems that are functional. She frowned. The readings at the wheel aren't so good, but from here I can't make out just what the trouble is. That's what we want to discover, he said. Ready? Hang on. As slowly as might be, he maneuvered around the hull and forward. 100 meters from the bow end of the cylinder, he went into a circular path around it, not an orbit. The gravity of even this enormous vessel was negligible. To stay on course required a constant, exact interplay of vectors. He fought Clown a brief dizziness and concentrated on matching the rotation below him. And now, approach. He had picked a smooth area, free alike of installations and of damage. However, it spun at nearly 200 kilometers per hour. A slight miscalculation could mean that a housing slammed into him. The boat stooped. Contact shivered and told in the metal. At once he made fast. It would not have been possible to do so speedily enough with magnetics, but an electron manipulator inspired by the Holland gave him talons. Silence washed over him. Weight tugged, as if he were hanging upside down. Stars streamed in the view screens. Envoy hove in sight, merely a glint among them unless he magnified. We're docked, he told them aboard. Elohim Adirim, Dian gasped. A lock of hair had come loose from her headband and wavered like a small flame. That was piloting. Nansen realized he had been necessary. He also realized he had not by himself been sufficient. Thank the boat, he said. Her name was heralded. Donning spacesuits and securing equipment to take along was a slow business. Weight amounted to about 1/10 terrestrial in the wrong direction. They helped one another. Nansen saw Dian's distress when he strapped a pistol to his waist. The last thing I want is to fire this, he said. But we simply don't know. That's the horror, she answered, that you might have to. Her neck straightened. Well, I won't believe you will until I have to. They kissed quickly before they attached helmets. After that, their appearance was unhuman, heads horned with sensors and antennae, blank visages, insect-like eyes that were optical amplifiers. They cycled through the personnel lock, planted grip-soled boots on Fleetwing, and moved off cautiously, a boot always emplaced. Drive units rested on their backs, but a return to this whirling surface would be an acrobatic feat. Yes, Nansen murmured. We two definitely had to be the first. Already I'm finding things to warn everybody about. Dayan's breath was harsh in his audio receivers. Step by step, they advanced. A combing lay in their way. That's a lock, Diane said. I know, Nansen answered. They had studied the plans of the ship, taken from the Kith database, with equal intensity. Are you sure we shouldn't try to go inside here and proceed through the hull? Yes, I am sure. Too many unknowns. They crept around the portal. I'm sorry, Diane said. That was a stupid question. I'm feeling a bit spinny. Medication staved off nausea, but couldn't do everything. They clung to a sharply curving world that wanted to hurl them from it. Blood coursed too heavily in their heads, and a night sky whirled beneath them. Don't look at the stars, Nansen advised. Diane swallowed. Ironic, she said. The stars are what this is all about, aren't they? They reached the end of the cylinder and crawled over the edge. She lost her footing. He grabbed an ankle barely in time and hauled her back. Nombre de Dios, he groaned. Don't do that. 20 meters from them, the spokes of the wheel scythed across heaven. I'm sorry. No, I am. I should have been more careful of my partner. He heard a chuckle. Enough with this modesty contest, but thank you, Bahava. Progress became easier, here where the centrifuge effect pulled sideways. It was somewhat like walking in a stiff wind, which lessened as they approached the center. Nevertheless, they kept their caution. I feel well again, Diane said after a while. Good. Oh, more than good, beloved. They came at length to an occupied shuttle bay. Although the little vehicle had been designed centuries after those that Envoy bore to Tahir, it seemed crude compared even to the early field-drive models she now carried. Nansen helped Dayon unlimber the tripod that was part of her burden and snug its feet to the hull. It gave her a framework to which she could fasten her instruments. When he had finished, the single sound he heard was breathing. Somehow the stillness made the wheel that rotated on his right all the more monstrous. Diane busied herself for several minutes. I was afraid of this, she sighed. It confirms the readings I took aft. The launch control is dead. Probably the power supply to the computer was knocked out in the disaster. What about the others? Besides the lost boats, Fleetwing had carried 8 shuttles. Her people had more occasion to go to and fro than his ever did, and numbered many more. He glimpsed those that were docked in the wheel, whirling past. I can tell from here, the entire lot is stranded, at least on this side. Well, frankly, I'm not very regretful. I didn't like the idea of trusting an unfamiliar system that might have been damaged in unobvious ways. How will we evacuate survivors? If any. That depends on what the situation is. At the moment, I think the best procedure will be for our engineers to make what modifications are necessary for us to use a shuttle of envoys. We'll convey it over, steer it to a wheelside bay, and ferry the people across to the hull. First, we'll doubtless have to do some repair work there, too. They can pass through it to an exit port, and our boats will bring them to our ship. That may involve a large number of trips, but it looks to me like the most conservative, fail-safe plan. Meanwhile, let's repack your gear and execute the maneuver I rather expected we would. Did Asab answer his deliberately impersonal words? He decided not to ask. Diane went about her tasks as competently as always. The truth came out as he slipped a cable off his shoulder and began uncoiling it. Under low weight and Coriolis force, it writhed from him like a snake. He heard her voice gone high and thin. Rico, I'm afraid. Astounded, he could merely say, We don't dare be afraid. Not from me. She caught his arm. For you, darling. Her free hand jerked toward the wheel. I'm remembering how Al Brent must have died. That was long ago and far away. 6,000 years in light years. Not enough to grant forgetfulness. Her tone firmed. Let me go first. We can better spare me. No. He shook his head, unseen by her within the helmet. I've had much more open space practice. We stay by the plan we've rehearsed. But if you are caught, I won't be. If somehow I am, you return at once to the boat and take her back. Do you understand? Yes, she said after a moment. Forgive my foolishness. It's just that I love you. And you, which is another reason I cannot let you lead. Maybe she visualized his grin. Besides, allow me my machismo. She laughed shakily and embraced him. Their helmets clinked together. The cable, a thin and flexible strand stronger than any steel, floated in an air. He used the molecular bond attachments to stick an end to the front of her suit. She fixed the other end to the back of his. When he leaped free, she waved, then stood waiting, a soldier's daughter. He activated his drive unit and curbed his outward flight. The next few minutes would be touchier than rendezvous and docking had been. Though turning speeds this near the hub weren't great, they were opposed. The space between units was narrow. The angular momenta were gigantic. He lost himself in the crossing, as a man may lose himself in battle or a storm at sea or the height of love. Not reckless by nature, he still found in unavoidable danger the fullness of life. The blood sang in him. His mind stood aside, wholly aware, coolly gauging and governing. He drew near a spoke, 15 meters from the axle, and adjusted vectors until the 800-meter length was steady in his eyes. He edged inward. He swung his body around. His boots made contact. The impact was slight. He must have matched velocities within a few centimeters per second. Excellent. He took half a minute to stand triumphant among the marching stars. Peering back, he verified that the cable was not fouled. He reached around, undid it from his suit, and attached it to the spoke. "All clear, Hanny," he called. "Are you ready?" "Yes, oh yes." "Jump." The line began to straighten as her mass moved offside. He caught hold and pulled, hand over hand. "Draw her in." He felt how she used nudges of drive to counteract drift. Good girl. Grand girl. Probably she could have made it safely on her own, as he did. But why take a needless risk? Whoever met the wheel while flying would spatter through space in chunks. He was better trained. That was why he had elected to walk from the boat, rather than flitting directly. The first engineers to come, led by Alandok, must duplicate his transit. But they were young and, well, maybe they could rig a net for those who followed. And eventually they'd have a shuttle from Envoy for easy passage between wheel and hull. That's if we find any reason to do the work. His exultation congealed. Dayon arrived. He hugged her, one-armed, and gathered in the cable. They'd want it again later. Lateral weight here was about 1/20th G, though Coriolis force complicated movement. Dayon went to the entry port. "Uh-oh," he heard. "What?" He got the strand back on his spacesuit and joined her. She pointed. "This is not an airlock according to plan," she said. "No." He examined the hinged metal box that had been added in front, the traces of welding and hand tools. Cautiously opening the door, which faced spinward, he saw through murk that the box was a chamber barely adequate to accommodate a man. The door was airtight. When dogged shut, it could be opened with a single turn. A tube fastened at the rear seemed to have been a battery-powered lamp. An inscription was painted on the inside of the door. He had acquired enough Keithish to read it. "Blessings farewell." He reclosed the box and stood for a dark moment before he spoke. "Why did they make this?" "More important," Dayon replied. "How?" "We don't know what else they did. If we can get in at all, we may cause terrible things. Like if we can't shut the lock valves, the air inside will escape. A wind-bearing corpses, as winter winds blow withered leaves." "You are right," Nansen said. "Perhaps the next port is accessible." They started off, to the hub and across to the spoke they wanted. The wheel gyred in silence and cold. They arrived. "This lock looks intact," Dayon said. "We can deal with it." "Can we deal with what's behind it?" wondered Nansen. He pressed the plate for entry. Nothing stirred. "Circuit's dead," he declared. "Don't stop to probe, Hanny." He leaned his muscles against the emergency manual truck. Gears worked. The valve swung ponderously aside. Old, he said. He couldn't make Envoy out among the stars, but his suit had sufficient broadcast power. We're about to go in, he announced. We'll be cut off from contact for a while. How? How long shall we wait before dispatching reinforcements? Alangdak asked. Wrong word, Nansen replied. Whatever we find inside, it won't be hostile, or so I pray. The enemy is around us. The universe, our enemy and our glory. Give us 24 hours. After that, proceed at discretion. But remember always, your first duty is to bring our ship home. Luck be with you, Captain, Scientist. Thank you. Nansen switched off and beckoned to Dion. They entered the chamber. As Nansen spun the valve shut and lost sight of the sky, blackness closed in. Dion turned her flashbeam on. In vacuum, it threw a puddle of light on the side opposite. Reflections diffused dimly into gloom. Nansen saw her as a bulk of shadow and a few vague glimmers. He closed the valve. No air gushed in. The pump wasn't working either. Groping, he found the command plate for the inner valve and pushed it. As he expected, the servo did nothing. If there was an atmosphere beyond, it pressed on this exit with tons of force. Despair tasted like iron. Living people would have made repairs, he rasped. Not necessarily, Dayan said. Tinkering with embedded circuits, using inadequate tools, could well make matters worse. If ever they had reason to go outside, they could, more slowly, buy the backups. Maybe the hydraulics here aren't jammed. People could maintain those. Nansen tried. The truck resisted his hands. He marshaled his strength and heaved. It was as if he were trying to pull his bones apart. Then the truck turned. A faint thread of light appeared before him. Through his helmet, he heard the first whistle of inrushing air. The truck turned more and more easily. Vision hazed. Frost, Dion cried. Ice on our lenses. Water vapor. The breath of life. They trod into hollowness. Standing on the platform, as their suit exteriors warmed and the rime smoked off, they saw a great shaft stretching emptily upward and upward. Its fluorescence was more chilling than the tomb darkness of the lock chamber. On one side, a railcar track converged away into the distance. On the other side, a ladder with occasional rest stops. That was a long climb. Air. Dian's voice shook. I'll crack my helmet and smell it. No, don't, Nansen ordered. Not till we know what it's like. Pressure, composition, corruption. Right. My testing kit, Toller. We won't stop for that yet. We'll have a look first. What we find may make everything else, our whole journey, irrelevant. Come. The rail car rested inert. He sighed and sought the ladder. As they descended the hundreds of meters, their weight rose toward Earth normal, and their burdens grew heavy. Mute, side by side, they debarked at the top and went through a bare room into a passageway. Greenness. Plants in handmade boxes stood as far as they could see, leafing, blooming, fruiting, blanketing trellises, vaulting the overhead. Rose, lily, violet, bamboo, pumpkin, dwarf juniper, trumpet vine, grapevine. Things that Earth never knew, a riot of life. Life. Dian reached, trembling humbly, to touch a flower. They had not gone much farther when 3 persons met them. The strangers loped down the corridor with tools in hand that Nansen didn't recognize. He hadn't had time to learn everything about this era. The detached part of him supposed they were implements to cope with crisis. The noise he and Dian made could have signified trouble. His mind sprang to the people themselves. An older man, a younger man, a young woman, short, dark, lithe, strong-featured, kithfolk. They were skimpily clad and skinny but looked healthy. Joy roared in him. He unsecured his helmet and clapped it back off his head, to breathe mild air and green scents. The 3 had skidded to a halt. They stared, stunned, at the miracle. Time word passed before the older man whispered, You are from outside. It was in an old-sounding but comprehensible version of the principal language on harbor, whither they had been bound. Diane had bared her own face. Yes, she answered. Not steadily. We're here to bring you home. After these years, the woman stammered. You came. The young man whirled about and ran off. His shouts echoed. The woman fell to her knees, raised her eyes, and poured her thanks and her love out to her God. She wasn't loud. The other man stood fast. He was gray-haired, his countenance furrowed, clearly a leader. Maybe later the knowledge of deliverance would overwhelm him, but at the moment he had recovered, and his tone was almost level. Welcome aboard. A million welcomes. I am Ivar Sean. My companion here is Tari Ernan. We are crew of Fleetwing. Nansen did not at once respond in kind. That it was envoy which lay nearby might have been too much just now. We detected the failure of your 00 at harbor, he said. We came as soon as we were able. Why didn't you reply to our calls? We didn't know, Sean said. Most electronics failed when the thing happened. Of course, he'd have no idea what the thing was. We have had no view screens since then. Luckily, no, not luck. Good engineering, such systems as light, temperature, and ventilation were separate, simpler, and more robust. Only by going outside at the end of a cable have we seen. Tari Ernan got back to her feet. Every year, she said. We marked every year with a sight of the stars, on our birthdays. How are you? Dayan whispered. We live, Sean replied. We've made ways of life that kept us sane. After a little, it will be, not easy, becoming planet dwellers. No children anymore, Ernan said. We children grew up. We would not have our own. Not when we knew it would be at least 15 years before rescue. And likeliest forever, Sean added stoically, stating a fact to which he had been resigned, which his emotions did not yet quite recognize was no longer a fact. You have lost this ship, Nansen said, but we are building more. They will need crews. The pair gaped at him. It must be too great a wonder to grasp at once. Then Ernan sobbed. We shall be Starfarers again. Thank you, Sean mumbled. Before everything dissolved in bewildered passion, Nansen threw a question that had been dogging him. How many are you? About 200, Sean said. What, no more? Did you lose many in the disaster? His heritage, culture, chromosomes, spirit, arose in Sean, and he could answer quite evenly. The shock injured most of us, but few fatally. It did worse and irreparable damage to the life support systems. What was left could not serve all of us for the length of time we must wait. We would die in poison and filth from our own bodies. You see how we have planted gardens everywhere, to keep the air fresh and provide food, but that was not enough either. The aged and infirm, and others chosen by lot, went into space, one by one. We rebuilt a lock to make it gentle for them. They drift among the stars. Their names live in honor. Nansen stiffened. How did you make them go? He demanded. Sean met his gaze. There was no need of force. They went freely. They were kith. They are kith, Ernan said. Forever. Diane bowed her head and wept. Chapter 52. Tended with devotion, Earth life had spread widely across the Estancia in the years of their absence. Again, after millennia, Nansen and Dayan rode out over a plain where grass rippled and groves rustled beneath the summer wind. Light streamed along from a westering sun to lay gold over the green, and wild creatures ran, and wild wings soared. For a span they galloped, rejoicing in the surge of muscles between their thighs, flying manes, drumming hooves, sweet horse odor mingled with smells of soil and growth. When they reined in, buildings were lost to sight. Alone within the horizon, under the enormous arch of sky, the riders continued at a walk. Saddle leather creaked. Freedom, Nansen said. Diane glanced at him. Freedom? She asked. A trifle abashed, because he didn't like dramatics and this had been an outburst. He explained, to live our lives as we want. Her brows lifted slightly. Why, we've always had that, you and I. With a look aloft, maybe more than anybody else ever did. Not lately. I didn't think you enjoyed it much either. True. I hadn't known how many duties being famous and celebrated involves, but the crowds meant terribly well. She grinned. And we, you especially, put it to use. Not very efficient use on my part, I fear. Ceremonies and speeches and having hundreds introduced to me, not my kind of work. His mood had lowered. He was dissatisfied with his address to the Parliament and people of Harbor. Pieces of it came back to nag at him. 2. Our first starships are ready. Ships better than any known before, thanks to the union of human technology with the new knowledge brought from afar. The Fleet Wing folk are here, ready to counsel, instruct, be officers aboard. More kith will join with us as we meet with them, on this planet and others. But it will no longer be only they who go starfaring. Henceforward, all can who have the strength, the skill, and the wish. From Fleet Wing we have learned of 2 worlds where humans can make homes. Many more certainly exist, but these are a beginning for whoever has cherished the dream. The planetary engineering systems that we are building will make settlement easy, where once it was hard, and possible, where once it was impossible. Given capabilities like these, and the capital investment that the Venture League is prepared to make, starfaring will become profitable. Not marginally, not for a few, but for everyone. Therefore it will go on, growing of itself. 2. The revelations, the inspirations we will gain from other races than ours. In ours bys restrakenos were spending the face in the Bessers. We will awaken those who wish to be awakened, to join us among the stars. Tommy, millions of years, so many starships flying that they weave universe and substrate together, making existence eternally sure. What we have learned about communication across time suggests that the cosmos may have evolved us in order that we shall at last save it. Can this be true? It is imaginable. They stations has the Maysian's strength. For us today, enough, that we are going back to the stars and will never forsake them. I didn't like the things I said, he confessed, nor the way I did. What was wrong? Diane inquired. I thought your talk went fine. Too florid. She nodded. Not your style. Well, it was written for you. I don't care to be a mouthpiece, and I spoke like a poorly programmed machine. Diane laughed low. Rico, you had a job to do, you found it distasteful, and now you worry whether you did it right. Tell me, did that speech express your beliefs? Of course, otherwise I would not have given it. No? You wouldn't have. Very well then, you were being honest. And as for your delivery, I assure you, darling, it didn't matter. You were you, the captain of captains. That was what they wanted and needed. But it's wrong, he protested. I don't deserve that sort of prestige. Nor do you, Querida. We didn't lay the foundation or build the house, the enduring house of the Starfarers. Wenji, Ajit, Mom, Selim, 4 comrades grown gray, and those who worked with them, here on harbor. Diligently, patiently, sometimes fiercely, year by year by year. While we were gone, they are the ones. In a way, yes, Dayan replied. In another way, no, not entirely. Our mission, humans bound off to save humans, it embodied everything. It made people care through all that time. Ajit's told me he thinks it made the crucial difference. But that doesn't make sense. Diane shook her head, smiling. Oh, Rico, when did anything human make real sense? Our race is crazy. Maybe that's why it's the race that's going to the stars. No, my dear. You'll never get away from being a symbol, a hero. Well, he grumbled, at least you and I will have private lives again. Mostly, I trust, she agreed. And raise lots of little Nansons. He brightened. There'll be die-ins, too. The sun went low, and the riders turned back. They had come farther than they noticed, and dusk found them still out on the plain. The sky was violet westward, dark eastward, where the lights of home glimmered remote. Above them the earliest stars were blinking forth. Dayan murmured something. Nansen glanced at her shadowy form, close beside him. "What?" he asked. "Oh, I was just looking at those stars," she answered, her voice almost too muted for him to hear. "Some lines came to me. In English, have you curbed the Pleiades?" He nodded. "Yes, I remember. Job. In Spanish, but a traditional English version has stayed with me. Canst thou bind the sweet influences of Pleiades, or loose the bands of Orion? Or canst thou guide Arcturus with his sons? What put you in mind of that?" I got to thinking. If our children, surely some will, if they travel yonder, we'll lose them forever. "Perhaps not," he said. "Once we've discovered how to build a holantic time communicator, it'll mean more than the future talking to the past, you know. It'll mean calling across the universe. And in that way also making the universe one." She sighed. "A grand vision. You and I won't live to see it, though. Mastering forces so mighty would take many human lifetimes. Unless we do live on afterward, No, I can't say what the limits are for us. That would be as arrogant as to say there are no limits ever." But she was silent a while. They rode toward the hearthlights. More stars appeared. The wind had gone cold. "I only know," she said, "that whatever we may someday become, we will never be God." Suddenly, her laugh rang forth. "But we can have fun trying." Poul Anderson, one of science fiction's most treasured visionaries, returns with a new masterpiece. Starfarers is the story of an expedition into the far reaches of the galaxy, where answers to mankind's greatest questions await. The saga begins when evidence of an advanced civilization is discovered by SETI astronomers. Trails observed in the sky are thought to be from starships traveling at the speed of light, an enigma that spurs scientific minds until this breakthrough is achieved by mankind as well. An expedition is then mounted, and an eclectic team of scientists chosen to journey into the sector where the intelligent life is allegedly located. But because the destination of the starship, Envoy and her crew, is 60,000 light-years away, the time required to reach the point of origin of the signals in return is 120,000 years, longer than Homo sapiens has been on Earth. And though the crew is ready to face the ramifications of such a trek, no one is prepared for what awaits them at the outer edge of the cosmos, or back at the planet they once called home. Starfarers is a story of patience and immediacy, but most of all, of courage. It is a saga for anyone who has ever felt the emptiness of life on Earth and found the missing substance in the spaces between the stars. Poul Anderson's latest is the story of those who see the future in a clear night sky and are ready to journey into it armed with both insight and passion. Poul Anderson is the winner of 7 Hugo and Free Nobula Awards. He is the author of Harvest of Stars, Harvest Who Fire, The Boat of a Million Years, and many other acclaimed novels. He lives in Orinda, California.